everybody, and
Yay!
welcome back. Yes, hello.
Not a gayness.
There's always a lot of gayness about. And particularly a lot this week. The internal fire of the burning Anheuser-Busch just goes on and on, which I want to discuss, because it's just... I don't know. There's some funny things that are happening with the Anheuser-Busch protest or boycott that I find funny. There's also some things that related to that I find funny, because and just wokeness in general. You know, it is what it is every week. There's also been some crazy stuff, like Matt Walsh got hacked yesterday. Did you see that, Spoon?
By some troons, probably.
Well, that's what people think. But who knows? We'll look into it.
Or as I like to call them from now on, androids.
Yeah, that's Spoon's new terminology.
Yes, my new term for those people is androids, because A, phones is literally responsible for this bullshit, and B...
yeah, that's true, that's true.
Yes, and B is that androids is this amorphous term that applies to both men and women. And so that's like a third category, because they're broken people with mental head problems. And so I will refer to them as androids.
We do have some international stuff to cover tonight, and general politics, but it's
God,
a lot.
France,
it is. No, it's mostly about this stuff.
The Egyptian thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that international. It's all part. That's all. It's a largely culture war heavy.
It's Afrocentrism.
Which, you know, whatever. I wanted to start though with, I thought appropriately. So, as I'm sure we all know.
Also, Beg, it doesn't need to be derogatory. It needs to be subversive. That's the point.
What?
And it is the phrase android.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Because I don't consider them human at this point. Hence why they're called android.
They constantly claim they're being humanized, and now you're actively dehumanizing them. Spoon.
Yes, because you're demeaning men and women. So fuck you. That's not what a human would do.
Yeah,
so screw you. Android it is.
I think in the 6 years I've done this, that I very, very rarely pulled the woman card, but I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of Dylan Mulvaney making a mockery
of
me, and all women, and being expected to just sit there and take it, and not only take it, but then have people go like, I don't understand why you're offended.
And especially when those people happen to be men.
Well, we're gonna get back. Hang on, give me a second.
Aiden is big mad today.
No, actually, that wasn't about me being mad. I have indigestion. So my tummy hurts a little bit, so I'm trying to...
That's why you get Rennie.
Rennie?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
I just don't have Rennie tablets?
I don't... We probably do. I have not felt good today, that's all. But I wanted to start with this thing, which I'm showing my screen for, because this kind of went viral the other day, because it's like, wow, look at these stupid conservatives and their stupid boycott, because I'm going to get into some stuff that I was involved with the boycott thing of, in terms of, I got into an argument on Twitter with somebody. Is this a Rennie tablet, Bill? Oh, that is what it is. Rennie Sherman. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Did Bill just hear you say Rennie?
Yeah,
and then just like, yeah, there you go.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the names of stuff, you know? Anywho.
There you go.
So, let's watch this real quick.
You'll feel better. Is he white?
Yeah, it looks white.
Wow, for once we have one of our own doing it. It's very rare that we do this.
Yeah, I want to play this. The lefties, of course, are sharing this everywhere. And being like, wow, look at how violent and awful and stupid they are, conservatives and right-oids are at the same time. Okay, well, I told you
this. It's probably made by the same manufacturer, by the way, so...
Gee, I don't know, Spoon, you want to take a real just shot in the dark guess about what beer company makes Busch Light?
Anheuser-Busch, maybe?
Yeah, it's Anheuser-Busch, the same company that owns Budweiser. But even that being said, I disavow this kind of behavior. It's animalistic. It's stupid.
It's also stupid because you still have to pay for the ones you broke, so they still get money.
Yeah, he's gonna end up having to pay for it. So it's dumb.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Gee, what the fuck?
He's got a pretty good throw on him, though.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Oh, that's why he's destroying. He's destroying the Busch Light, dude. Why? Get his ass!
So yeah, he gets taken out. Okay, disavow this kind of behavior. You know, absolutely stupid. Don't do that kind of stuff.
Oh, also,
But before-
no, can you just look at this?
Mm-hmm.
Look at how this man is being arrested.
Oh yeah, look at this. All right.
Peaceful.
He looks like he's on
not
drugs,
kicking up
too.
a fuss. He's not
Right.
doing shit to antagonize the cops. Dear black people, take a
is
note
true.
on how you deal with the police when you do some fuck shit. You
I mean,
shut the
that-
hell up and you
that's
walk with the
true.
police peacefully. The main
is
thing to take
true.
away from this is not the fact that he destroyed shit, is that when the police came, he was polite. And he didn't try and kick up a fuss. Unlike you stupid idiots, this is why you get shot.
I mean, that's not a peaceful
I
protest.
am, yeah,
you know.
no, the protest is not peaceful, but the apprehension is very peaceful.
Yeah.
Again, black people, take note. And if you think
Speaking
I'm
of
being
which-
offensive, Chris Rock told you about this freaking years ago in a freaking comedy skit. So piss off.
But it's a very nice segue that you made there for me, Spoon, because
You're
I
welcome.
don't know if you're familiar with what kind of store
I'm
this is,
being
but this is a
very base
Walmart.
today.
If you're not familiar, this is a Walmart. It's very
Is it?
easy to tell that yes, this is a Walmart. And that brings us into
I didn't know that.
Yeah, is that we talked about this I think last Wednesday for a little bit,
Good
but
old white folk.
there's 8 in all, there's 8 Walmart stores in the metropolitan area of Chicago, and 4 of them are shutting down because they have not made a profit for 17 years.
Wow. What is really, really quite prevalent in Chicago that isn't in many other cities?
These are, well, yep.
I was going to say criminals.
Yep. Their statement was, over the years, we have tried many different strategies to improve the business performances of these locations, including building smaller stores, localizing product assortment, and offering services on traditional retail.
going to say.
So they've gone above and beyond to try and make these stores profitable. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the city, including $70 million in the last couple years to upgrade our stores and build 2 new Walmart health facilities and a Walmart Academy training center. The remaining 4 Chicago stores continue to face the same business difficulties, but we think the decision gives us the best chance
Aiden,
to help keep them
what
open
is
and
the-
serving the community.
What is the golden rule of real estate?
I don't know. What is it? I actually don't know.
It's the same word 3 times.
Money?
No.
I have no idea. I don't know this. I'm not familiar with.
Location, location,
Oh, okay.
location.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
You know, and do you know what happens when you have a load of non-whites in an area? Do you know what happens to the real estate value?
Well, yeah, of course, and that's the problem. And it's also because
Yes,
Lori
it goes,
Lightfoot.
it goes down.
Yeah, and in specifically Lori Lightfoot, even though she's out now, the new mayor as well is another, very very soft on crime mayor.
He's
So
also black.
Laura, right? But so they've had these 2 mayors, and it's been going on for years, for decades now, that Chicago has been soft on crime.
Do you know what happens when you vote? You get morons.
They have, and the way that it works
is
in so many of these Democrat cities, but in Chicago is that these people, they get arrested, then they just get released. So what in any way incentivizes them from not just stealing from the Walmart? Why would they care? They're not going to get in trouble for it. I mean, like the thing
You
is
don't have a
now
clip
is
of that
that
stupid motherfucker, do you?
who?
That stupid new mayor.
Yes, I do. But
Okay.
well, I don't have a clip. I have an article about it. I do have a clip of this though. This is local Democrat Representative Lamont Robinson. He has decided that the real person at fault here is Walmart. The real party at fault. It couldn't be the black community. It couldn't be him. Democrats like himself, who have pushed for this soft on crime shit for decades. No, it's Walmart.
Wonder why
Yes, sir.
our communities look like they look.
Speak
That
the
we
truth.
have violence every single day.
Speak the truth.
Speak the truth. Why does your communities look the way you look? I mean, this they're out in front of the Walmart here, by the way.
I just want to know, why does every black person in front of a microphone sound like this?
They're trying to emulate MLK.
Why? This is not 1970.
because MLK is
Or
famous
60
public
rather.
speaker, so they're just trying to emulate him.
This is weird kind of a way that all these men speak as if they're in front of a crowd of a lot of people. Like, why the...
It's just emulating MLK. It's like my little children. Like it's just trying to do that shit. Obama did that. It's just that's the way of sounding, commanding. And
It's a way to
also
sound like I
evoking-
just came out of a black church and I had a long conversation
Yeah.
with Al Sharpton. Like, what the... Oh, God. You're like caricatures of yourselves.
Listen to how insane this is, though, and I love that he's got like all the hype women be like,
We was
you tell the
depressed and
truth.
shit.
I know.
I'm
I
going
know.
to clip this and say Spooky sound horribly racist. No, that's an accurate impression is what that is. Go on.
It is just not on us.
Yes, it
It
is.
is on the corporate
Yeah, it-
citizens that come into our community.
Corporate
and
citizens?
ravage our community.
What?
Walmart. It's Walmart's fault.
You ravaged their business, you dumbass. Man.
According to Walmart's own statement, they have not made a profit in these stores in nearly 20 years. 17 years they haven't made a profit. And they've invested new things into the community, like those medical
Security?
centers. Medical centers and things like that. Because you have to understand what he's going to complain about here, and the complaint of a lot of people are making about these stores leaving is because they're in food deserts, right? Why are you in a food desert? Okay, so a food desert is an area of the country where it's very difficult for people to get to a grocery store. So
Okay.
many times their only options are fast food. So the people are complaining that, well, with the Walmart's leave, then there's no other grocery store for them to go to. So then they won't have any options to have healthy food, and they won't have maybe not any options to buy food at all. Okay, then don't loot the store, and then encourage your community to stop looting the Walmart so it can stay open.
Well, grow your
They've
own
been
food.
operating at a loss for 17 years. How much can you ask? I know it's a mega, ultra gigantic corporation, but even at some point, after 17 years, even a mega ultra corporation has to go, we're just operating at millions of dollars of loss on these. We're
would we
literally,
be
it's
here?
a charity project.
We're not only losing money, we're getting looted.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's
We're
operating at
losing
a
money
net
both
loss.
in and out.
Yeah, it's a complete. Well, of course, they're not making any money, and their product is being stolen. So the complaint is that Black people are gonna starve, or they won't have any options for food. And it's like, well, then okay. Here's what you need to do then, Lamont Robinson, is not stand here and proselytize about how this is all Walmart's fault. You need to stop being soft on crime. If people didn't know, that they could get away with this with no repercussions, they wouldn't fucking do it. And
Yeah.
Walmart might be able to turn a profit, and then not just Walmart, but other stores could open up and sell groceries and sell their products, so it wouldn't be so much of a food desert anymore.
Yeah.
And Walmart, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
Shame before God.
You are the reason.
Shame before God. My God. This take absolutely no responsibility whatsoever. Not one iota.
That our communities lack the investment that they have. We should not have to go out of our communities to find jobs. We should not have to go out of our communities to get
In agreement.
medicine.
Then don't destroy your communities.
I have no
Why-
sympathy for these people.
Here's the question: why are you relying
None.
on a mega massive, company like Walmart? Why don't you have any even bodegas? Why are there no local businesses open that can sell food, that sell medicine? Is it because they can't operate there either? Because it's a fucking hellhole of your own creation? Because you continually vote to be soft on crime? That no business can operate there, including one of the biggest companies on earth, can't afford to operate in Chicago. Technically they can afford to do it because they've got so much money, but it makes no business sense. And they've been allowing that to happen for 17 years. In my opinion, let's be honest, the vast majority of businesses would never have been able to last 17 years without turning a profit. Even other major, franchises couldn't exist with these major stores and not turn a profit in 17 years. It's because of your policies and it's because of the cultural attitude that you've created this for yourself. And I mean, I do have sympathy for some of the people, obviously for children and for the elderly. Of course I have sympathy for them, but I don't have a lot of sympathy. I don't have fucking no sympathy for this dude. What's his name? Lamont, what is, I wrote it down here. Lamont Robinson. I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. And it's really fucking disgusting that you're standing up here demanding Walmart take accountability when that's your job. Your job is to try and be tough on crime or do something so that the Walmart doesn't have to close down.
Holy shit, this is really weird.
We should not.
There's some of the Trump accounts, they're sharing footage and like cheering. Robert Kennedy is running for president on the Democrat ticket, and it's like oddly supported by like Republicans. Because like, he's remotely sane. Yeah. He's like one of the last Democrats that appears to be, well, according to Rudy Giuliani, is batshit fucking wacky. But it is very strange to see that. Like,
I'm not simping no pants baby. I only said I feel bad for the elderly and the children. I don't feel bad for the grown ass fucking adults.
No, but you have to look at
some responsibility lies on the older people too, but a lot of them.
Do you know what's just bizarre with this? You know when we read that African article?
Yeah.
And the author made the claim that sub-Saharan blacks do not have the capacity to self-regulate. They don't have like a moral perception of guilt. Like to them,
that was her contention. Yeah,
his contention was a guy.
Oh, his right. Oh, yes. I'm getting confused with the other.
Yeah, and so basically their contention was because their societies operated, the moral capacity wasn't self-regulated. It was enforced by like tribal elders.
Yeah.
Yes, and then when that isn't there, they just go ape shit. And when you see this crap, it's like,
well, they have.
I don't want to just draw lines, but like you have the exact same mentality as these people. It's like it makes me want to think, maybe there's DNA and genes play a role here because like how I don't know how else to describe this disparity. Like why is it? I've seen comments from black people in this shit saying like, why is it always our group that does this shit? Like when even black people are saying like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That makes me pause and go.
And I've seen a bunch of things about that related to this subject matter. But it's also, yes. I mean, it is in many parts also a product of the Democrat plantation. Because the Democrats went into all of these communities, and rather than building businesses, they built Planned Parenthoods. They destroyed the black. Again, back in the 50s, the black family was more intact than the white family.
Yeah, no, that's true.
They were doing better and better financially, and then Planned Parenthood and social welfare programs come in and destroy the black family.
Yes, but here's the thing, like, why do you have to do that? Why do you have to go along with those policies?
You don't have to, but
that's the point. The democratic machine eroded the barriers, and then they just went apeshit and shit. Yeah, well, but we don't do that.
No.
Asians don't do that. Why is it only them?
It's more complex though, because one of the things that the Democrat politicians did is they went to the black ministers, to the community leaders, and told them to tell the people to vote for Democrat policies, that the social welfare policies were important.
Yes, that and blacks sold out for money.
I don't think it was initially for money. I think it's because a lot of it, again, their pastors and community leaders were telling them that this is how they were going to be able to have a better life. Was, the government's going to help you out. The government, you just take this government money. They're finally going to, this is like our form of reparations. Yes, they're going to help us out.
The government that's been oppressing you for many decades is now all of a sudden going to flip and help you. Like,
yeah, well, it's this one arm of the government, the Democrats. They're going to help us.
I'm sorry, but your community is stupid as hell if you believe that.
If your pastor is telling you that, and you're a very religious group of people, which African Americans were, and still are, and your
I think their death rate is kind of making me think, no, not really.
Okay, I'm just saying that there was a project that was enacted by the Democrats, an active project that was enacted by the Democrats to get black people. I mean, you know the exact quote.
I'll get them voting Democrats. You know what, for the next 200 years.
200 years.
Yep, and that was said 60 years ago.
No.
LBJ is considered one of the great Democrats. Conveniently, he's also considered very racist, which is kind of very weird to me. It's like he's racist when you don't want him to be,
This
And,
was an intentional
yeah.
program. This has been an intentional program by the Democrat Party. They have never stopped and they have never changed. They've only doubled down. And then they cry. They send their Democrat politicians out here like this guy to cry about it. But it's like it has been the explicit project of the Democrat Party for the last 70 years, if not longer, to do exactly this. To create an entire class of people that are utterly and completely reliant on the state. And
Yay.
don't get this twisted. African Americans were the trial run. They want to do that to as many people as possible.
Canary in the coal mine.
That was just like COVID was a trial run to see how complicit people would be in their own tyranny. The welfare and social support systems that Democrats enacted in the black community were a trial run to see if they could get everyone else totally and utterly subservient to the government. They've been doing this for nearly a freaking century. And if you count, Jekyll Island and the Fed, century. Let's finish this video and then
Not go out of our communities to be able to shop. We should be able to do all of this in our community.
Right here.
We deserve.
No, you don't deserve shit. You don't deserve shit.
When you go out and destroy
deserves
everything in
shit.
your own freaking community, you don't deserve shit, motherfucker.
You know what people deserve, Spoon? Do you know what everyone on this planet deserves?
A whooping.
Everyone on this planet deserves whatever they've put into something, right? And nothing else. Like, you don't just deserve to be handed shit for nothing.
Yeah, that's fucking God.
If you're gonna treat your community like trash and garbage and destroy it, well then you get what you fucking deserve. I'm sorry.
You remember that
It's
woman
just the harsh reality.
several years ago who just said, go into the suburbs, burn their shit down?
Oh, I know.
I
Yeah,
remember that. Or the one woman just said that, oh, we don't own shit.
Right.
Like, really, so we don't own shit. So the reason you burn it down is because you don't own it. So that tells me you don't respect other people's property. Do you think maybe there's a reason why people like Scott Adams wants to get the fuck away from you? It's because you don't respect anyone. You don't even respect your own shit. If you don't even respect your own stuff, why would you respect other people's? Like, there's a reason why, man, you want to...
I mean, it's just...
it's
not always true.
It's the European supremacy. It's very powerful these days. It is manufacturing and manifesting itself all around Western Europe and in America. I know what accent I'm doing, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's not always true, but it is a truism. That you
it's like
get
V
back...
if he had more testosterone.
That you get back what you put out into the world. And when you put out into the world violence and a lack of concern for your community, how can you expect to receive anything else but a lack of concern for your community? You have to you just stop voting for these people that get rid of the cops. I mean, and then you need to fix your own shit. White people can't do it for you. They just can't.
Yeah.
Let's finish this. No,
We deserve to be able to shop.
Yes, sir.
Work.
No.
Yes.
Play.
Work, play. One of the things that Walmart built that they've now had to close down was an employment center. Because they're gonna take the jobs away now too. Play. I mean, like. All right. I mean, I would hope so, but where? In the public parks that are full of homeless people shooting up heroin? You don't arrest them either, do you? Can't
to be fair, heroin addicts don't do much. They're kind of nodding off.
Or whatever. People, the drugs are full of people doing drugs and pissing all over the place. You can't send kids a public park in these cities.
Yes.
In our own community.
In agreement.
Wonder why?
Then you need to fix it for yourself. Then you need to fix it. Hasidas for 5 says, the Dindu clan of nothing blaming Walmart is victim blaming conflated with biting the hand that feeds you. Yeah, exactly. Junebug for 2 says, check out AK Nation News for true facts on Black... AK Nation News. I've not heard of them, but I will look into that. Lance for 5 says, right there, Black people always had a choice to take the poison pill. You get a pass on the first dose of trickery, but not after the 15th. Yeah, I mean, that is true. That's what I was saying at the end there, is that, like, at some point, You can't just keep blaming Whitey. Walmart has been sitting in these communities for 17 years, losing money, and just taking it to basically as a charity, right? And even now, you can't recognize that it's not. It's funny again. He started the speech and he talked about, what did he call them? Corporate outsiders or something? What was it?
It is on the corporate citizens.
The corporate citizens.
That's.
It's on the corporate citizens, is it?
I don't even know what the hell that means. That sounds like something some corporate Democrat would say.
It's not because of this? It's not because they're making TikToks about how, we're just gonna eating for free in Walmart. It's not, I don't know, is it maybe, Lamont, could it maybe be because of stuff like this? I've got a couple videos here.
So just out of curiosity, do you remember when Woodrow Wilson said there's a prejudice against people of color that's going to take 100 years to eradicate? Do you remember when he said this? This was in about 1910 something. That was over 100 years.
Yeah.
It turns out that he may have been correct. Which is kind of a messed up thing to say, but like you kind of look at it and go, well, yeah, maybe.
So again, these places haven't turned a profit in 17 years. Walmart announces that they're leaving. What does the community that needs these places so much do in response?
Loot them.
They went and looted them. Yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely trash.
We need to make Scott Adams a permanent fixture.
I mean, like, again, if you wanted to, like, say, please, Walmart, could you reconsider, like, there's politicians out here, we really want to try and make sure that you can become more profitable. So, no, of course they don't. They just go and loot it.
Every grocery store looks like this. Everything is either on the floor.
Hang on, I want to go back. What vegetables are left? Because, like,
broccoli.
It looks like celery.
On the floor.
Broccoli. It looks like broccoli and celery.
Everything green.
Some carrots, yeah. Cabbage.
Look at this. Can't even get no fucking food for my kids, G. Look at this. Came in the store to try
all the processed shit stolen.
To buy something because I'm not a thief. Look at this. In my hood, can't even get no food for my kids.
I mean, I do feel bad for this woman.
Then
but
move.
Most likely she's on government assistance. Her kids. Where's your husband?
You like the clip there at the side?
Yeah, I know. It's like, where's your husband? Is your husband?
Do you see who's on the right hand side?
I see what's.
Who's on the right hand side?
Who could that be?
It's Uncle Ruckus. God damn! Can you imagine the actor nowadays see this shit? Oh my fucking god! The shit he would say, man. And it's not even funny. It's just true.
Babies need milk.
No.
Babies also need a father.
The water's all there. Well, there's some Coke.
Kids, bro. I feel like an animal, and black people made me feel like an animal. Y'all did this to us.
I mean, she's right.
Yep.
Like, you can't blame Walmart for this. This woman can't go and get milk or food because they've ransacked the place. And by the way, in a month, it won't exist anymore. It'll be closed. So there won't be,
Yep.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the store. Look at this.
Looks like a fucking hurricane came through.
This is what we're fighting for. This is honoring George Floyd. People who already couldn't feed their kids, now they really can't feed their kids.
George Floyd was a junkie. He couldn't give a flying fuck about anyone.
I want to let her finish her sentence because it's just like, lady, I know you've been sold a real pile of bullshit about George Floyd, but before he died of an overdose, he had been in trouble for. You're talking about your kids here, lady? He put a gun up to a pregnant woman's stomach to rob her. So, when you're thinking of your kids, remember who George Floyd really was.
You had sympathy up until that point. And then
I still have sympathy for her, but she's been sold a pile of horse shit a mile high, and they.
So it doesn't mean you have to buy it.
All she probably hears, not from everybody around her. That's all she. I guarantee.
That really tells you that look at who black people look up to.
I know.
Like you just look up to scum pieces of shit. Whereas white people, look who we look up to.
I am so devastated.
We look
right
up to
now.
like Roman legionaries
This is
and
not-
emperors and Elon Musk and businessmen and people who actually did some shit. Not people whose only job it is to break shit or sing about fucking people or dealing drugs or shooting people.
I know.
I'm just saying European
have to
supremacy is
live
a
like
thing
this,
and
we
cultural
need to-
supremacy is absolutely a thing, and I will not apologize for the fact that our culture is better than built shit. Fuck off. Come at me. Fuck all of you. No, I don't care. I am not here to pander to your bullshit. I am here to tell the truth, and if you don't like it, don't watch me. Fuck off.
I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just
Not
saying, like,
you. I'm just saying, like, everyone in the audience. Like, if people think if you agree with me, press 1.
I think
So I know
that
who in the audience has a pair of balls and which one of you are mincy
Look,
little F words.
I do think blacks are absolutely capable. Black Americans are capable of building a better community, of building a
Really?
better society for themselves. I think they are capable of it, but
Remember when
It's-
Tommy
it'd be-
Sotomayor said the only reason why black people will end up building things is because you were slaves? Which is like insane, this thing to say, but like you see
Dang.
this kind of shit, it's like, you know when a black person says that shit,
when
it's like,
yeah,
damn.
yeah, okay, look, all right, if Tommy Sotomayor said it, I mean that's his take.
I'm amazed that video still has. It's
Yeah.
still up and it's got like millions of views. He straight up just said the only reason
Well,
you
the whole
black
chat
motherfucker
agrees
build
with you.
shit
The
is
whole chat
because-
agrees with
Yeah, but it's
But-
amazing that he just like straight up just says the only reason why you black motherfuckers are building is because you were enslaved by white people. It's like, damn, that's. Oh.
Aiden says she has sympathy, but is also notoriously bad judge of character. Yeah, I know. I still have sympathy for this woman.
This is the thing,
like,
okay?
She didn't do it on her own, right? She's not individually.
Aiden's
Yeah.
Aiden's fuse is very long. But when the fuse is gone, Aiden will fucking snap, probably as much as I would. I've heard it. I said to her, like, oh my god, you should hear what Dev said about this shit. He's like, no, I want to be nice. And then she watched it like, oh fuck this. I want
And
to
then
talk about it.
okay,
Like,
yeah,
ah,
we're gonna.
there
I
we go.
wasn't. I originally we were gonna watch a video from Dev about the.
I'm like, no, I'm
the
so proud of
Budweiser
her.
stuff, because when Spoon sent it to me, I was like, he's like, let's watch this tonight. And I said, oh, I don't want to like pick on Dev. I'm trying to like, chill things out with him and because I be friendly with him and stuff. And then I watched the
Oh,
video and I was
English
like, no,
loyalists,
I
you should
have to
follow me on
respond to
Twitter, by
this.
the way. Because I know
I have to respond.
I know I follow you on Twitter, but you don't follow my new account because
Oh,
my
right.
old account, my old Twitter
Yeah.
account got logged out, and I don't know any of the
Oh,
information.
right.
Yeah, and something I've noted because when I had old Twitter, like roughly about after Elon took over, the
Mm-hmm.
authentication, you needed a phone number. After like a certain period of time, it would just lock and say like, good, we've detected some suspicious activity. Identify that you're really human. Elon got rid of that because now it just asks you to follow like a checkpoint, like identify the 2 following things, or like pick a picture that has 2 identical things in it. And apparently you can't hack that. So the phone number thing is gone. Now you can just sign up with an email. I'm like, oh, thank fuck yes, Twitter.
Yeah, which is we'll be talking about the
Which is
hacking
great.
stuff with Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
But
Hold on, I'll send you a message on Twitter. Hold on.
yeah. Okay, well then I'll finish this video. I mean,
For shit like this all the
I just
time.
want to like
We
mostly
so
watch it so you can see
proud. We so
just how much devastation store. It's completely
Oh, yeah, yeah.
stripped of everything except for vegetables.
black and proud that we ain't gonna never be honest and be real about what's really going on.
Oh, I can't
Y'all are
DM
so
you. Oh,
wrong
fuck.
for this. You came in your neighborhood and fucked up your shit. I'm not a thief. I'm not coming in this store and stealing nothing.
You can post your Twitter in the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah, why don't I do... Yeah, okay, I'm being very slow today. Hold on.
It's okay. I actually sent it to. You should have.
Yeah, you don't follow me either.
Well, yeah, because it's a new account. Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
put it in the Discord because I don't know if you'll be able to.
It's in
Should
chat.
be.
It's just an app.
Oh no,
link.
yeah. I figured you'd have a wrench, but still.
And ain't nobody gonna turn me into
There it
no
is.
animal and make me feel like a thief. Y'all let them white folks send y'all off once again.
You know what'll
Look at all
help
this
you,
shit
young
on the
lady,
floor.
if you don't speak like a
Look
black
at all
person.
this on the floor. Everything. Everything's on the floor. Tissue. We couldn't even find tissue less than 2 months ago, and now it's on the floor.
I do notice that there's a lot of vegetables left,
Yeah, I wonder
but not a
why.
lot of.
We got plenty of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah.
I'm not finna pick through this shit.
Well, maybe you should if you're trying to feed your kids. Get some of the fresh vegetables. Here's another thing that happened in a Walmart. I don't think I can actually show that. Sorry. I think I'll get in trouble when you showing that.
Why?
Because it's violence.
Oh.
But
I call it urban zooing.
Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says, "Have you seen Dr. Randomer Cam's latest
Can you
video
pin
satirizing?"
my message?
Oh yeah, hang. Let me.
And then people want to.
Yes, that's Spoon's at.
That's my
Satirizing
new
Elon's satirizing Elon's interview with that tosser from the BBC Pure Gold. No, I haven't seen his video. I mean, I think we watched.
For a second, I thought someone with a swastika followed me. I'm like, fucking Jesus.
We certainly watched. I believe we watched the video of him actually talking to that guy. Because wow, what a moron! Elon completely stumped that dude. June Book for Two says, "Join AK Nation News sometime. You might like him." Yeah, I'll check him out. Check him out. English Loyalist says, "Yeah, you know what's most messed up about all of this? They will move to our communities next because it's safe, has jobs." I don't really think so. How can they? They can't afford to. The whole point is to keep people on the government dole as much as possible.
Yep.
And it's to create, basically, to create a ghetto where these people are stuck on it, inside of it forever. They can never leave. Or leaving is really, really hard. And it's not encouraged for them to work hard within their own communities. They just say, just ask the government for more money. and
then they wonder why there's inflation. Yeah, it's almost like printing mass amounts of money will fuck up your currency value.
Economy? Yeah.
Mm.
Gary Thomas for 5 says, if you go to Hispanic and Asian neighborhood in Chicago, they have a Walmart. They also have their own stores. Funny how that works. Exactly. I've been to Chicago a couple times, but I've not hung around Chicago a lot. But it's that way in every city. If you go to Hispanic neighborhood, they have Walmarts, but they also have, their own grocery stores. Particularly specific, both Hispanic and Asian neighborhoods have a lot of their own groceries. This does not happen in Hispanic and Asian neighborhood. This is endemic in the Black community. And that woman, you can tell, she kind of gets it, but it hasn't, when she's walking through the Walmart, she hasn't totally, crystallized in her head that this isn't, white people didn't do this. And voting for Democrats isn't going to fix it. Voting for soft on crime isn't going to fix it. Hasahapa for 5 says, "Seriously, this is what happens when nobody is able/allowed to discipline children." I think it's more than that, but that's part of it. Also, you don't get to demand open buy. Yeah, I know. The demands are ridiculous. And it's just, here's your incumbent mayor of Chicago.
That's how they can eat?
The real answer is, how do we make sure, the question is, how do we make sure that people can eat? Look, no one is going to condone, behavior that quite frankly,
can I
speaks
just
to a level.
Pause for a second. You see, when I hear this clip, the Austrian economist in me is like, oh my god, I hate the fact that no one knows basic economics.
I know.
My good god, why? Sorry, go on.
Of desperation.
So you're not condoning looting?
I'm saying that people are acting out of desperation.
What? First, just say I denounce looting. Say I don't condone looting. How are they acting out of desperation? The Walmart's still open, by the way. And it would have been able to stay open if it had been able to turn a profit in 17 years. Why were all 4 of those Walmarts not able to turn a profit in 17 years?
Because,
asking out of desperation, maybe if there were police who would arrest people for looting and stealing and shoplifting, the stores could have turned a profit.
No, it's not that the lack of economics is intentional, it's that they can't do numbers. The only time there's numbers involved with these people is when it measures years in jail.
Oof. But, it's this guy's another, soft on crime lunatic.
I'm gonna go heavy today.
Okay, I see.
So, if you think Spoon's gonna go one of these days, it's my time of the month.
If I had known it was that kind of day, I would have. I don't know if we're streaming. Well, I don't think so, but
you can always get rid of the stream afterwards if it gets that bad.
I guess. But I don't like having to do that.
Go hard bastard on here.
But look, I'll try to
Metalhead Spoon.
I'll try to be the more calm side then.
Oh hell no! You're gonna be good cop in this bitch.
I'm gonna play good cop. Look, there's no cops in Chicago, so someone's got to be a cop in this, you know.
Why?
No, I'm just like I'm furious about this shit too. I mean, just the utter and total lack of accountability is so ludicrous. While he's still refusing to condemn looting, they're doing it out of survival. Excuse me, what was missing in that Walmart? It was all kinds of stuff, but was it the fruits and vegetables? Healthy food?
No pants, baby said, I bet something else Austrian stirs inside spoon. Yeah, the desire for culture. Not so much the purging. That's
Yeah.
That's a conversation for another day that I can't
Be worse,
obviously put
cop.
up on YouTube. Be worse, cop. Aiden can't outbase me.
No. I have a couple times.
I'd like to see her try.
I have a couple times outbased you on certain things.
If you get me and Bill in the room, oh my god.
Yeah,
that
then
is-
Bill outbases you. Bill outbases everybody. But yeah, they're doing it out of. If they're doing it out of desperation, why is all of the fresh fruit and
They're
vegetables?
not doing it out of desperation, doing it because they
No.
won't be held accountable, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I guarantee. And that woman was walking through the grocery department, but I bet if she walked over to the electronics section, that was picked bone dry. The clothing picked bone dry. Still plenty. I mean, it was basically still overflowing with fresh fruits and veg. So if they're stealing out of desperation to feed themselves, why are they not stealing fruits and vegetables? They're stealing like pre-made frozen food and, you know, like rotisserie chickens that are sitting there. I'm not saying that out of, but that's like, seemed to be the kind of areas that had been stolen from. The pre-prepared food, not fresh fruit and veg that are healthy.
What's that plane flying across my window?
I bet it's probably like I bet there's plenty of rice and beans and like shelf-stable foods and cans of stuff like that. I bet even that's still there.
You mean basically things that people need to know how to cook?
Things that are essential foods. You know? That if you were really stealing out of desperation, you would be stealing. Not the freaking pizzas, right?
We don't want a society that is acting out of desperation, but you have to pay attention to the cries that people have.
So
By
you're
ignoring
not
that,
condoning looting.
there's no way to
Because he won't say it, that means he is, right? That's what you can draw out of this. He's saying they're doing it out of desperation, so yes, he is condoning looting. He won't say he's not, that means he is.
to embrace that. What I'm saying is you can't condone the looting that corporations continue to do every single day.
Blaming Walmart.
Do you see what I mean by
Blaming Walmart.
that you can't do economics? How do they loot you?
Blaming
They provide you a
Walmart.
service. You can either go there or not. Like it's not being forced upon you, you moron.
So is Walmart's just supposed to give them the food for free is what you're saying. Well, guess what? That's what they've been doing for 17 years. You want to bring that up? That Walmart was essentially doing that, giving things away for 17 years because they were operating at a loss?
These people have no morals.
Never
man.
enough.
You do realize
Never
that, right?
enough. Of course not. No, not one iota of a moral.
No, morals
When
is
they
a
take
fight
tax
thing.
dollars from black, brown,
That's
white,
not true. But like,
Really?
absolutely not.
I disagree. I think morals is a white thing.
No, absolutely not.
I think Christianity is a white religion, and in order for
there are
that
many
guilt to
black
kick
people
in,
who are Christian.
and where does it? And where does that come from?
There's probably more per capita, probably more black Christians in the United States now than white Christians.
With this kind of behavior?
I'm saying in terms of the actual like percentage wise.
And they don't really have so much
group.
good morality. You think these young people that fuck up Chicago?
These aren't inner city shitholes. I'm talking about like in the South, you know.
Yeah, but the South don't have this freaking problem. Those blacks are based.
They
They have morals if they come from the white people.
Like the blackest city in America is Atlanta. I mean, like, look, Atlanta's not a like great place to live, but where do we see this shit happening? California, New York, Chicago.
Yeah, Democrat
Northern
cities.
and West Coast Democrat mega zones, right? Not so much in Atlanta. I mean, yeah, again, Atlanta's not great, right? But it's better than this. where there's still some semblance of black families, black Christian identity.
white folks all over the city of Chicago so that they can turn a profit.
Do you know?
What a loser, dude.
Also, do you know how they turn a profit? They provide you a service, and then you buy the stuff. You know what the term buy means, right? It means you don't jack shit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hodgfin's video.
Oh god! Now the reason we're playing the Hodgfin's video, two reasons: A, it's funny, and I'm gonna laugh,
Yeah.
and B, there's copious amounts of the N-word, which I can't say, but they're gonna say it for me.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my.
Oh my goodness, we're actually gonna do that for once. My god, we're on the ball today, aren't we?
I know. Look.
What's up, Kevin? Keith?
All right. Tell me when you got it up.
Yeah, I got up. Yeah, we can go.
All right, let's go.
I got a new show for y'all. A damn good show. Chicago, Chicago, Chicago. I love it. I love it. I love it. Must watch TV in Chicago. Hey, white people, let's just sit back and enjoy the show. They had this shit coming. Y'all got it coming. I'm just gonna sit back. Man, they should turn Chicago into a reality show.
I mean, it basically is, isn't it?
Got a name for it. Call it Niggas in Chicago. It's a spin on a plane.
I've made this. I made this one black guy on Twitter. He basically like a whole bunch of scenario about like black behavior and white liberal behavior, and said like, how do we solve this? I said, get all these people and just put them in California, wall it off, and turn it into a reality TV show, and get everyone who earns over $1.5 million. They cannot leave the city or leave the state of California for about a year.
Oh yeah, I'd love that.
And then see how it turns out. And he he instantly liked it. Like yeah, there you go. Why don't we do that?
Well, that's the plot of Escape from LA and Escape from New York.
Yeah, so why not try that?
let's try it in real life. Perfect. Slasher
Great.
for 11 Canadian says. Slasher for 11 Canadian says, when improving yourself or lot in life is labeled as acting white and gets you ostracized. Yeah, and then everyone like that leaves the community and doesn't
that
stay
should
open
tell you
businesses
something.
like grocery.
That they see self-improvement as a
acting
white
white.
trait.
Right. And I mean, like, that's a social community thing that black people have to work on. White people can't fix that for you. And I mean, but therein lies the problem, is that when black people act white, get their shit together, then they get called Uncle Toms, they get called, race traitors, and then they leave. And they don't want anything to do with those communities because then they actually do better themselves and they leave.
I find, just from a sort of observational point of view, I find that bizarre. Because if you just look at just from an economic perspective, blacks are the lowest on the economic ladder for obvious reasons, right? So how is it that if you get these people to then move away from their own communities, they're liked by everybody else? That to me is so fucking weird that your own will give you shit for moving away from the bottom of the ladder. That is bizarre to me.
It's a crab bucket mentality, right? Where
misery loves company.
What?
Misery loves company.
Right, yeah. It's like you're not allowed to escape from this crab bucket. You have to be down in here in the mud with us.
This is something that I've, just from an outside perspective, I've never been able to understand this. Why is it that this behavior by blacks is called acting white, but literally every other foreigner that goes to America does the same thing, but no one ever accuses them of being white? It's like, it's just normal behavior. Why is it only blacks call this white? It's really, really weird.
Because it's always
no one accuses Asians of acting white. They're just like
because it's always easier to not take accountability, particularly when there's an entire wing of the hang on. Particularly when there's an entire wing of the government that tells you that this particular community is targeted with messaging from the Democrats that tells them that all of their problems in life are because of racism. All of them. Every single problem is because of racism.
That tells me you're not very smart.
They don't say that as much to the other groups. They'll say it a little bit, but Asian people don't buy into it, and Hispanics really don't buy into it either because Hispanics are too Christian to buy into
that tells me
other shit the Democrat Party
you're not very clever. If this works on you for 60 years, it tells me your group is not very bright. Like Charles Barkley said, you've been voting Democrat for the last 60 years. Black people are still poor. Yeah, like, it doesn't take a genius to look at that. Why have you done the same thing for over 60 years and it hasn't gotten you shit? Like, at some point, you have to realize that, maybe you're not very clever. Maybe you don't have the capacity of introspection. Maybe you need not democracy, because it turns out to be kind of shit when you get morons who vote for the same fucking thing over and over and over again.
Okay, Spoon. Well, then I don't really want to ask this question, but what do you do?
You
and I would like to... Which is what? Sorry?
What was it? Was it in Jacksonville, where the rate was so high the murder rate was so high that they said like you can no longer vote for some of the local like law enforcement, and they just said like, no, we're gonna get representatives to decide for you because the crime is so fucking high.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
it just screws you up. Like, yeah, eventually it's gonna get to the point people go, we are sick of this. The people are too stupid, so they're gonna get representatives to take action because when you leave it in the hands of the people, they just vote for dumb shit.
Again, like both you and
That's
I,
eventually
we're
gonna
monarchists.
happen.
Well, we're monarchists, so we don't agree with voting in general. But
No.
this is what happens.
We
'Cause,
favor
like,
a strong
let's-
executive.
If we're gonna continue to exist under a democratic republic, right? Which the vast majority of people in the United States would like, I think, even though I'm not sure they would if they thought about it too hard. But if we're going to maintain the democratic republic, what do you do when you have 13% of the population where a significant portion of them just seemingly like cannot pull themselves up by the bootstraps, cannot get outside of this?
Well, also, Fubar, I'm not saying that there's always a smarter person that can fix everything, although in reality that actually is the case. It's more the case of you just want the stupid people to shut up. It's not that you need smart people, it's just you need competence. And you just don't get that in democracy, because when you vote for democracy...
It's popularity.
Yeah, it's popularity. You don't vote for competence. Like, how many people... Like, why the hell do you think Trump was elected? Because politicians... No, but it's because politicians suck. It's because they wanted a businessman. They're like, we do not want a politician because politicians have their own incentive.
But
and
he
Trump's
was also charismatic and popular. That was a lot of it too.
And he also didn't give a shit.
But when these people can vote, they will vote for people like Lamont Robinson. And Lamont Robinson will do everything in his power to be softer and softer on crime, and then goes and complains when he gets, he gets what he asked for.
Yeah.
Is that the Walmart leaves. And, when the people are basically seemingly incapable after 60, 70 years of making good decisions for themselves under a democratic system, I think it's time to say maybe democracy doesn't work in this instance. I don't believe in democracy, that democracy works at all. But I think what we're seeing in the Black community in the United States is certainly endemic of that. Hot Coldman just removed all welfare. That would certainly be
that'll be a good start.
That would be a really good
politically. That is like insane.
That's suicide.
Difficult to do. Yeah,
you'd never be able to.
No one would ever be able to run like, I'm going to get rid on welfare and run.
You would never.
Look at Trump right now. Trump is constantly bashing anyone who's tried to remove any entitlement programs.
Yeah,
you don't think it's quite weird? Like, Republicans always run against that, and then Trump is the one running on it. It was really weird. I was reading a book on it, and they said, like, what Clinton was able to do is to sell the idea that welfare is, like, a family thing, and Trump is doing the same thing that Clinton did in the 90s.
Yeah, well, he's...
And
to be...
kind of weird.
To be fair, I agree with at least what... I think Trump actually is doing it as a... I also think Trump actually is doing it as a family thing. The economy is so much shit right now, it really is hard for people to start families.
Yeah.
And the reality is that the people who want to start families but can't are going to be people who vote Republican and who are going to instill Republican conservative values.
Do you still have that clip of what he said about the houses?
Which clip?
That's a good fucking clip. He basically showed like what is the American dream, like owning a house, and he just held up like a sign that just says, "Look at the housing," and then look, here's Obama took office, and then just shoots down. Like
that's in our DM somewhere, but I didn't have it in the show.
Yeah,
but but it's like, I think that is accurate. Like the Democrats have been pretty explicit. They don't want to have children. They castrate children. They don't want more people. They are. The WEF, we need to reduce the number of the population. They're like actively a little bit pro, and I'm going to I have something on that later too. Actually, you know what? I want to watch this Hodgson video. I'll get into that in a minute though. But like the Democrats are destroying themselves population wise. But for the people who do want to have children, I do understand where Trump is coming from. It being like, hey, if you want to have a family, you basically can't afford to because the economy is in the gutter. So his sort of social welfare is it's really, really targeted that he's proposing is really targeted to helping people buy a home and helping people have children, and not to stay on it for forever, right? Not because that's what the leftist welfare is that this is your lifetime. You're on the dole. You sign up with us forever.
I think
I don't like the government spending money on shit like that, but I at least am more in favor of Trump's than Democrat option.
I think Coleman just saying remove all welfare is as much of a pipe dream as install a king. I think installing a king is more likely than removing welfare. I think there's more of a chance...
This is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream political channel, so, why not both? Like, I think if you installed a king, he would remove welfare, but,
Like, I don't think it's that much of a freaking pipe dream. If you say to someone, like, 8 years ago, Trump would be president, no one would think you are. Like Michael Malice said this. If you said to people 8 years ago, what is more likely, Trump becoming president or Texas seceding from the Union? What do you think is more likely?
Hang on, there's a great quote that I have about this. But yeah,
Texas seceding, obviously.
It's from my monarchy... really good quote. I think it was in the monarchy script. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here it is. I can't remember where I largely took this quote from, but let's.
No, I don't believe that monarchy is only lasting as long as there's a homogenous nation. Basically, if you have a king who can just hold the reins.
Right.
Because a lot of this, like, I'm starting to realize this is this is sort of Molbug's overarching point, is that a lot of the shit that you have right now only has credibility because the power dynamic is what generates capital, because it is a democracy. Whereas if you basically, none of the shit that you have now has any clout, and so if you remove the capacity for what generates clout in your apparatus by removing democracy, you wouldn't have any of this dumb shit. Like, if you look at the stuff that people advocate for to get into power, like, especially in the democratic apparatus, on the DNC side, would any of these people advocate for any trans shit in a million fucking years if it wasn't for the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
No, never. So the only reason they do it is to get into fucking power.
I've read this before.
Bollocks.
It said, similar to how it may sound absurdist, someone like myself advocate for the benefits of antiquated monarchists in the New World, with the very word evoking imagery of cartoon villains and visions of the decadence of Marie Antoinette. So too would it have seemed absurdist to raise the topic of a return to a monarchic system with a Roman living during the Pax Romana of 80 AD, even though at that time Rome had known many systems of government. Because Americans have only known our one system, we struggle to envision a side of it that is not also anti-American. And yet, as I've explicated, then I go on Friedman later, please for a second, but if we were to skip ahead to a Roman 200 years later, or go back to Rome 200 years later and speak with a descendant of the aforementioned Roman in 280 AD, he would still scoff at the idea of a Roman monarchy and insist his state is a republic. After all, they have a senate, although they also have an imperator, which means general, and a princeps, which means first man. The fact that these words sound like emperor and prince are merely coincidences of language. The idea that a monarchy could take hold in Rome would be as ridiculous to him as it would be his ancestor, just as it is in America. That would be, except, of course, until we revisit him just a few years later after Diocletian enacted a series of reforms which deprived the Senate of all power over the emperor, and then ruled as a near absolute monarch. Yeah. So I bring up that line because it's like, things seem so fixed. Like, that is an insane pipe dream that can never happen. I guarantee that, again, you ask a Roman in 80 AD, they're like, no way, we're never going back to a monarchy. You ask them in 280 AD, and they're like, no way. And then, like, 290, and boom, Diocletian, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
like, oh, shit, we have a monarch now. I think I was reading one of Molbug's chapters, chapter 3 in his progressive book, An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives, and he talks about Corner Man, which is basically just a guy who just smashes the shit out of somebody's fucking blue Chrysler. And he just said, like, if you look at sort of like the Democratic Revolution, specifically like post-1910 America, and then you look at the world now, he said, like, if you were to look at 1920s San Francisco to 2023's San Francisco, what do you think our ancestors would think? What happens if you took someone from, like, 1920 San Francisco and you beamed them in like fucking Terminator?
I don't think anyone from 1920s would even be able to recognize.
Exactly, that's my point, because it looks like fucking scenes from RoboCop, for God's sakes.
Well, I don't think they would recognize it even as like a functional state? Democratic republic.
Yes, because they would look at it and go, "What in the name of God have you done? Like, what hell future have I been into?" Yeah, because that's how they would look at it. And this is the thing that I think people don't seem to recognize, because like Molbug said, you're looking at the world from inside the democratic revolution. If you look at sort of the world like pre-1700, you'll realize that the way the world is governed now is like a minuscule fraction of how the world used to be governed for literally fucking centuries. And people can't conceptualize that world So when you look at like this is how the world could be if you didn't have this shit, like that doesn't, people look at all the stuff we have around us and go, oh, this is because of democracy. Like no, this is in spite of democracy. This is not because of democracy. The shit that you have right now is
a product.
Yeah,
it's a feature, not a flaw, right?
No, I would say it's in spite of the crap that you have right now. If you look at like how the world was run versus how it could be run, holy shit, the world would look drastically better than it does now. Because the world right now is a fucking dung heap compared to what it could be. But because they can't see that, because they don't know what life is like now, they don't know what it's like in the future, so they can't conceptualize anything outside of what they can see.
Right.
This is why you have to read like old shit. If you read like older books or like even like 1920s or 30s thought, there's a reason why people tell you not to read that old shit is because you read it and you look at the world now, you go, fuck me, a lot of the warnings that they write about has happened.
It's the myth, and Scrum talks about this a lot, but it's this myth of the progressive march through history, right?
History.
Which is that Wake history, which is that it always is going to get better, and there are a lot of people who seemingly believe that. And I have a 4chan post.
They're not very smart people, by the way.
Which I'll just read because it's very similar to. Finally, it's very similar to what I wrote, but then there's a 4chan post. And it says, every smug cosmopolitan shitlib and malicious subverter has no choice but to insist that every waking moment for the last 100,000 years before was before Marvel movies, pride parades, and social... It's not a tweet, it's a...
Can you put it up on the screen, or is it too...
Yeah. I'll have to share my... I don't know how much of this you want to watch of the Hodgins. I just thought it'd be funny to take a little break because they covered it. Watch them. But...
you can share your screen.
I'd rather people actually go watch their video.
We can do both.
Well, rather than just watch the whole thing.
Because people want to hear us laugh and do funny shit.
Let me make sure I have. It's because I have. Yeah. Okay.
Every time I see that person, I just think of Busch.
Every smug cosmopolitan shitlip and malicious subverter has no choice but to insist that every waking moment for the last 100,000 years before Marvel movies, pride parades, and social media was literal hell on earth, and that any appearance or suggestion of a happier existence was propaganda or some veneer to hide the fact that everyone really wanted to drink piss and take cocks up the ass, but the church wouldn't let them. They projected the absolutely insane levels of evil, corruption, distrust, and spiritual emptiness of their time and tell you that every other time before today was the same but worse. It's all they have because the world of their creation has little positive qualities by itself, and they don't want you imagining a better because it often requires their removal. At least removal of the ideas.
That's incredibly base. It is also really true.
It's so true. So many people. I see so many people who have this exact mentality that it's like, yeah, but we have the internet and movies and video games, and it's like, okay, but we're spiritually void.
Yes, we have nothing but consumerism and trying to blitzkrieg our senses into orbit. I think people would realize, if you took away materialism, you people would go insane.
There's so many people who, I'm amongst them. I don't know if I...
You people would be so depressed and suicidal because your dopamine is gone.
I mean, I'm completely addicted to the internet, and that, like, Bill can tell you, I always have to, and I've been that way my entire life. I need noise. Like, I need to hear somebody talking. I've been that way ever since I was a kid. Like, I just need to hear somebody talking.
I would lift a lot of heavy shit.
I've been that way ever since when I was 3, I wasn't lifting a lot of heavy shit. But ever since I was a little kid, I've needed to have the TV on to go to sleep. I don't care what it is. I need to hear the voice of another human being.
Were you just out of curiosity, were you that kid that could hear the static of the television?
Oh, I hear everything.
Or like when the television was like on standby, you could hear like the slightest hiss.
Yeah.
And no one else in your house could hear but you.
Yeah.
Okay, you and I had the same childhood then, because I was also that kid. Like, I could hear the television's on, even if there's nothing on, but just, like, there's that slight, incredibly high-pitched hiss that, like, only I can hear.
Yeah.
I can still hear it.
I have to have some kind of noise. Otherwise, like, I have to sleep. Otherwise, I have to sit around with just my thoughts, and that's awful. So...
I still remember that. There's a time when I think I was still at school, my parents went away for like a month to South Africa, and I was at home, and I'd always gone to bed with the screen on, and the power went out, and this was like 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, by the way. And I realized that the entire place is dark, and I don't know what it felt like to fall asleep in darkness for like over a year. And I was like, I don't know how to fall asleep anymore. I'm like, okay, this is fucked up.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't
probably
fall asleep without a light. Like that's weird.
I
I had to train myself to sleep again.
I wonder if I could even get over it because I've literally lived my entire life that way. I've always had some kind of screen. I've always or radio or something, some kind of noise, just some kind of noise. And my dad was like that too. And he was even when my dad was growing up, he'd have a radio on all night.
I can still hear that noise now, by the way.
Yeah.
I've heard people say, "Oh, that you lose that sense over the age of 27." Like, no, you fucking don't, because I can still hear it, and I'm over 27, so bollocks to that.
Yeah, I can still hear it. Let's get back to the Hodgkins.
Yeah.
I guess I got a lot of stuff tonight. I want to try to get.
All right.
A spit off.
It's just a little bit of have some fun.
Niggas in Chicago. Hey.
It'll be on TMZ.
Have that same type of feeling, everything. Yeah. hey. So seriously, I'm. You know how snakes was going up to people. Dude, like, no. This time you show nigga coming up to you, be like, no. All right, man. Let's get serious, man. And there's been some videos going around and went viral. I mean, this has been something that's been going on in Chicago. This is nothing new. There's always been where the teenagers take over the city. Yeah. It's countless videos on YouTube 5-10 years ago. Yeah, it's been happening in LA too. I mean, this is nothing new, but it's getting.
Yeah, I had some other videos of it, but since we're watching this, I don't know if I'll.
I
I
have a name for the show.
What? Let me see. Hang on. Jump to present. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good.
I mean, that's like it's a literary reference.
But if you're not aware, it's not just the lootings in the Walmart. Chicago it's just like roaming gangs. They're saying of mostly teenagers, but I've seen some pretty old looking teenagers in there. They're just going around and looting everything and just starting riots in the streets. You know why, right? Because it's warm. They have no real reason to be doing it. It's just that they've been taught now that every time it gets warm, you go out and riot. Because they've been doing it for the last 6 years. They don't have any cause, but they're still doing it.
Also, Crusader asks Errol asks, would these two count as black in South Africa? No, if they were in South Africa, they'd be called coloureds. I know that's a very offensive term to you Americans, but to us it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. In South Africa, they would be colours. Like, it's really weird to me that like they get called black. I'm like, you were, to me, like, just as South African, like, you're coloured, you're not black.
Well, I mean, you have a different perspective on it.
VJ Singh is black. These two motherfuckers, now you are coloured. So that's what we say. Chicago.
Play it. You click a button.
Oh god, that's good. Chicago. That's really fucking good.
I've always called it Chirac, but yeah.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse, man. Yeah, let's go to the videos. Give y'all some context.
Okay, yeah.
But young people were coming from all ways.
You do realize if Iraq behaved like this, you would get fucking.
Yeah, Iraq is way safer probably than Chicago.
Running from group to group through the streets. Police
oh my god,
look at this.
I know.
Like, it's just like
she's with a fucking like Ronald McDonald clown orange hair just twerking on top of a car.
Can I say something horribly racist?
Beyond parody. Yeah, whatever.
Like, I have seen.
Yeah, this is MAGA country.
I have seen legitimate baboons who behave with more civility than this, like in the wild. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, you see them if you drive.
This behavior
in South
is
Africa.
so bizarre.
Yeah, like, legitimately, I have seen, like, if you drive in South Africa, you'll get certain, like, if you drive the mountains, there'll be literal signs on the roadside, like, do not feed the baboons or the monkeys, because you literally see them. If you drive up, they'll be, like, in packs. And they don't do this kind of shit. Although I have seen a bunch of monkeys steal right out of a car.
I really want to know why. I mean, like, it is, like, just some kind of very, like, base sort of signaling sexuality, right? Of just like, why? I mean, why is she doing this? I guess she just wants some guy to come up behind her and hump her. I don't understand this. I fundamentally don't understand this behavior. I've spent my entire adult life studying human psychology, and I can't even fucking begin to explain them. I don't have a theory. I don't have literature. I have no idea besides raw animalistic sex urges as to why someone would do this.
bitch on the
manage
car.
traffic as kids.
Yeah, they jumped this white girl. Yeah. Man, I don't get that. I don't get it. That is crazy.
Like, that's legitimately something I've seen baboons do.
Yeah.
Like, literally
Basra-
go into... I'm not kidding. I've literally seen baboons go into somebody's car. I've seen them jack... because the old days you used to be able to pull the radio out of the thing because there used to be a handle on it. Those old days. And the other one is... they jacked the... I think I've seen that on a video. They jacked somebody's hubcap. I don't know why. But, like, this is like shit monkeys do.
You know, they'll say that's really racist. I'm not saying that because they're black. I'm saying that because
That's offensive to monkeys, by the way.
It's not because they're black. It's because the behavior is animalistic. Like, I'm sorry. There's no other word that I can think of to more accurately describe it. Philip Daniels says Basra in Iraq was one of the world's important ports in the early 19th century. Guess what happened that ruined it following millennium? What, Islam?
Herd enrichment.
They would have already been Islamic in the 9th century. So I'm not sure what ruined Basra. I don't know.
Somebody's car and just...
Look, there's one white person there.
Would they have
God.
been Islamic by the 9th? Yeah, probably.
jumped on it. What kind of car?
It was shiny, yeah, it's probably right.
Used to be nice. Yeah, until the niggas got a hold of it. Well, at least they got their pants pulled up. This is crazy.
I mean, it's just...
Hold on.
Dude got some tight ass shorts on. He look gay as hell in them shit.
It's just barbarism. There's no other word for this. I mean, it's... And
21st century humans.
They don't have... Like, there's no cause. Like, in the past, this kind of behavior, they've been like, oh, well, they're rioting because they're protesting, police violence, or Trump. Well, Trump's not in office. There was that shooting the other day, but it was after this, actually.
The only time you get shit like this is like in early 20th century revolutions.
But they're not. They don't have any cause that even the government and the news and other government.
Bored.
Yeah, the news can't even create. They don't know what to say. Why they're doing it? They're doing it because they're bored and they've been taught it's okay. Because again, what's going to happen to them? No consequences for this action whatsoever. It's in Chicago. They at worst they might get arrested and then immediately released. There's nothing dissuading them from just acting like absolute animals. And again, that's not because they're black, but that's what this
no, they're
behavior's...
not acting white. Acting white requires a father.
Hey, look, they lit the damn car.
Fuck you, I'm not apologizing for that.
Yeah. What happened to the people? I guess the people that own Don't worry, they got insurance. Insurance gonna take care of everything.
Unironically, that's the fucking argument that the left makes every time shit like this happens. You're like, oh, they've got insurance.
Do you understand that you pay more insurance if you claim?
If you're... What? Also, what an insane argument that everybody else should have to foot the bill for you just breaking stuff? I mean, what if there could be, personal attachment to this property, memories, or just, they could have things in it that have personal value that nothing could possibly replace. Money could never rebuy. None of that freaking matters to these people. They're just destroying businesses. And some of those, the insurance companies they're not able to even, oftentimes the insurance companies will not cover this kind of damage.
Yeah.
So, no, don't just say, the left says it every time, insurance. No, very often the insurance companies will not cover this stuff. And they're being less and less willing to cover it as it keeps getting more and more expensive. Yeah, insurance usually doesn't cover riots. Nah. Stop with that, but my insurance. They'll say that for Walmart. Walmart's really rich. Walmart's got insurance. Not to cover this kind of stuff.
Urban zoology.
So it's the same car.
I wonder if you can lead these people away or to some peaceful resolution if you drove a giant truck with a KFC logo on the side.
Bro.
What? There was an advert about that.
I mean,
you want to try that?
You want to try that social experiment? You want to get inside the van and drive it through a riot like this? They're just gonna attack the van and knock it over and steal what they can.
There's an 18-wheeler and it's reinforced.
I think I've seen them knock over 18-wheelers before these kind of protests. Yeah. I
Also,
think I have
everyone in
seen
the
them,
chat
yeah.
right now is gonna go like, as soon as they hit the joke, they're gonna fucking hell, Spoon's in a fucking bender this evening.
Yeah, they torched it. Oh man,
There was a cricket advert like that several years ago, the Australian one.
Okay, Zero Fucks has got the idea that the KFC Killdozer. There you go. KFC Killdozer.
Oh god. I have weird images in my
I
head right
thought
now.
was diversity was a strength.
So Colonel Sanders is apparently not chicken, it's a military rank.
Hey, what a white people I can't find no white people in this.
Her husband were attacked in their cars. They waited for a light to change.
The guys are jumping in my car. My husband go to the hospital
What did they do?
because the guys I put in their face.
I like how Latinos talk English. Because my wife's family is Latino. And I like how the accent, like we're doing, they punch me in the face, in the face. They punch me in the face. Yeah,
Aw,
they be missing
poor woman.
letters when they talk. Yeah, but you still understand what the hell they say. But man, that is horrible. And they did that to a brown person, man. And y'all saw on camera those damn savages attack that white girl, man. Hey, now, okay, that's a hate crime.
Yeah,
Just
I
imagine
didn't have that in the
everybody-
show because I didn't think we could play it. But there was a white woman who was like viciously attacked in Chicago as a part of all this, and no one did anything over nothing. They just beat the shit out of her for no reason. Well, because she's white. I guess that's enough reason.
If this video was filled with white people, this should be all over CNN, MSNBC. These white people. God forbid you see a group or a pack of white men jump a black girl. Oh man, this be frontline news, man. Yeah, but white people don't behave like that. You know, I'm sure they do. They do. Gotta be. And they're not perfect. Just ain't no videos, huh? I just don't have any evidence. I'm sure white people act like this, but I can't find it.
I mean,
Baby,
a
you can't
leftist
find
would
it.
say,
This is-
a leftist would say Jan 6, Jan 6, Jan 6. But the worst thing that happened on Jan 6 in terms of like what they did there was somebody shit on a desk.
Basically, they pulled a Cartman.
Yeah, which is like, I mean,
It's
that's
funny.
gross. But it's one person took a poopy on a desk.
That's pretty
The rest
funny,
of them
though.
walked through it inside the cordoned off line. They just like they were on a little tour. That was a like 99% of them.
Yeah, that should tell you something. If I remember,
Those stole
Norm
Nancy
Macdonald
Pelosi's
put a photo up
podium.
on it, and he just like, look at these are your rioters. They're walking neatly in a straight line. These are not rioters. These are like
Yeah,
lost
exactly.
tourists. This is ridiculous.
It really was. It still is.
Yeah.
They still hold that. It's you know worse than 9/11.
Even though they were
This is-
screeching
this
like
is
autistic
systemic rape.
morons the second
I-
that Tucker Carlson put it on Fox News.
Oh, I know. Of course. No, you're not. How dare you, Tucker? You're not allowed to show what actually happened. It
Yeah.
ruins our narrative.
He says, we only got videos of black people doing it. This is wrong.
It's to paint a bad picture on black
It's to
people.
paint a bad picture on black folks. You know who set all this up?
What?
Probably a bunch of white racist people.
So it was the white man all
Man,
along.
you can't find white people behaving like this. Man, you can't find Asians. Yeah, Asians. You can't find Indians with the red dot, not the Native American. No, they big in the education. Yeah. Can't find Japanese. Yeah, you can't
Hispanics,
find- I'm
you
sure it happens.
I mean, like, even Hispanics, you don't see this kind of stuff. And Hispanics tend to be, I say even Hispanics, because Hispanics tend to be, lower socioeconomic status in the United
Yeah,
States, which
very
is when
strong
every time the
nutrition.
left, but every time the left talks about this, they say, oh, this is happening because they're low SES. Well, Hispanics tend to be low SES as well. They tend to go up in SES the more years they live here and more generations have lived here, which has not happened with the African. But a lot of Hispanic communities are very low SES, and yet I've never seen anything like this happen in a Hispanic.
Yeah.
But not as prevalent as in the yeah. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me say this. The Chicago mayor, she had something to say. Oh, she did? Yeah, Chicago mayor. I hope she steps up and say something smart for once. Yeah, well,
Good luck with that.
Here we go.
First of all, we did address it over the weekend. I don't appreciate you coming and trying to ambush
That's
me.
full-headed.
We put out a very specific statement. The police department is working with community.
Trying to ambush her? You're the fucking mayor, and they spent the whole weekend burning your city. Expect to be asked questions, you goblin. my God, she really looked like
Aiden.
Beetlejuice, dude.
Yes, she
What?
does.
She looks. It's not. She just has goblin features. I'm like, dude, come on. Out of all the spicy shit you've said tonight, you say goddamn Aiden because I said Lori Lightfoot looks like a goblin. She does.
You see, no, but okay, look, let me explain this. It's the expectancy violation.
Well,
People
like
expect
Golem.
me. Oh, yeah. People
there you
expect me to say some shit because it's me. But when you do it, it's like we don't ever hear Aiden say that kind of shit. So when you do it, like it packs a punch.
She looks just like she's absolutely abysmal, and she looks really weird.
Her
I know
hairline
it's like
is receding faster than mine is, which is really saying.
I know. Wow. Like, dang. But
Also,
I'm very much of the belief though that like if you're evil inside, if you're ugly inside, it makes you ugly outside.
Holy shit! I'm handsome and really good morally. Then.
Well, that's from Roald Dahl, right? That was
like
from
ugly,
one of his
like
books.
ugly rots you to the outside. Like wow.
Yeah,
God,
that's
I am
that's
really
from a
pretty.
That's from a Roald Dahl
I'm a
book
good
where he said
person.
that if you're ugly on the inside, it makes you ugly on the outside, and I really do believe that to a certain. I mean, look, there's some people who are not very good looking and who are really like wonderful, beautiful people. But I think that because if you look at pictures of Lori Lightfoot when she's younger,
There's a couple of criminals that are like model material. Actually, we just got fucked up.
What I'm saying is, if you look at pictures of Lori Lightfoot from when she's younger, she does not look like this.
Yeah.
Like this, right?
No,
and I really think that years of just being
Now she looks like a fucking ashtray
evil,
contents.
years of being so evil has
Made her literally shake in rage.
I think I think being ugly on the inside has made her ugly.
You know what? I was watching this comedian who made a good joke about it. He just said that she is just. There's something about her that's really weird because when you look at her in a public position, you just assume because she is so ugly and fucked up that she must be a genius. Because you must have some redeeming quality that you're ugly and stupid and small. Like everything about you is horrible, like physically. That you must have some redeeming feature. Like no, she's dumb as fuck as well.
No,
You're dumb as fuck. You're corrupt and you're just small, stupid. Like everything about you, like there's nothing redeeming about her whatsoever.
She is a hardcore Democrat panderer. She panders to the black people in Chicago and says, "I'm not going to prosecute you for committing crimes. I'm going to let you do whatever the fuck you want and run roughshod over the city." And that's that's why it's not because she's intelligent. She just Gibbs. That's it.
Community park, and lots of opportunities for us to redirect the young people to safe spaces. And here's the thing:
safe spaces.
The vast majority of the young people that
Safe spaces means outside of Chicago.
came downtown because
Oh yeah, go send him out to Naperville, huh? Go send him out to Naperville. I guarantee that's what she probably fucking means by that. Direct them to a safe space. Go out to Naperville and do it. I think the Naperville police will arrest you. If you're not aware, Spoon, Naperville is a very, very rich, wealthy, predominantly white and Asian suburb of Chicago. So, yeah.
because it was a great weather and an opportunity to enjoy the city.
By smashing the shit out of
Opportunity to enjoy the city by destroying it.
That is a good freeze frame because it looks like she's no teeth.
Yeah, I know.
That's absolutely entirely appropriate.
To smash the living shit out of absolutely everything? What the fuck are you talking about?
There were a few that came with different intentions, and they have.
A few? That
What
motherfucker,
few?
that's not a few.
Name one intention. Because, again, like, they didn't have a narrative prepared for
damage.
this. Yeah, they didn't have it, like, normally they're like, oh, they're upset because of George Floyd. They're upset because of some other shooting. They're upset because of Donald Trump. Well, they have no narrative this time prepared because the kids just got together and did this. Some of them are quite old, but, they're saying it's all just teenagers with nothing to do. You don't have COVID. They blamed it on COVID before. You have nothing. You have nothing to explain this. So they have several motives. They have several reasons. Name one. Oh, I can tell you what their motive is because they know nothing will happen to them.
Do you think the evil that's trying to escape her brain is pushing her eyebrows and her whole face forward?
Oh, that does explain it, doesn't it?
I'm not going to use your language, which I think is wrong.
I now that I've said that, I can't not see it. That something is like pushing her eyes through the back of her skull.
I'm more going to point out something that just happened. She says, I'm not going to use your language, which I think is wrong. It goes exactly as the new mayor. Is that I'm not going to say I condemn it, basically. I won't use your language.
Same with the new guy.
Yeah, exact same shit.
To say that is mayhem.
What? That wasn't mayhem? Did you hear the Mexican lady? They punched me in the face. You didn't hear the Mexican lady?
You go to a hospital.
I mean, not Mexican, Latino.
Yeah.
Latina.
She could be Puerto Rican. You don't know.
No.
I think she's Mexican, though.
Face. You didn't hear her? And then you said you don't appreciate reporters ambushing you.
Wait a minute.
She said that, did you?
Yeah. Nobody's ambushing you. Them niggas ambushing people.
Yeah, I mean, good point. Walking up, punch. Yeah, like Did you get punched in the face?
To be fair, if she got punched in the
Lori
face, no one would
Lightfoot?
really notice it.
Probably not. Lansford2 says, I don't want to see them kissing goblins,
Neither do I.
ingratiating goblins, and succubus with goblins. I just want to catch him in
gross.
bed with a goblin.
Fucking vile.
You the
Wait a
man.
minute. Wait a minute. Let me say something. Now, Tucker Carlson just released some footage of what occurred on January 6th from a different perspective. He said it was mostly peaceful. There were some bad actors. And now you and
Call the feds.
then y'all criticize Tucker Carlson for making that analysis, right?
Yeah.
For making that same observation. You're saying, oh, most of these kids were going out because the weather was great and they wanted to enjoy the city. I didn't see not one person look like they were trying to enjoy the city. Looked like all people, it looked like a big mob. Nobody was trying to do anything that was peaceful. That was out to cause trouble.
Ambush. You the mayor. They're not ambushing you. They want to get your take on what happened.
Yeah.
You know what an ambush is? Yeah.
Yeah, it's what those niggas doing. That's an ambush. And reporters trying to ask you a question. That's not an
I
ambush.
don't appreciate you ambushing me.
Perpetual
I don't
victim
like
culture
that strong
shit.
language you're using about our kids. It wasn't mayhem.
Don't you love how these people think that they're stronger than white people, but every time they get confronted, they constantly bitch. Like, you are not the stronger race.
again-
You're the weaker, pathetic one.
Again, it's fucking perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. It's wow, you're ambushing me. And it has something to do with one of my many identities, because I'm Lori Lightfoot, I'm sure, in her head. In her head, it definitely is. It's like, what is it, because I'm black? Is it because I'm gay? You know, it's...
What was it Mobuck said? It's sort of weird watching Trump make the case to black and Hispanic men. And it's I think it's because it seems like he seems like a man. And they want to be ruled by a man. Every time I see women suck at ruling. Women are not built, women are not fit, women are not in any position to hold power because it is not in their nature. It is up to men to rule. Women fuck shit up.
No, I agree with you completely. As a woman, like, we're not good at leadership positions. We're not.
Yes, that is what
I think,
men are for.
I think that there can be places for women in society outside of at home making. I do think that, but like, if they're not leadership positions. Again, I think women can perfectly have a role in academia. They shouldn't be in charge of academia. You know, women can serve in academia, but I don't think we should be in charge of it, because look what happens when we're in charge of academia. We fuck it up. Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, special delivery for Aiden. Check DMs. I did. Could the chat wish my Nan a happy birthday? She turned 75 on Monday. Oh, happy birthday to your Nan. That's awesome. And also the picture is adorable. I didn't know that. I was going to ask, like, what happened to her hands? But I realized, they probably make those for little kids so that their hands don't get cold. Because it's like a little jacket, but there's no opening at the end for the hands, right?
We call those mittens.
But I guess it makes more sense than mittens, honestly. If she's a little baby, like, what are you gonna do? What's she gonna do with the hands anyway? You know what I mean? That is adorable. Let's get back to the Hodge twins.
Yeah. And then the current, go ask the white girl that they attacked. She have a totally different perspective. Any rational person would look at these videos and say that was total mayhem.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah. And for you to try to defend that and undermine and downplay the situation is just stupid.
Yeah. With all that forehead, I know you got a brain in it somewhere. You gotta have a brain right there. All that forehead you got?
Yeah, you gotta have a lot of...
It can't be all
big brain. Look like, when I look at that forehead, I said, man, she's got a lot of white matter around her brain. That's a big brain she got.
I mean, like, her head is
massive.
I think it's made worse because her hairs are receding so far. It makes her head look bigger than it really is.
Yeah.
And the bug eyes don't help. As you said, it makes it look like it's being pushed out from the inside.
Hey, so the current mayor, there's some old videos that's surfaced.
Yeah.
Like, we was like, finally they got her, because this current mayor, Lightfoot, she's on the way out.
Yeah.
They got a new mayor. Yeah, hopefully he's going to be
But
smart.
this dude actually works. Look at this old video of him before he became mayor a couple years ago.
I'm telling you, white folks, let's sit back and enjoy the show.
It's gonna be
Well, is that what we're doing here?
damn good show.
That actually technically is what we're doing.
Exactly.
You worry about stores.
Yeah, Lucy's right, by the way. She's a smooth brain. Yeah.
We
very
watched
much is.
this, so we've already watched the.
If the jobs leave,
That means you have no jobs and won't be able to put food on the table.
yeah, and especially if it's like Walmart. You know, Walmart's leaving.
Yeah, they pulled out like 4 or 5 stores, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense if you have a business in Chicago and it's uninsurable, or your insurance rates is through the roof. Why would you do business there? Take it elsewhere where you can make a profit.
Now they're gonna. The next question they're gonna ask is fool. He is a fool. He's a black fool.
But hey, that's what everybody voted for.
But look, this fool. They're gonna ask him about this because these videos are from back when there was they were looting.
Do you want to keep watching this? Since we already watched his video.
Ask the chat.
Guys, do you want to? We already watched the video that they're gonna react to.
It's gonna make
you got
me
our
laugh.
reaction. Well, I'd rather everybody else. How about if you want to watch the Hodgkins, give them a view? How about that? Since we already watched the video they're talking about. There's the Hodgkins video. I'm gonna keep Spoon's Twitter pinned, but if you want to go watch the rest of the video, because they're gonna react to the video we already watched, go ahead and watch the rest of the video there. I have other things. I've got a lot of stuff, so.
What do you want to talk about?
Because I want to move. Okay, all right. I'm gonna start sharing my screen again.
Okay.
So, a moment. Let me get my stuff up. We're in better form than usual. And
Today's
this is
show
just
will be nice. There we go.
slightly related to it. This is everywhere. This is just on Monday. Huge mob ransacks gas station in California. Police outnumbered. Yeah, let's look at this video.
Oh look, what race is that? Oh look. There's one white dude.
I mean, it's California, so it might be white people doing it in California. It's just a gas station. It's a fucking gas station. There's like not a lot of value in there. They're stealing cigarettes and freaking, beer, I guess. No, like the nice Budweiser. Like this is a great segue.
Hey, there's some Hispanics. That's a pretty diverse group of looters.
It is. Look at the diversity.
Yeah, I
My
wonder
point is
what's roughly all the same age.
The point is, this is just and it's young people, and that's why I brought it up. Is that this is happening all over the country. Young people, they're just doing this all over the country in Democrat cities because they know that they can get away with it. But that was a really good segue because, as we can see, they're in here stealing Budweiser beer, and Budweiser has put out this absolutely insufferable ad. I made fun of it. Then I actually want to go over my thread over it.
If this wasn't done in response to the Dylan thing, this would have been a pretty good ad.
Well, because Dev claimed in his video that he did not believe that he was like, well, it might have been done in response, but they probably had this sitting around for forever. I don't think so.
Yeah, right.
This was released a week after the Dylan Mulvaney stuff, or
you know
or
what
about
this advert
that.
was?
A little over a week, I think. This is damage control.
Do you remember the South Park episode that came around the BP oil spill? And there's an English guy who just goes through like many clips. He goes like, "I'm sorry, we're sorry,
Oh, yeah.
we're
Yeah.
sorry." Like it's basically that with horses. That's what this is.
Oh, it really is. Oh, thanks
Yeah.
guys for the additional £5. Trump/MAGA God Emperor Rule Fan Trailer 2025. Let's watch this quick. What did you?
It's probably the Halo thing.
Is it not Halo? Oh, Star Wars: Old Republic.
You probably can't play that game.
Yeah. Really? This is. Oh. You really should. One of the best games ever made. But I would. I
Looks
don't
like
know how much
Melania
I could
Trump.
play, but. Well, oh, yeah, kind of. Yeah. But yeah, watch the KOTOR or the Old Republic trailer.
It's very bizarre. You have 77 notifications.
Yeah. Wait,
Jesus
I do?
fucking Christ, woman.
On Twitter? Or?
No, on YouTube.
Oh, and that's your broken ground too.
corner there, like.
That says 9+.
At the top, I can see it there. Top left-hand corner says 77.
Budweiser. Oh yeah, Budweiser.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
So actually, I want to look up the exact date. Okay, so this was released 5 days ago, which would have been 17.
About 2 days after.
40. On Friday, oh shit. What the fuck? Sorry, my just weird. Clicked a button on the side next to
I don't think deposing it would get trigger trade laws.
What? Okay, so it was the 14th of April. So the Dylan Mulvaney blood.
Everything's a legal case for it. I never have more than like 10 notifications.
I think it was basically Budweiser was quiet on social media for like 2 weeks after this happened. So I think, yeah, this was, let's see, the Dylan Mulvaney thing was posted. I'm pulling up here to try and find the exact date. Was posted on, oh my god, I can't stand Instagram. Sign up. You can't look at anything unless you sign up. I don't want to.
I know, it's gay.
I can't fucking tell when it was posted. Okay, it looks like April 6th. April 6th. All right. So it was just over a week after the Dylan Mulvaney thing, or about a week after the Dylan Mulvaney thing came out, and then they post this video. Totally coincidentally, I'm sure.
Let me tell you a story about a beer.
If people don't know, the Clydesdale there's just this breed of horse is synonymous with Budweiser. It's, the Clydesdales carry their old carriages that would have the late 18th.
Rooted in the heart of America.
We've got the Minneapolis. Is that not Minneapolis? Where's that arch at? Minneapolis. Am I gonna?
It's
or
basically
St. Louis. St. Louis. Why did I say Minneapolis? St. Louis.
It's basically off the McDonald's arch.
Yeah, this Gateway Arch, St. Louis. So, city in the south, St. Louis. I don't know why I said Minneapolis.
America.
We've got Main Street. We've got Main Street, small town Main Street. There you go.
Community, where a handshake is a sure contract. Brewed for those who found opportunity in challenge and hope.
We've got veterans raising the flag, Jefferson Memorial.
Raised by
small town.
Generations. Willing to
blue collar workers on their farm.
Sip. Share. Risk.
This is where it gets really insufferable. And the Freedom Tower in New York.
Remember. This is a story bigger than beer. This is the story of the American spirit.
Grand Canyon. Wow, that is. I described it on Twitter as Americana porn, right? Like, there's no other way of describing what that. Look. I wouldn't mind. I would be totally fine with this if they just put it out regularly. If there was no other context, I'd be like, whatever. Cool. Pander to your audience. But the thing is, Bud Light and Budweiser in general, this is a regular Budweiser ad, this does not work. It's clear. It is not, they're not saying they're sorry. They're just hoping you forget. And they're like, they think you are so stupid. And remember, we looked at this last week, that the vice president of their marketing just said, well, we want to get rid of our old consumer base because they're fratty idiots, essentially. She didn't call them idiots, but that was the implication. They're fratty, they're stupid. They think you're stupid. They think that you're so fucking stupid. They think you're so fucking stupid that you'll fall for this and you'll stop boycotting them. Meanwhile,
pretty much.
That's what this is about. That's ultra cringe. California Democrat lawmakers roasted for Bud Light photo op, worst party ever. This is the thumbnail image. If you.
Oh God! I've never seen this. And
have you?
It appears that
be quiet.
beer giant Busch is
although I usually like her, but shut up. Okay.
Poor Katie.
I know. I couldn't remember her name for a minute, but
Kayleigh McEnany.
Do you notice something about the? Do you notice? Yeah, Kayleigh McEnany. Do you notice something interesting about this photo?
It's mostly Asians.
See how the logo is facing towards the camera
Every single one of them, yeah.
Man, what a lovely candid photo op, right? Oh, just
I bet you none of them have even drunk a single bit of it.
No, I guarantee you they didn't. Like in Dylan Mulvaney's original ad, he takes a sip of it and goes like you can tell he doesn't like it. But it's just, you tell him you never drank Bud Light without saying you never drank Bud Light. I am drinking beer. I am too drinking beer. Drinking beer is a thing I do as well. Beer.
God, it's so staged.
It's so staged. It's so cringe.
But it's so typically politics.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like, my God, like you don't even know how to do subtlety anymore.
It's just awful. It's like
awful.
You know.
Yes, it's my God, it's just horrible. Like, do you people know how to? Oh my God. Politics.
I mean, this is really pathetic. It's like, oh, the conservatives are boycotting this thing, so let's pretend that we like it. Do you think they got paid? Is the question?
Oh God, yes, absolutely.
Did they get paid?
Yes.
I'm not sure if they did that or if they did it out of political solidarity.
No. Chat, do you think they got paid? Say one if you think they got paid.
The reason why I would think that they did get paid is because of the way that the labels are all facing front. That makes me think they got paid. So yeah, one if they were paid to do this, and two if they're just doing it for political points.
Nah, that's fucking paid.
But here's the thing, right? So we also covered on last Wednesday, that whoops, that's oh no, this is it. It was I wanted to pull up this.
Yeah.
Is that the Time Magazine runs a article about how they're not very happy that Bud Light has apologized for it, which they didn't apologize. We read the quote apology last week. Yeah. It was not an apology. There was no we're sorry. It was, well, we just didn't intend to get political. Yeah, you did. The second you brought in Dylan Mulvaney, you intended to get political. It's not if you had a trans person or a gay person. You had Dylan fucking Mulvaney, who is
the queen of cringe.
To say controversial would be, first of all, and we'll get into it when we get into Dev's video, because I think Dev's video really does a good job at summarizing all the bad points, and missing all of the actual things that people are talking about. Am saying for two says, I feel left out because I'm basically a teetotaler. Don't worry, you're not missing out on Bud Light. It tastes like piss.
Yeah.
So I don't want to read this Time article, but the TLDR of it is that the left is now mad at Bud Light for, in their mind, apologizing, right?
I will agree with Dev on one thing. There is an element of cringe, but the element of cringe is all around.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that there is that, but the thing of it is, what makes the right cringe is that you try and politicize shit the same way the left does.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it fucking cringe. If you just make this is what annoyed me with the Daily Wire, is when they made the chocolate ad in response to the Hershey thing. Yeah, I just went, why are you trying to make it political? Just make a fucking ad and stop with the political shit.
You know what? It's one thing I really like with Jeremy's coffee brand coffee. There's no, I know it's Jeremy's brand, so there isn't a political element to it. But the brand itself is nothing political. There is no political ads.
It's coffee brand coffee. That's
just
like the
coffee.
Least political thing.
And so, of course, in response to this, there was that guy who came out with his ultra, instead of ultra light, it's ultra right beer. That's also pandering and gay. Yes. Okay, just make a good beer.
Yeah.
Make a good product and don't make it political.
Politics, yes.
And the thing is that, Dev will bring up that they've had gay actors before. It's but they weren't. It was not like an activist gay actor or an activist.
Do you know what his ad he's referring to?
No.
Basically, it's like 5 guys dressed as women because ladies' night get free bud. So they dress up as ladies to get free beer.
Oh, that's why I haven't seen the ad. So let's watch it then when we're watching Dev's video, and we'll see about
that's the advert that he has in mind.
How progressive Bud's always been.
Yes, it's the score-free beer, you fucking moron.
The thing is that is brought up. The thing that's brought up in this article is something that the left has been very critical of before. I'm gonna just summarize it for you.
Also, by the way, they walk up to a bartender, and the bartender can obviously tell they're fucking guys. That's like the joke of the fucking ad.
Right. All right. Well, I'll bring up we'll watch the ad as well. But this article is talking about something called pinkwashing. You used to hear a lot about this in feminist and queer communities, which is that they used to get offended when they thought that a company was using them to advertise.
Yes,
right?
It's not like they do.
They
it with
don't
everything
anymore,
else.
apparently. Well, they don't anymore. Now it's like, pander to us some more when it's Bud Light. But
let me ask the guys in the chat.
They don't like it.
When you hear the phrase pinkwashing, does it make you want to punch things, or is that just me? Like whenever I hear this kind of shit, there's a internal male thread in me that just has this need for violence. Like that's when I hear this, like why do I have this burning desire to just destroy you? Like I don't know why, but it's just like my fists just clench and I'm just staring at you with grit teeth. Like I must just make sure you do not exist or breed or reproduce or something.
The point is that gay and queer people have been complaining for years about this pinkwashing shit, about pandering to them. And it's like all of a sudden they forgot about that complaint. And now here the Time article is bringing it back up. All of a sudden they remembered pinkwashing, that thing that we don't like. Yeah. Did you forget about that?
Yeah,
also,
apparently.
Flamenco, I have to be really honest, I misread your chat. He said, popping in from watching Fish Tank, have a good stream. I absolutely read that as pooping in the fish tank, have a good stream. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And I got distracted for a minute because I was like, wait, I'm sorry, what? Thanks. God damn it, thanks, Liam. Sorry.
Pinkwashing sounds like going from one hole to the other.
Yeah, it does. So here's my thread about it. I wanted to read a little bit of it because I think I did a pretty good job explaining because I was talking to you and I was like, I'm gonna post my thoughts on Twitter because I explained them to you, so I had a chance to go over them, and I thought I'd also put them on Twitter. So Budweiser's now catching flack from the left over their pathetic non-apology and ridiculous new ad attempt at pandering, full of Clydesdales, flags, landmarks, small-town main streets, veterans, firefighters, and a goddamn Freedom Tower. Lol, Lamau even. Bud is a cheap beer that tastes awful, appeals to working-class people and college frat bros because it's cheap, and they plaster their adverts typically, or at least they used to, with buxom cheerleaders all over sporting events. All they had to do was just not get involved in politics. That's it. Exactly. That really is it. They fucked themselves.
That's how you sell products. With great tits.
Yes, with great tits. Some overeducated overeducated woke woman wanted to raise their ESG score, and that's what this is about. Don't get this shit twisted, guys. For real, this is about the ESG score. This is not about appealing to a new demographic, no matter what their VP of marketing says. This is about raising their although she did also insult their customers in her speech about that. This is about raising their ESG score. They want to get more money from BlackRock and Vanguard. That's what it's about. The biggest sources of money on earth. That's why they did this. Budweiser is not a very woke corporation. They don't have a very good ESG score, so they're trying to raise it by sponsoring Dylan. Yeah. Don't get twisted by the current stock. It's being panic purchased. So that's another thing I've seen everyone saying. They're like, the stock is up. The stock is up. It's legitimately being panic purchased by organizations like BlackRock and Vanguard to make it appear that this is popular. It's not. And the other thing is that we're not going to know the people who are also saying like, oh, they've lost this many millions of dollars. They've lost that many millions of dollars. That's not how the stock market works, first of all. So like people saying that need to stop saying that kind of. We're not going to know how much money they've lost until their quarterly sales reports come in. So when people are telling you that the stock is fine or that the stock is flailing, and that means they've lost this many millions of dollars or this many billions of dollars, we even heard, stop it. It is not, you can't judge those metrics right now. Anyone who is saying that, and it's been people who I like and respect, like the Quartering and Tim Bull have both said that stuff. Guys, stop. It's not, you're unfortunately not reporting on what's happening accurately. You have to wait till their quarterly sales reports come out. The stock is fluctuating because it's being panic bought by the exact same mega donors, BlackRock, Vanguard, etc., who were the reasons for which they made this deal in the first place. Anyway, being panic purchased to give an artificial impression that everything is fine when the actions of the brand, its non-apology / ad, demonstrate that it is anything but fine. The point was never to actually sell Bud to lefties because they were never going to buy it. It's not a craft microbrew. They're never going to buy Bud Light. They're not even potential customers for this product. This is a message for the ESG score. But now, hilariously, absolutely no one wants anything to do with Anheuser-Busch. Good job. They assumed no one would notice nor care for more than a few days because the VP of marketing has intimated they think their customers are stupid frat bros. Don't prove them right by ending the boycott. If it was not having an effect, they would not have released that Americana porn ad. And that's the truth. They would never have released that fucking ad if they were not struggling. They would never have released their non-apology if they were doing just fine and their stock was up. The other major miscalculation was thinking that they could weasel their way back into the good graces with the non-apology and an ad without recognizing the left would see that as a sign of weakness and offend the professionally offended. So now they're dunking on Bud too. Love to see it. That's the thing too. Now, that's exactly what happened. They put out the non-apology and then they released that fucking ad, and now the left is mad with them because they're seeing that as a sign of weakness, that they don't really stand with them. First of all, they were never going to buy your beer in the first place, but now they're going to dunk on you as well, Bud Light, Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch, InBev. If you're someone who drinks Bud, don't. The claims the boycott isn't working are intentional attempts at demoralization to make you feel powerless. You're not. Should be a period there, but ran out of space. Bud's actions over the last days evidence that if the situation was hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. And that's, I truly believe, the fucking truth. If the situation was hopeless, their propaganda would be unnecessary. One last word, even Republicans are asking to end the boycott, including Don Jr., and I think DeSantis said something about it as well.
Yeah, he said, like, no, I prefer is Guinness, even though Guinness is the same shit.
No, I don't think Guinness Guinness isn't by InBev.
Apparently they are.
Really?
Yeah.
InBev products. Guinness, are you sure about that one?
Apparently, I read this on Twitter, so I could be wrong.
Let's see. Gila. Beck's. Fuck. Oh, this website's terrible. Budweiser, Castle, Corona, Carbon, Hogarden, Jupiler, Leffe, Michelob Ultra, Modelo, Quimus, SKUL, and Stella Artois. No, it's not, I would be shocked if it was Guinness. How would it be Guinness? Guinness is Irish. But, oh man, did I get rid of the thing that I wanted? There's another thing I wanted to talk about here is, got into a little bit of a Twitter spat. Hang on, let me find it, because I don't know.
With who?
It was supposed to be, just some guy who used to make, that's actually his name, right?
Just some
which
guy?
is that, yeah. He's,
Great name, by the way. Very memorable.
YouTuber, he's a YouTuber who, I found his content through Comicsgate. Which is really weird because he used to be, like, critique and criticize all the woke shit in comic books. But I don't know if he got TDS really bad or what, but I guess he just wants to change he wants to not be known as a guy who criticized comic books for being woke. So I'm not really sure. So he retweeted my tweet thread there, or my thread there, and he said, I don't know what's more ironic, that you're using the SJW tactic of bitching about something until a company grovels, then refusing to accept their apology, or that you're doing it over watered down piss in a can. Either way, it's sad.
I like the way that this is an SJW tactic, as if no one ever did this before SJWs existed.
Well, my question was, boycotting a product is an SJW tactic?
Yeah.
By the way, like, I'd like to point this out. Like, he retweeted this on his main account, 19 likes. Mine got 6, just in my response to it. But I'm going to go through the thread. So this is on his account. You know, I didn't like to share this out to my followers. This is just to his followers for the most part, right? So I'm really shocked. So I was weirded out by this comment. He does this a lot, apparently. Some other people have told me that, like, what he does now is he just, like, takes snipes at people on Twitter and then barely responds. I was actually kind of shocked that he continued to respond to me. But I really didn't understand this. So, SJW of bitching about something until a company grovels, the people who are boycotting Budweiser, are they? Now, I know that there have been some bomb threats that were apparently called in, which is obviously completely disgusting.
Don't believe that.
I don't believe it, to be honest. But let's believe it. You know, let's take it at face value and say it's not a leftist doing it and be conservative. Let's take it at face value and say that it really was. Did people show up at... We watched the video in the beginning of the stream of the guy breaking the Busch cans, that's messed up. Are there massive protests going on with people trying to, throw shit at
Yeah.
I don't know, like the Anheuser-Busch HQ, which is what they do, which is what the leftist does. They go onto Twitter and they demand that Anheuser-Busch, like every single person be fired. I haven't even heard them say that Dylan Mulvaney be fired. They just, that's part of it, I guess, but mostly saying like,
please pay attention to all of our causes.
It's just apologize for this. Just apologize for calling apologize for your VP. Apologize for your VP calling all of your customers a bunch of stupid frat bros. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, you're allowed to boycott. If a company doesn't want your business and treats you like shit, you're allowed to boycott it. It's basically like your one biggest power as a consumer. Yeah. But no, we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that because that's an SJW tactic.
Other people protest with their money.
Demanding a company bend the knee to suit your politics is definitely an SJW tactic. I said not buying comics or movies, because this is a comic book guy, right? Not buying comics or movie tickets because they don't appeal to you is an SJW tactic too then, right? I suppose by that logic, dumping tea into the Boston Harbor was pretty much the first use of said tactic. Am I or am I not right in that comparison? Okay. No response. He said, you're comparing the Boston tea protest over unfair taxes with the right refusing to buy Bud Light because a trans woman's on the can. By that logic, your mom telling your dad to make your bed is the same thing as slavery.
I don't quite know how we jumped to that one.
So here's a quote from the Wikipedia article about the Boston Tea Party. When new taxes were levied in the Townsend Revenue Act of 1767, Whig colonists again responded with protests and boycotts. Merchants organized a non-importation agreement, and many colonists pledged to do what? Abstain from drinking British tea, with activists in New England promoting alternatives such as Labrador tea.
See,
Sounds
that's what
kind of identical, doesn't it? Sounds kind of identical, doesn't it?
I said you said, by the way, so yeah, I can just do a bunch of lines.
You said boycotts are an SJW tactic. I'm not sure what the difference is if they're all SJW tactics. No, I said bitching about something until a company grovels and them refusing to accept their apology. They didn't apologize, though. They didn't apologize.
They basically issued a political statement.
Yeah. Is an SJW tactic. If you think that's what a boycott is, says more about you than me. I said that people have determined to not buy InBev products because they don't like something the company has done. That is by definition a boycott. People are also talking about why they are doing so. The actions of the latter does not negate or alter the definition of the former. I don't think they're boycotting. So you think they're still buying? They're still buying and drinking it. I think they're bitching. Those are two different things. Why can't they be doing both? One is a form of protest, but you already said. But actually, you said that this is SJW behavior. You said the protest. You said the boycotting is SJW behavior. The other is throwing a tantrum. But if you want to say you're boycotting Bud because they work with trans people, what a hill to die on. What the fuck, dude?
You do realize I think he's just saying shit to rile you.
No,
No,
he's like an actual like loon SJW now. It's which is funny because he talks about SJW.
Yes, he's basically Busch with discount language.
I just wanted to show you guys that thread to show you the kind of mental gymnastics people were putting themselves through over this shit. It's so fucking funny. So here is the View's take on it.
Thought about this. I'm gonna say this out loud. I'm a big Budweiser fan. When I drank, I liked my Budweiser, okay? So
I'm sure you did, Whoopi.
Feeling about this. Bud Light's...
Is she intentionally, that she's trying to come off as sarcastic? I'm guessing so.
I don't know.
Ad campaign with trans-influencer Dylan McDermott. Mulvaney, sorry.
Yeah, it shows how much Whoopi really cares. Whoopi doesn't even fucking know his name.
Now you're breaking United. We have breaking news. That's right.
Oh no. Yeah, Almighty Lolly did a really good video on just some guy. And no, I'm not, I mean, I've ignored it. I just thought it was fucking funny. I honestly thought it was like, pretty...
Aiden, you know how you gave me shit for saying I can pull the biggest retards on Twitter? Apparently you have the ability too.
I mean,
I'm rubbing off on you.
That was a pretty big retard pull. I had to be honest, like in terms of, holy crap. Wowee.
Yeah, what else?
Ignited an angry conservative backlash and a boycott that included online trends of people posting videos destroying cases of Bud Light in various stupid ways.
What do you mean?
The company puts out...
What the fuck?
Sargon bought EFAB?
No way. Mr. Scary the Terry says, tell me Carl Benjamin buying EFAP and putting them on his website isn't the hardest power move ever. What?
Is it on the Lotus Eaters website right now? I want to see this.
Bro, what are you talking about? Look that up, Spoon. Pull it up, Jamie. Well, you do. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 5 euros says, I'm confused. Why did John Jr. ask for the boycott to come to an end? Is he part of the Uni Party or something? He specifically asked for it to come to an end because he says Anheuser-Busch is a massive donor to the Republicans. And my response is, as I said in that post, that's not a fucking answer. And, you know, I don't care. I don't care. It shows that this behavior from them shows that look, their own VP of marketing said that we don't like our audience. That's why we hired Dylan Mulvaney. It was part of that push. Right? They don't like you. They hate you. So that was what that was about. In which case, I don't care if they're big donor. Fuck Anheuser-Busch. Fuck InBev.
There's no...
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Scary the Terry, but I'll look into it, I guess. But I think you're trolling me. But yes. I'll look into it. We'll get back to that. Thank you for the 15 either way.
A statement saying they didn't mean to address an issue that divided people. But I want to know, what are you so angry about? Beer does not have a... I mean, it's not a Democrat or a Republican. Yeah. It doesn't have...
That's the whole point. That's the whole... Actually, it's so funny she doesn't get this.
Point.
That's the whole fucking point, Whoopi. You made it political. Budweiser made it political, and that made people angry about it.
Also,
they don't want to buy it because you made it political.
Also, the trans movement is overwhelmingly left-leaning. So if you feature one of these fucking cretins into your... Feature one of the androids, should I say, you are going to get political shit. That's just welcome to reality.
It's not that the trans movement, it's not that all trans people are political. There is a political element to all of it. But it's Dylan Mulvaney. It's Dylan Mulvaney who has been to the White House for fuck's sake. And is the face of woman face trans stuff. I'm going to call it that. And that's why I can't stand Dylan Mulvaney because Dylan Mulvaney makes a mockery of women. That's his entire fucking shtick, is making a mockery of women. I can't stand.
If you're on Twitter, you should make that a hashtag and see if we can get it going. We should call them androids. I don't know what hashtag you want to make it. Yes, but fuck you all.
I like woman face because that's what it is. It's woman face.
No, android is more humiliating, and I want it to be humiliating. I want it to be humiliating, but like slightly not offensive because it's funny.
Yeah,
like it's meant to be like a small pin, but inserted very deeply. Yeah, it doesn't look like much. It's just tickling your colon.
Yeah, I don't completely get how it's so offensive. Like you think it's really offensive. Yeah.
Well, you're basically not human. That's the humiliating part.
I'm not really connecting it to.
It's a machine.
It's more transhumanist.
Yes, and what the hell do you think it is?
I guess there's some element of transhumanism.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Cold Warmick for 5 says the problem with SJWs is they view
You're
validation.
Mimicking something.
Yeah. So
they view altercations.
Well, not necessarily. An android doesn't mimic through altercation.
Yes, it is. It's trying to be human.
But it's made by humans to be like humans.
Yes, and also humans are also made by other humans, Aiden. How do you not get this?
Yeah, I don't get it. This. Well, no, I just don't totally. I told you it's fine for you to call them. I like Transformers. Yeah, I like Transformers. I just Android. I don't quite entirely get. I think it's fine.
It refers to a phone, as well as the fact that androids are not really human, but they are supposed to look like human, which is what these people try to do. Is they try to pass as a type of human, just the opposite gender.
I guess so. Again, Mandroid is good. I like Man. Sorry, Cold War for 5 says the problem with SJWs is they view validation as a far more sociable interaction. So they see Bush's validation of their demographic as apology. Yeah, but then they, of course, now they're mad that they think Bush apologized. So, and by the way, we're demanding they grovel. No, we're asking for an actual apology. Actually asking for a sincere apology.
That's good
or something that, not even, because you're not going to get a sincere apology, but pretend to have a sincere apology, and then putting out that ad 2 days later, it's so disgusting. It makes it all look so artificial.
Belief system, it's just beer.
and the thing is, it's like...
Well, then why did you politicize it in the first place?
I think that these people that were destroying their own beer, which is also kind of dumb.
Well, thanks for the money.
Yeah, right. They also are making this out to be a trans. This is a transphobic issue, right? We know that this country.
No, this is about Dylan Mulvaney being a grifter who wears woman face and is an insult to women everywhere.
Is highly transphobic.
And I don't think Dylan Mulvaney is trans. And I'm seeing more people say it.
It's performance artist.
He has said it before that he was trying to get work, and this was how he got work. Have you seen him on The Price is Right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. He's just always desperate to be famous. He's always been desperate to be famous. He was doing his little comedy, quote unquote comedy skits on TikTok. Wasn't getting any traction. Suddenly starts doing this. Instantly, he met with the fucking president. He's got deals with Nike. He's got deals with Tampax.
I don't think he's met with the president.
Yes, he did. He met with Biden. You didn't know that?
You think he's the president?
Well, okay. You got me.
Get what I mean out there.
It's unbelievable to me that this still goes on.
Let's say that many of the transphobic people get the attention. I doubt that the country's as transphobic.
I hope the country.
I think the country is way more transphobic than you actually think.
It's not, but it's not. They're not afraid of them. We're tired of having this shit
hate the word
pushed
phobia,
in our face. Yes, we're not. I'm not afraid of Dylan Mulvaney. We're tired of having this shit
Fear is not the
pushed in our
same as
faces
disgust.
every 5 fucking seconds. You can't escape from it. It's insufferable. I can't get away from it. I don't like to talk about troons every goddamn week, but it gets pushed into everything.
0.4% of the population. Fuck off.
Less than 1%. And yet, no, of course, if they would have you believe that they're 30% of the population. And I've seen some of these polls where some people in the U.S. think that like 20% of the U.S. population is trans. The reason they think that is because I don't know if it was that much, but it was something like 10%. And the reason why people think that is because you shove it into everything constantly. We have no way to escape from this ever.
Yeah, please fuck off.
Even again, it's just a beer. People can't even watch a beer advertisement. Even in their beer, it's being shoved into it. Now, to be fair, I believe that ad was only posted on Dylan's Instagram.
Yeah.
But you knew. Bud knew. They knew what they were doing. Dylan is ultra contentious. Dylan is extremely offensive to women because Dylan just mocks women. That's what he's doing. You knew what you were doing when you signed him up for it. I mean, I'm trying to think of somebody said this. It would be like if Starbucks ran a campaign that had Donald Trump's face on all of their coffee cups. Do you know what I mean?
They'd actually get more money.
Well, maybe, but it would infuriate all of their. I mean, Starbucks is predominantly appeals towards the left, right? It's a Seattle company.
Gay.
So if you put Trump's face, and it was like Trump. We have Trump in an advertisement for Starbucks. The left would be having, understandably, simply being like, I don't want to buy Starbucks if they're saying this is who they support as a company. The easiest thing you can do as a company is just not do anything when it comes to politics. The reason why they did this, again, is not because they care about trans people. It's for their ESG score. It's about money. That's it.
Country is not as transphobic as it appears to be, but trans rights are under attack all over the place.
Well, what the fuck does that even mean?
Sonny, what rights are under attack? She'd say it's that, like, they, them saying that they can't trans kids, right? But that's not, no, can't. I'm sorry. You can't get a tattoo till you're 17 or 18. You can't cut off your genitals or start taking crossers. Sorry.
Yeah.
And people are saying, this is an American beer. This is a Belgian company, okay? Like, it's not even where's the problem? Anheuser-Busch is a Belgian company that doesn't only sell Bud Light, but sells, like, beer in, like, 130 countries and stuff. And, like...
Okay. Yeah. So, then boycott all of it. Don't drink any Anheuser-Busch products. Oh, okay. I like Corona.
Okay,
but I'm not going to drink any Coronas.
That still doesn't answer the question, Sonny. Why do they have to show this advert in America then? Would they show this advert in any other place they sold the shit?
No. There's no one. It wouldn't. I mean, maybe it'd go.
Fucking stupid bitch.
No, exactly. No. This is.
God, I hate women.
This is such a stupid argument. Such a stupid argument. Yeah, that's why people are. Many people. I hope that people who are boycotting are looking into it.
There's like a Chinese person say, look, Hollywood's an American company,
Right.
Just because they do that shit over there doesn't mean they do it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because they pander to the Chinese audience. Like, Hollywood will get really fucking racist if China says to them, get on your fucking knees, you bitchy yank. Because they fucking do.
No, not coronavirus Aether line. One of the few beers I actually like. I like a cerveza. So it doesn't have to be like there's a Diablo, I think, or it's called like Tres Diablos or something. There's it's another cerveza beer that I can get over here, which is actually more readily available than Corona. But I like particularly in the summer, I like a nice cerveza with a lime. It's the only beer I'll drink is a cerveza. Mexican.
All kinds of beers. Yes. And all kinds of beers. Yeah. So that's why it's so dumb to me.
Well, also, listen, if it's an American beer, transgender people are American too. LGBTQ people are American too.
Okay, whatever. Like, who cares? The point is that this is, again, it's like slapping Donald Trump's face onto Starbucks cup.
Ardent Party raises a good point.
What's this woman's name again? Her name's escaping me. It's right in the top of my tongue.
I don't know. Diverse female character of Hispanic
I do know
origin.
her name. I do know her name, but whatever.
It's basically Rosie O'Donnell, but with Mexican.
Lady, okay,
Tell me I'm wrong.
would you not be freaking out if a brand that panders exclusively, almost exclusively to the left, like Starbucks? Let's keep it with drinks. Starbucks put Donald Trump's face on it and had Donald Trump do an ad for them. Would you not be incensed? Yes, you would. Would you not say, well, I don't want to buy Starbucks because this is displaying their company values? What they should just have done was not do anything. Just make an ad with cheerleaders. Make that ad that you actually made and just run that. And you would have made a whole bunch of Americans happy. Instead, they wouldn't really care, but they were like, oh, I like that ad. Instead, now a bunch of country music stars they're throwing Bud cans off the stage. They're saying they're not going to serve. All these places are saying they're not going to serve Bud at their bars. A bunch of country, the whole country music industry, which I know that these people, look down their noses at, but it's a huge industry, and they pretty much, it seems unilaterally, are saying no more Bud, no more Anheuser-Busch in country music. So, and I think, you know what, that needs to be how it is. And I hear a lot of people say, like, well, until they apologize. And I think, you know what, Spin, what do you think of this? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say not until they apologize. I think it's, why don't we just make these companies fucking suffer? Just say, nope, not again. You fell for this shit, which I think if you send that kind of message of the boycott doesn't end, that's at least not anytime soon. Like, we're going to keep doing it. To a certain degree, that will really be the thing that incentivizes other companies to not do it. Because the reason why they do it now is they're like, oh, well, we can always just apologize and then we go back to normal and we'll be fine. The left will never fucking forgive you.
Yep. Neither should the conservatives.
Exactly. The left will never forgive you. They're going to see, if you apologize, they're going to see is exactly what's happening to Anheuser-Busch. It's time, I think, to really make a fucking statement. We're tired of all this shit in products and regular things that we just want to enjoy. Again, I don't drink Budweiser, but I do drink Corona. And I'm not going to drink Corona anymore. I'm going to drink the Diablos thing or whatever it is. It's not owned by them. I'm sure again, it's not one of their brands I just went through. Beer. But I'm saying if I want a cerveza, I don't drink
Czech
beer.
Or Polish make good beer.
Yeah, Czech beer is Polish beer.
Czech beer.
But I don't drink a lot of beer. I don't drink a lot of beer. I drink, again, I like a cerveza, which I know cerveza just means beer, but by cerveza, I mean, it has a different flavor to it, like the Mexican style. I like the flavor, and I like them with a lime. I find that very refreshing.
And the LGBT community has close to 1.4 trillion spending power, and some of it they spend on Bud Light.
Yeah.
So
okay, enjoy. And well, I very much enjoy seeing that for the 1% of the population
just drink whiskey. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'd mostly gin, but and vodka. But I'd much rather okay, sorry. Go ahead then. Let's see if the less than 1% of the country can make up for their main customer base dipping out. And the other thing that's interesting about that too, about Dylan Mulvaney's ad campaign that nobody's bringing up, is Dylan Mulvaney's followers on Instagram are mostly kids or like underage people. Why are you selling a 21 plus item product? I mean, but they had to know that
who can't even
the Bud
vote
executive,
yet, let alone
people who
drink
can't,
beer.
they can't drink. So that's also really weird. That would be like, Mr. Beast got into his thing with his own transgender issue that we went over. But I mean, that would be like
drinks whiskey.
That,
I agree.
That would be like Mr. Beast doing an ad for Marvel. You know, it just okay, whatever.
That'd be kind of base, actually.
I mean, look, this is part of a bigger campaign. Republicans are using
part of a bigger campaign? Really?
All LGBTQ issue, whether it's transgender, whether it's
Nope.
Don't you have anything else to do? We are tired of seeing it in our faces 24 hours a day in every fucking piece of media.
You got a pair of arms on you, actually.
She's got more muscle than I expected. But this is ridiculous. The reason people are
by the arm.
I've called it this. I think I said this. I don't remember who. Did I say it to you or did I say it to Bill? I have troon fatigue. I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired of these people, and it's not just me. Everybody sane is so tired of these people injecting themselves into fucking everything. Just go do your thing in a corner. Stop trying to do things to kids. That's where you got in trouble. No one has an issue with you deciding to, live how you want, be how you want. I certainly, as a libertarian, don't. But you fucked up when it's like I have to be represented in everything. Despite being 1% of the population, I need to see my people like me everywhere. I need to have access to children. I need access to children. I've heard them say that exact phrase in that exact way. I need access to children. We need access to children. No, you don't. Stop trying to perform irreversible medical procedures on children, and that includes hormone replacement therapy, because Lupron Depot that one causes irreversible harm towards skeletal structure. That's a puberty blocker. That's not moving on to the hormones. So say, puberty blockers don't do anything. Yes, they do. Look into what Lupron Depot does. And then you move into the puberty blockers. If you're a woman, or after puberty blockers, you move into the hormones. If you're a woman, a biological female who takes cross-sex testosterone, your voice is going to drop and it's never going to go back to normal, ever. So I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired. I am fatigued. I am fatigued by this shit.
You don't sound fucking fatigued. Jesus fucking
yeah, well,
take a breath.
I'm hyped because I'm trying to explain why I'm tired. I'm excited to explain why I'm tired.
So they are using all, this paranoia, this fear, building this stress, building this idea that your kids are going to turn into whatever.
What? That's what you're doing it. You're doing it. And there's new laws. They passed a law in Colorado that says that this happened a while ago, where your kids can go to Colorado, have transgender surgery, and not to tell their parents while they're underage. That's what they're arguing for. And now, I won't go over the article. I'll just tell you right now. Washington has now also passed a law that says that they will help your kids essentially escape to Washington State. They will, if your parents call looking for them, the state will not tell them that they're there if they say that they're there because they're transgender and need protection.
Also,
I would think that's state-sponsored kidnapping.
Yeah, terrorism, actually, yeah. I would say. Just by the way, if you just look at the demographics who identifies with this fucking android mentality, it's overwhelmingly the next generation. So, I think they're going after the kids. The statistics kind of bear that out.
Yeah, trans surgery tourism. I think that's what Tim Pool called it, and that's absolutely what it is. Is that I think they passed one of those in California as well, where if your kid says they're trans, we'll just take them away from the parent, and we'll go ahead and fast track them on hormones.
If a kid says he's part of that coalition, it means that they've been in public school for too fucking long.
And it is happening. It's happening a lot, and you would care, or you would know more if you knew anything about the detransitioners. And there's a new law about the detransitioners, which is that this bill that was passed, I'll bring it up here in a minute, would make it so that the state insurance will cover transgender, gender affirming care, but not detransition care. It's showing you definitively this is not about the health of people. This is not about the welfare of children. This is about creating a permanent customer base that needs lifelong palliative care that you think will always be on your side, and that is sterilized so they won't reproduce because it's part of your WEF agenda. Yeah, that's what it's about.
If they see, an influencer posting, if they see a drag queen, in the meantime, the NRA had their convention this last weekend.
Yeah.
And there were little kids as young as 6 years old. I think we have pictures, playing with guns at the NRA convention.
Yes, it's almost like a kid being able to handle a gun is not the end of the world.
A kid being able to handle it, first of all, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with this either, but a lot of people take their kids out shooting. Teaching a child how to operate a firearm safely, that's actually a useful skill. Either they could, I mean, you just will steal in many ways. Either for hunting, they could do competitive shooting, and they can protect themselves. There's just 3 off the top of my head reasons why it would make, and to teach children how to safely operate a firearm. So they don't hurt themselves.
If you were on a farm, this would be considered completely normal.
Yes, on a farm, it is completely normal to teach children how to use firearms. Exactly. I think it's a little weird to take them to an NRA convention, is what I'm saying. I think that part's a little weird. But, I don't know. Teaching kids...
think so at all.
Also, yeah, I don't think that's a real gun. I think that's a model, but it might be a real gun. I'm not sure. Either way, I think that's a little cringe, I don't... It's the same thing with... They always bring up the child beauty pageants. I don't like those either, okay? I think those are also weird and cringe. But here's the thing. It's always this false dichotomy. It's always assuming that because I don't want children to undergo permanent, lifelong sterilization, which is way more extreme and different, that I also am totally down with child drag or child beauty pageants and children going to an NRA convention.
Does anyone remember the old days where a kid could do something that is like considered an adult activity by today and it just be considered normal? Like, hey, look, like I learned how to drive a tractor at the age of like 10. I was driving a 4-wheeler at the age of like 9. Or I learned how to shoot a gun at the age of like 7. Like, yeah. And then did the kid grow up to be like a mass murdering fucking psychopath that couldn't drive? No. Like, shut the fuck up, you pandering morons. This is probably like, oh, kids do this. Yeah, because we used to do that before you guys basically turned to spastics because you fucking saw some shit on TikTok.
One of the things about guns that's so important is that people, including myself, like, I used to be really afraid of guns, right? Even though I didn't have a problem with them and I've always been pro 2A, I used to be very afraid of guns. It actually is very healthy to teach people to not be afraid, but to have a healthy respect for that tool. Can kill you. For something that can kill you.
Yeah.
And I think that it's... I don't necessarily... I actually think it's probably a good thing, depending really where you are, to teach children a healthy respect that guns exist. They're always going to exist. Teach them... I mean, like, let's say like a reasonable age, okay? But you know what I mean? That to have a healthy respect for this is an instrument that is extremely dangerous. Don't be afraid of it, but understand what it does and how it can be very dangerous. That's the right way to handle it, I think. Don't be afraid, because if you're afraid of it, that can also be
like 7.
bad. Yeah, I think 7, 8, like that's probably okay to take. I mean, with heavily supervised by a parent, Like, yeah, I'd rather kids go to an NRA convention than a drag show. Slosher for 11 Canadian says, I agree with Oren McIntyre. We should demand what the left does.
Oh god, I had a fucked up thought in my head just now.
Let me finish the super chat.
I thought what if they go from the NRA to the drag show?
Oh god. I've got a little bit of a story. Oh.
Come on, that's fucking funny.
I have a little bit of a story. We should demand what the left does. Bud hires conservatives, fires left wing, support our causes, and puts them through training that forces our values down their throats. I mean, I don't know. I don't really agree with that unless that's what the company wants to do. But I'd like Warren McIntyre, but that's the reality. That is what the left does. You have to accept their bullshit, or you don't get a job there. Flannel McMantle for 5 says, "Same people who have children at drag queen shows think that teaching your kids to shoot a gun is grooming." I know it seems to be an irreconcilable difference. Hasahapa for 5.
Into being what, like assassins?
Yeah, into being, well, I guess they think into being a killer, but if you've taught someone, I think as a child, proper respect for firearms.
That's a good point.
What do you mean?
I'd instead if the kid went from NRA to drag show, they'd be less likely they'd be nonce because they'd be armed. That's a good fucking point.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, true.
I didn't even think of that.
That is well said.
That's a good fucking point.
The people who I
bunch of armed kids now, I'm like, oh, that's pretty funny.
A lot of the people who end up becoming mass shooters, and there's many different mass shooters.
That's because they couldn't get laid, not because they knew how to operate a fucking firearm. You
that's part of it, but no, but it's I know. I think actually that if you actually like raise with an understanding of seriousness of what a firearm can do, that's a little later topic, but you know what I mean? If you're going out hunting and you see if the child's an actual sociopath, which usually genetic and not really the parents' fault. They're like kind of kids who like killing animals. I don't know what you can do about that, right? But I think, I mean,
Get them a cat that has 9 lives.
I remember, you know, we had to put a cat to sleep because it had to, it was dying. It's this little kitten we got, and I mean, it was like having seizures and convulsing, and there was nothing they could do to it. It was this little kitten. We only had it for like 3 weeks, and we had to go take it to the vet to have it euthanized. And I remember, you know, my mom, I was probably 8 around that. My mom was like, you know, do you want to leave the room? And I said, no, I want to be there to, like, you know, hold his little paw. And I, unfortunately, like, at some point as a child, you have to come face to face with death. And like, I think if you're going hunting, I definitely think that would that probably teaches kids something, you know, to like, that would prevent them from, hunting and seeing an animal
Teach
die.
your kids how to hunt.
But I think it's a useful skill and teaching them respect for the firearm. But also, if you see, you know, what a gun does, how it takes the life from an animal, you know, I think that might make people who are not actually, like, you know, genetic sociopaths less likely to do that in real life.
Yeah, it's not like every other group of humans who've ever lived on this fucking planet have ever done that.
Well, exactly. But I'm saying, if you
actually,
if you actually see what it's like to extinguish the life of an animal for hunting purpose, I actually think that's probably because we're designed to do that evolutionarily. We needed to. I think that's why people were. Maybe that's one of the reasons people were so disconnected. Yeah, I think it teaches. I think that would teach children to respect life, hunting, and the first time I ever went fishing and watched watched my cousin cut open the fish and watched it die, I was like, you know, I mean, it's, you know, and then we ate the fish, right? You know, but still, I think that does give you a respect for life of all things that you might not get if you'd never seen something die before. Really see something die before. Just an idea.
You know, when you play Assassin's Creed, and you play Assassin's Creed 3, you know, when Connor does the hunting, and like before he skins the animal, he says something like Yama, which is something like respect Mother Nature.
Yeah.
It's like bless the bounty that we've been given by Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I like it.
Yeah, like fucking hell. Even the people who are killing animals are saying like respect the animal, like respect the tide, and use it efficiently, and don't just kill it for the sake of killing.
Those are kind of good values, and that's why I would. Yeah, I think that's, you know, technically we could even do that here in Guernsey, I think, right? Like, because they do. You shoot ducks and stuff here, don't you, Bill? Don't they have duck shooting and stuff here?
Only take what you need. Leave no trace. That sounds like honorable robbing.
Well, I don't know what it's like in Ireland, but in a lot of parts,
yes,
okay, you can't have
like
any kind of gun.
Patchy.
I think you can't have like any kind of gun. But yeah, here you can have hunting rifles and there's, you know, seasons of shooting. So rifles. Oh, rifles only for the range. It's shotguns, I guess, for shooting fowl.
I've known people who do hunting. They tend not to be sociopaths.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, because I think apparently if you learn that from a young age, you're going to learn like the value, like
of life.
Like life and death are real and serious shit.
Also,
you know what I
get to learn
mean?
how to prepare meat, which is fucking based.
That's true. Also useful.
You get to learn how to cook.
Yeah, Hasselhopper for 5 says, now imagine that child beauty pageant featured media constantly, and if you complained or suggested that it was inappropriate, you were a bigot. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they used to be more, but I think even when they were big in the media, people were criticizing them, being like, this is really weird. Child pageant stuff. Anyway, let's finish this. And then I kind of want to watch Dev's video. I want to move into that because it leads into everything we're talking about.
Yeah. In the meantime, we've had 19 mass shootings since last.
Do you want to talk about one of those?
Yeah. How many of them involved people who are hormonally challenged?
3, by the way. 19, 3 of them. I think it might be 4 actually.
You know that we've got statistics for that demographic. We're getting statistics for this demographic too.
So if and I believe it's so in her time frame it's 19. 3 of them have been done by people of gender. In which case, who represent 1% of the population? Who represent 1% of the population? And yet you're saying that there've been. It's about 1%, right? So
1% of 300 million.
Yeah.
Really?
That's an upper echelon, yeah.
I think they maybe identify as one of the rainbow community, but I don't think they actually fuck
But
me.
that would mean that 1% of the population if it's 19 mass shootings, I believe 3 of them have been conducted by people of gender. I believe I could be wrong. Let me be wrong. Let me do 2 because I think one of them might not fall out of her time frame. So because one of them might not be outside of her time. So let's do that one. That is whoops. Silly Aiden. Then if it's 1% of the population, I'm giving her every benefit of the doubt. 11% of the mass shootings are done by people of gender, despite making up 1% of the population. That's fucking insane. And again, I'm giving you
people who are the
I'm way overemphasizing the number of transes, and I'm way overemphasizing the number of transes, and I'm knocking down one of those as potentially being, because I think it's been 3. I think it's actually been 4. I'm doing the most reasonable conservative estimate on the statistic. It's 1% is doing 11%. Okay? That's a little bit fucked, isn't it? You want to go into the data on that? You want to be more specific? Of course not.
Saturday. So tell you what, when a kid shows up with dying from a drag queen wound, yeah, then we can do equivalency of danger.
Or when a kid...
I can't believe she said this after because this has been 2 weeks now after the Nashville shooter.
Tone deaf.
It's like, wow, yeah, really.
Shows up at your door because he came to the wrong address.
Oh my God. Okay, I don't know. I have this in here. Do you know this stupid story about coming to the wrong address?
Yes, the 16-year-old wants to pick up his brother or something, or pick up his friend.
He says he was supposed to pick up his brother, and he went to the wrong address. It doesn't make any fucking sense. He got shot by an 85-year-old man. The 85-year-old man's been arrested. They're claiming he's a racist. Look.
How the hell did you go to an 85-year-old man's house?
Well, they're claiming he just had. How do you not know? I mean, apparently he's been there many times before too. But this time he got confused about the house. Like, how does that make?
He's been there before.
Well, I thought so.
What? I call bollocks.
I mean, okay, I'll do this.
Do you know why I don't believe the story is true?
Yeah,
because
I'll show you why.
Because if the facts are any true, they would be more widely spread.
Yeah, here, I'll show you why. All right, so here's what I want to show you, is that here's the New York Times framing. Chief Stacey Graves of the Kansas City Police said after shooting Ralph Yarl, black 16-year-old, who rang the wrong doorbell while picking up his siblings. Here's the thing, I want to see if you can hear the police chief say anything about the wrong fucking doorbell.
Just before 10 o'clock p.m., officers were called to a residence where a teen was shot in front of the residence by a homeowner. The teen was transported to a local hospital for his injuries. The homeowner was taken into custody and placed on a 24-hour investigative hold. Detectives and crime scene personnel immediately responded, processed the scene, and recovered the firearm. After consulting with the Clay County Prosecutor's Office, the homeowner was released pending further investigation due to the need to obtain a formal statement from the victim, forensic evidence, and compile additional information for a case file to be presented. A formal statement is planned and forthcoming as the teen's injuries allow. A person can be held up for...
By the way, I keep seeing people say that he killed this kid. Much like who's the other guy they always bring up? No, exactly, because that's how they report on it. Who's that other guy they always bring up in all their BLM stuff who's still absolutely alive?
Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, was it Ahmaud Arbery? I don't know if that was... Is that him? There's one guy they always bring up... There's one guy they always bring up who's absolutely alive, and they put him on all their BLM posters as a casualty of violence against black people. It's like, that kid's alive.
Jacob, the guy that was shot 7 times.
Jacob Blake.
That's the one, yes.
That's it, yeah. They bring him up as a casualty of anti-black violence. Like, that guy's alive.
I think the reason why that's more shocking is because he was shot 7 times.
Yeah, I guess so.
And he's still alive. He's got fucking 50 cent genes, that motherfucker.
Yeah. So, but they're gonna... Again, this will get memory distorted as this kid got killed. Doesn't matter.
24 hours for investigation of a felony, at which time they're required by Missouri law to be charged or released. The vast majority of cases to include violent...
Okay, she just goes over the law now. Did you hear anything from the official police statement about a wrong doorbell?
I don't know anything from this other than one person got shot.
Because the police haven't released any information about a wrong doorbell. This is an invented thing from the left. They made this up. It is a complete, just like that they're saying, again, you thought the kid was dead. You know what else they did? Sean King doxed the fucking guy, and they showed up at his house.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
Wow.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah, let's go over the story.
Okay, so
let's recap.
No, hold on. I'm gonna make this funny.
Uh-huh.
So you mean to tell me an 85-year-old white dude, you think such on people because they showed up at his doorstep, and your idea is to get a whole bunch of them to show up at his doorstep? Like, how fucking retarded are you people? Like, how unbelievably fucking dumb. My God, I just hate how stupid people are. If I knew some guy like, hey, look, if you go near his doorstep, he might shoot you. You know what? Let's get a whole pack of us to go there. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you retards?
I mean, like, okay, so somehow this narrative, which it came from his mother, right? His mother said, oh, he was trying to pick up his nephew or his brother or something. It's like, wait, what? And he's at this house that he's been to before, and he got the wrong doorbell. And then this, like, by the way, like, that might make sense, by the way. I could kind of see that if he lived in an apartment complex and he got the number wrong. This is a neighborhood.
Yeah.
You think he got the wrong house? He got the wrong address in this neighborhood? No. Really? Of a place that I think he'd been to before to pick somebody up at? No. I also don't think an 85-year-old guy probably just shot him because he was a black kid in front of his doorstep.
Yeah.
He was clearly, I don't know, but my guess is he was acting a fool. Why was he there in the first place? I just don't believe it. And again, Sean King, a white guy who pretends to be black, is the one who doxed him.
Sean King is whiter than I am.
You know.
Also, I am blacker than he is because I actually come from Africa.
Yeah, you're actually in Africa.
Yeah, I have some street cred. Whereas he has fuck all. He's white as fuck. He's pasty as shit.
Yeah, so I think that's mostly the end of that clip that I have.
What do these idiots say?
Let's finish it, yeah. Because I want to watch it.
And somebody whips out a gun and shoots him.
In the head.
In the head. Twice. There's something wrong going on. But
so even
they're
saying...
shot in the head twice and he's still alive?
I guess, yeah, but he's alive. But they're not, so they're negating to mention that he's alive. They won't... He shot him in the head twice. He's alive.
What, did he shoot him with a fucking bow and arrow?
I mean, he's an 85-year-old... If you look at a picture of the guy, I don't know if I have it here. He looks way older than 85. He looks ancient, this dude. Hang on.
I looked at him and thought, like, man, Rudy Giuliani's aging badly. Because he looks like an older version of Rudy Giuliani, actually.
He looks super old here. Look at how old he looks so old.
The fact that he was able to hit the kid in the head twice looking like that is kind of measuring for his aim. Fuck all of you, I'm not apologizing for that. That's fucked up but funny.
Like, dude, I mean...
Like, cockeyed and can still shoot. Like, God, that guy was a monster back in his young days.
Again, the police are saying there's a racial component to this case. How can you know that?
How do you know that? You can't even fucking see by the looks of it.
How could you possibly know that?
You know what's amazing to him?
So
how does he look so old, like, but how he's 80? His hair is insane.
No, he's 85.
How does he have a full head of hair and it's that color?
Yeah, what? That is weird. Maybe, yeah, that's gotta be a booking photo, I guess. He doesn't look very happy. 84. Yeah, what the... Look,
his hair is insane. That's some amazing
maybe
genes right there.
he's still dying it still. I don't know.
At
but
85?
like, oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know why he'd still be doing that.
But... Like, holy shit.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. This is so fucked. This is...
But maybe it's an issue that, you know, this person, this wonderful young person has 10 million TikTok followers.
Ralph? Oh, no.
And some of the people who were, you know,
he had
shooting
10
up their beer
million TikTok followers? What?
Yeah.
Maybe didn't...
Yeah, he's massively popular with children.
Who are we talking about?
Dylan Mulvaney.
I thought the person that got shot.
No, Dylan Mulvaney.
Okay, no,
they've brought Dylan Mulvaney back into this.
I was fucking confused.
Well,
I didn't have as many followers
I also
as the
thought
other
it
people.
was genuinely a smart move by Bud Light. Like,
Yes.
they need to make
See, they're talking
inroads
about
with
the
the LGBTQ community, who, I'm sorry, tends to like craft
young
beer and
people.
skinny cocktails,
And young
not
people.
Bud Light. So it's like reaching a community that's probably not drinking enough Bud Light, and she's a great person.
But they're not gonna start drinking Bud Light because they drink
Yeah.
craft cocktails and micro brews like you do. They're not gonna start drinking Bud Light.
She is the one girl that has like sane take sometimes.
Some sense, but still, like they're not gonna
Yeah.
start. Come on.
The thing is, she's like the one person I would like to take and just go, can I just get you away from the harpies and admit that
Yeah.
you just have sense? Because the thing is, we're all these women. Okay, Aiden, no offense to you. But I've noticed something about women. Women think like those around them. They're not very good
Women
at
are very, very.
Yes.
Women are
whereas-
extremely susceptible to groupthink. Yeah.
Yes, so if you can get these harpies one-on-one, I can guarantee you they'll all say very different things they would in the group. I'll bet my fucking life on it. If I can get this woman away from the group and just like, hey, can you have a conversation in about 5 minutes?
women-
I can get her to say some really fucking strange shit.
Women don't like to create conflict. I'm as guilty of this as anyone else. I don't
Yes,
like
I've
conflict.
noticed.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
I
Whereas
don't like
I'm
conflict.
very much the opposite.
I know. I want
I
to
like
try to
stir
make
shit.
everybody. I like people to get along, but you know, for me, there's a limit.
Yeah, I've noticed, especially in the last,
there's
let's
a
say,
limit.
5 hours.
There's a limit where it's like I want everyone to get along, and I still want to get along with people, but I really.
But you also want to beat them.
I don't want to beat them. I want to be
Yeah, you
like,
do.
stop being stupid. I want to shake them, be like, stop it, stop.
In the old days, we used to beat kids until they got smarter.
No, I'll show you what I want to.
Beat them.
No, I'll play this while I find it.
Congratulate her for a milestone of a year being more authentic to herself, and I thought that said a lot about the PR for Budweiser. But don't dial it back now, because they're going to lose everyone.
Oh god, like the fact that you say this as women is grossly
know.
offensive to me as a man.
I know.
This is a twig little F word masquerading as a woman, and you're saying like, oh, this like authentic self. Motherfucker, that's not his authentic self, and you fucking know it.
I want to show you
Stop
exactly
this
how it's not
crap, you
how it's
full of
not
shit blonde bitch.
Dylan's authentic self, because a
Fuck out of
response
here.
video that Dylan made apparently a couple months ago has resurfaced, and I want to play that after this. But this is real quick though. This is what I want to do to people who like I don't want to smack them. I want to do this to them. Hang on.
Stop it. Stop. Exactly what is it that you're doing here? Stop. Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Stop. Stop it.
Stop.
Stop. I'm your friend, and I'm not gonna just stand around and let you do this. Stop. Stop.
So I'm gonna sit and let you do it.
Stop it. Stop.
This is a meme, obviously. It's not a real scene from Star.
So you basically you want to like lift people up with like force powers.
No, I
and
just
choke
want to
them?
tell them to stop. Like
Well,
he's
while-
not killing the
while
Borg.
choking them?
It's a Borg. It's not going to be choked. It's not going to die, right? He's just telling it to stop.
Stop. Stop.
That's it. That's how I don't want to.
I find it funny that I can call them androids, and then you show me this fucking thing. And it's like it's rather ironic, don't you think? Did a crossover of the meme there.
Look, yeah, look. It always comes circle, right? Oh my God, it's finished.
Sale horses.
That's right.
Now
That's
all
right.
of a sudden they got this trans like this.
No, the
this-
horses
She's
are
a
trained.
lawyer.
No.
I'm saying all of a sudden they get this what am I
The Clydesdale horses.
So again, see, they're mad about this. They're mad about that ad.
I'm thinking they're getting this backlash,
Yeah.
and their response
they
is,
harnessed it in.
Let's get the horses out. I was like, because the horses are so much more American than trans people.
Listen, all I can tell you is
I told you, they
That's 'cause
don't
they
like
are.
it. Yeah, they are, but they're pissed off. These people are pissed off about Bud Light's response, or Budweiser's.
old enough to remember when these Republican hypocrites were against cancel culture.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Don't you love the irony? Oh, aren't you against cancel culture? Yeah, I'm also allowed to boycott something that doesn't want me as a customer. Okay?
I don't really think
Bye.
that's kind of the same thing.
It's not cancel culture.
No, because like you're trying, like this is the thing.
How is it cancel culture by saying I don't like the thing that you did?
But
I'm not going to try to destroy your company necessarily. I'm just not going to buy it.
But
you're clearly seeking. No, you're seeking a different audience, right?
yes, but the
So,
one is progressive, the
I
one
won't
is
buy it.
reactionary. Like
But exactly,
the one is like, why the fuck are you shoving the same thing that everyone else is in my face? Fuck off. Whereas the other people is pander to us or you're an asshole.
Exactly. They're demanding to be pandered to. The right's just saying, like, this is the existing customer base.
Yes, stop pissing off the existing customer base. That's the fucking difference.
This is an existing customer base saying, hey, we don't like what you did there.
Don't fuck with our product that we liked, you jackasses. That's the fucking message from the conservative. I don't know why that's bad. That's not the same thing.
What the left does is they just like point to some random corporation and go, pander to us, whereas like Bud's entire thing has been, in many ways, yes, pandering to conservatives for forever because that is their brand. And they start pandering to another group while their marketing VP is saying, oh, we don't like our consumers. And then they're like, well, if you don't like us, then okay, bye, Felicia. I'm out. That's not the same thing.
That's how you know that the ad is disingenuous. Because if they say that we want to change it, we need to change the brand, and then they release that fucking horse one. That's how you know. That's how you know. From the fucking VP of marketing who said, we want to change it from the stodgy image of what it is, and then you release that fucking ad. That's how you know it's like, no, we don't really want you to leave just yet. That's how you fucking know, Dev.
I mean, allow them to get their new audience. I want to watch this first before we move to Dev, though, because this. Okay, I mean, here's my tweet on it. It said, I don't know if I've ever seen someone project this hard.
This is fucking funny as fuck.
This is okay. So this is a biological woman who made fun of Dylan on TikTok, and I want you to watch. No, this is actually a woman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is a woman. She's put stubble on her face. This is a biological and bad makeup to mock Dylan, and bought like little girls' clothes because Dylan also wears like little girls' clothes.
I thought it was a guy.
No, it's a woman trying to make herself look like a man as much as possible. Trying to make herself look like a man, trying to look like a woman.
She did a great job.
I know she did. I thought it was a man at first too, and I was like, wow, it's a man. But no, this is a woman who's just in good shape, I guess. But doesn't have the thinnest waist, which I think is what confuses people. Because but I think she probably does have like a thin waist. It's just that she's wearing like a literal child's top, so it's not flattering. Just like Dylan's clothes are not flattering. But wait till you see how the fuck Dylan responds.
Hey guys, it's day 4 of being a girl.
Hello. First of all, I would never open my videos saying, hey guys.
He is immediately triggered. He is so pissed off by this. I thought this video was recent because Ollie London just tweeted it out 2 days ago, but apparently this is from several months ago because Dylan's got, I actually don't think he's had implants or whatever, but this is a couple months old. Dylan's gonna drop some shit in this TikTok that I would call, okay, it's very telling.
So you got that part wrong. Second of all, I don't know your name, and that really bothers me because when I talk to someone, I like to know their name.
Why don't you look at their TikTok wherever you got their video from? Weird.
And third of all, I know that this is what you want. You want me to respond, you want me to react, you want attention. And I've seen your videos for a few weeks, if not months.
No, it's to mock you fucking
It's to mock you. They don't want your attention. They're making fun of you. She's making fun of you.
Yeah, they don't want the reaction. They just want to make fun of you.
You know, Dylan, how you constantly make fun of women in your TikToks? Do you want women's response? Because you get really mad when women respond to you.
You look anorexic as fuck, by the way.
Yeah, he's a twink.
Yes.
Now, I didn't have time to respond to those. I was really busy, auditioning to be in movies, and now I actually just walked as a model in New York Fashion Week on a runway. So sorry I didn't get to you sooner.
Has to flex. I'm so famous. I'm so popular. Look at how, much shit I get all this attention. I'm too busy to respond to you, pleb.
But what you're doing, I think, is comedy in your mind. It's, I see that you're putting a lot of time and
energy, it is funny.
And,
it's funny, yes.
Maybe even money. I saw you buy some of those heart-shaped sunglasses that I love to wear. So,
like the money that you spend on that stuff, and like how you also called yourself a comedian and say what you're doing is supposed to be funny.
Obviously, I influenced you to buy something, but you're doing all those things to mock me. More specific.
Yeah, and you're doing all these things that you do, Dylan, to mock women. So she's mocking you.
Specifically, you just kind of, I think, hate trans people, which you can make fun of my voice or my outfits or, my personality as much as you want, but you don't get to mock my identity.
Okay,
actually, no, yes, you can, because that's the most mockable thing about you, actually.
So Dylan is allowed to mock women's identity, make a mockery of, I love trees, I love them. Water, I love nature, I love it. Oh, a bee, oh, I'm a woman, I'm in my hiking heels. You're allowed to mock women all day long for months, and none of you are allowed to. You get praised. You flexed about how you're auditioning for movies because of your mockery of women, but you don't get to mock you, now do you? How interesting.
I would love to get the View.
How
just
interesting.
Sit there and goes like, I want to like see all their faces. Just stand in front of them with the phone and go, watch this, and just look at their faces.
I know.
And tell me like, do you honestly think this thing represents you as a woman? And look me dead in the fucking eye and tell me that with a straight face so I can see how full of shit you are.
I know.
Because if you tell me yes, I will immediately disqualify you as being a woman and the capacity to speak on any regards to women, because it's a fucking man you're watching, you dozy bunch of bitches.
Ooh, Atomic Peach says, Dylan's triggered because she can do what he can't, look like a convincing man and be an actual woman. I know, that is funny. She looks more like...
that's fucking true.
It is. Like, you thought she was a man at first. I did too when I first saw the video and I went to her...
because I just saw the stubble.
Yeah. It's all she had to do, because it's way easier for women to look like... In fact, like I think the CIA or FBI does this. They found that it's way easier when going undercover and stuff. It's way easier to make women look like men than it is to make men look like women. Not that that's surprising, but yeah, because women's features can be,
downplayed.
We've got softer stuff, so you can make it look harder. Whereas men's, you can't make that look softer.
And I think you believe that I'm taking away from your womanhood. Well, babe, I am here to support you in any way I can.
No, you're not. No, you're making a mockery. And like I've said, I don't usually bring up, like, I don't use like my woman shit and stuff. I'm like, I'm a woman. But Dylan Mulvaney is insulting to me as a woman. I've talked before a little bit about like my struggles with endometriosis and stuff. And when he talks about like, and not just him, but like these other like weirdo Twitter and TikTok trends who are like, I'm getting my period right now, it makes me a fucking wall. As I've talked about it, I'm not going to retread ground that everybody here who's listening pretty much knows, but I've had serious issues my entire life with endometriosis that I've had to go through experimental treatments to deal with. And my and millions of women's serious issues are being made a mockery of by men who have gas. Fuck off.
That's why I wanted to give you some advice on, this career path of you being a comedian, or maybe you want to be on SNL. I don't know what your whole gimmick is.
Woo, what a tell. Dylan is projecting. He thinks because his entire life goal is to be a comedian and famous and on SNL, that must be what this random person making fun of him on TikTok also wants to do. That's just pure projection, Dylan.
But the fact that all of your comedy is so lowbrow and it's
really?
sort of the lowest form of comedy, in my opinion.
You know what also is the lowest form of comedy, Dylan?
Pretending to be
the thing that she's doing, which is mocking you for what you're doing, which is pretending to be a woman and dancing around in a forest in high heels. That's the lowest form of comedy. You pretending to be a woman and playing up like most extreme stereotypes of what it is to be a woman is, according to you, Dylan, the lowest form of comedy. What a fucking self-own.
And you have a few people that enjoy your videos right now, but that's not going to last for very long. It's gotten old already.
Wow. No, hang on though. He's talking about himself. You understand that, right?
A little bit.
Making a mockery. It's like, wow, you mocking me for making a mockery of women is going to get old. Yeah, Dylan, you making a mockery of women by pretending to be one in the most stereotypical way possible is getting old. That's why nobody can stand you. That's why this whole Bud Light thing happened. It's not because of transgender people. It's because of you. People don't like you and your mockery of women.
And I'm very glad that you're doing it to me and not to another trans
Oh, here we
person,
go.
because I'm okay right now. My life is going very well. I feel pretty happy, but if you had made this video while I was maybe depressed or, God forbid, suicidal, that could be really effed up. And
okay, so suicide baiting. Great. Thank you, Dylan. Like that. But it gets worse. Suicide baiting.
That would be on you. That would be evil of you. It is.
So if somebody, right, So now saying that if somebody kills themselves because of a video you made, you're evil, that's on you. Well, Dylan, if a woman kills herself because she feels so ashamed of her womanhood because of your videos, that sounds pretty evil of you. All she is doing is reflecting what you're doing. This video is truly like, whoo, wow. All out in the open now, isn't it, Dylan?
Is evil. And I can't have you making these videos about other trans people.
Can't have you? What do you mean by that? Can't have you? Not allowing it? What are you gonna do?
Well, I'm glad it's about me and not about them because I don't know how other trans people's mental health is right now. So I'm okay. I don't know about them. So I'm glad it's me and you right now. I'm glad we're doing this. But here's the reality. This world is so messed up right now. There's so much horrible things that are happening.
Pause.
You know, we can all
It's the irony of like, yeah, I'm watching it right now.
I know. Yeah, this world is so much up right now.
You are indicative of that, yes.
You are a symptom,
Yes.
or
you are the
evidencing
poster child for the fucked up state of the world right now. Like literally, you are the poster child for how fucked up the West is right now. You.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
twink little bitch.
Yeah, he's just a gay dude. Again, his whole thing is that he was trying to be famous on TikTok as a gay little twink, and then it wasn't working for him, so he became Dylan Mulvaney.
all go away at any moment.
The current
like,
Dylan.
who knows what's
Please
gonna
have a woman
happen,
and you still have a
asteroid.
man's name.
Wait, because he's not trans.
Exactly.
And everybody else, this is not just me, but like Tim Pool said it, Blair White said it. Nobody believes that Dylan Mulvaney is trans. He had that facial feminization surgery, but it was like it just slightly softened some of his features. If he at any point just decides to go back to being a gay man, nothing is gonna in any way negatively affect him. Has he got his dick cut off? Has he had breast implants put in? No, because he's not trans.
Figure and go like, yeah, that's clearly the frame of a man.
He's taking some hormones, but look, I will say this: estrogen is more reversible in men than testosterone is in women, right? That's true. So he can although you're gonna get cancer, Dylan. Just like to point that one out to you. You're gonna get cancer.
Is a growth hormone.
But estrogen, over amounts of estrogen in men cause over amounts of estrogen in women cause cancer. So like you're gonna get cancer, Dylan. But I think that in his mind, he's like, well, whenever I decide to end this grift, it doesn't matter if I, do a little make my face a little bit softer. I'll still be a cute little femboy and be able to. But that's how he fucking thinks about it.
Keep going.
Well, anyway, yeah.
But how sad would it be if you left this earth, God forbid, if you left this earth as the woman who hated trans people? Like, that's kind of a sucky title, Maybe that would make you happy.
That's kind of a veiled threat, don't you think?
That's kind of a veiled threat, is it not?
Man.
How sucky would it be if you left this earth, if you got killed or died? And I didn't know when this was posted, so my response to it, I was like, it's really fucked up for him to say this right after, again, that trans shooting. Apparently he posted this months ago, but, that's still kind of a veiled threat, isn't it?
Very, very mafia-like,
Really?
Be a shame if that the car were to blow up while you were in it,
It sure would be a shame if something were to happen to us, and for you to leave this earth here on the day of my daughter's wedding, known as the woman who hated trans people.
I like the way that
For
you
real,
have
dude.
to sound like you smoke.
It's my best attempt.
But that doesn't sound good. Doesn't feel good.
Never once have you invited me
and-
over for a cup of coffee.
But that's a
with the
fucking
voices.
don't tell me that's not a veiled threat. That's a veiled ass threat.
To be
I
fair, this thing
really
couldn't fucking wield a
find it-
gun.
Oh no, he's not going to do it. He's just calling for his 11 million followers to, well, it sure
Yes,
would be a shame.
Who all weigh
Sure
under
would be a shame.
105 pounds and are 14 years old.
Sure would be a shame if something bad happened to you.
It's so wild that you think that all I see in girlhood is wearing dresses and makeup and hair.
No, you see
Because it's
attention
all
and money, you
It's
fag.
all you've ever expressed is that with girlhood, which by the way, you're a fucking adult man. If you're gonna be be trans and say you're a woman, then become a fucking woman. You're not a girl. Shut The reason why this trans stuff makes me so mad is not because I dislike trans people. I've known many trans people in my life. I don't have any problem with them. In fact, one of the things that Spoon and I disagree on often is that I will use someone's preferred pronouns.
Yeah, and
as long as they're not an asshole, then I will. I don't have a problem with trans people. I think they're suffering from a mental illness, and I'd like to help them get better.
Yes, and you do that by addressing them about who they actually are.
But I really hate this. Do you call Blair White a man?
I will call Blair, but if you tell me to say that is a female, I'm gonna go no.
Well, I think Blair would be fine with you, but if you had to use pronouns for Blair, would you? I'm just asking. I asked you this question earlier. You didn't answer. You would say him. I don't think Blair would actually mind, but Blair's kind of thick-skinned after all the shit she's been through.
Of course, because that's a guy, and guys have thicker skin.
Look, I respect Blair. I respect quite a few trans.
And I respect someone not to lie to them.
I don't fucking think Dylan Mulvaney is trans at all.
And I don't like. I've made a short video on this.
We got a clip to play in a minute. In that you thought that ContraPoints was a woman.
Okay, and
I'm just saying you did say that. You were talking. I showed you a video of ContraPoints, which we'll watch here in a minute, and you were like, "This bitch," and I was like, "Do you know?"
I didn't say bitch.
You said you didn't say bitch, but you called her. And I did
not. You said it was a chick. Yes, you did that, and then I said, "Oh, that's a girl."
Because I used female pronouns for ContraPoints.
Yes, because you said they were trans, and then I said,
okay,
"Oh, that's a girl." Yeah. No, you fucking come and say I misgendered. Like, fuck you.
So I fucked it up. I no, hang on.
Gotta defend my name here.
All right, no, you're fine. I got you. Okay. I set you up with a precursor. I gave you an initial information that was from your mind incorrect.
Need some clarification.
But you did think Natalie was a woman. So anyway, let's finish this Dylan thing. And then Dev thing, then we'll do the ContraPoints. Okay.
Because that's not what I'm doing here. And if you actually knew me, and if you knew who I am and why I'm doing all this,
fame and fortune.
For money, yeah. Fame and fortune. Yep, we got it.
Know that those things really don't have all that much to do with it.
Then why is every single one of your fucking TikToks but like tee-hee, here I am doing typical feminine shit. Tee-hee, here I'm looking at a tampon. Tee-hee. Like it's like the biggest fucking mockery of being a woman in the entire world.
Freaking people say I'm protecting the pronoun standard. No, I'm protecting my fucking good name here. I will not. Aiden already knows what happens to people when they lie about me. I get really pissy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A bad imitator because you're not actually doing what I'm doing.
No, actually, that's why you're so triggered. You're so triggered to make a 5-minute long video because you recognize the accuracy of what she's done.
Chinese
and why I'm here, you don't know your subject. You don't know who you're playing.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, we do.
That's the problem. That's why you're triggered. That's why you made this video. And I'm here for it.
But I will tell you that I'm a good person.
Menstrual show, no, Furious Dan, my boy, I love it. Menstrual show. Holy
we need to fucking clip that. That's really good.
That
menstrual
trending.
Show.
That's so good, menstrual Furious Dan. We gotta get menstrual show trending. Oh my god, the next time I see one of these. Yeah, the next time I see one of these, I'll do it tonight. Next time I see one of these trannies, though, also like my period menstrual show.
I have a good heart. I'm a woman.
No, you're not.
And
you're not a good woman. You're not a woman.
You're barely a woman,
and you don't. You're not a woman, and you don't have a good heart. This video proves you don't have a good heart. Yeah. You're really pissed off by someone doing literally what you do.
And I'm not going to say I'm more of a woman than you are. I know that would make you scoff.
That's because
that's
true.
What you want to say. But that's what I'm not. That would make you scoff. Not because he thinks it's untrue. But that's what he wants. Did you miss that, Spoon? I'm gonna go back. Not because it would make you scoff. Dylan thinks he's more of a woman than this woman making fun of him.
I'm not going to say I'm more of a woman than you are. I know that would make you scoff. But because I see us as equals, I'm a woman
Why do you keep saying I'm a woman
and
over and over
I
again?
don't
Like,
know
what are you
else to tell
fucking
you, but
Self-hypnosis.
Goebbels up in here?
Your time.
It's self-hypnosis. It's like, again, it's the left believes in this magical thing stuff in terms of identity that you say you're something, you are that thing. So it's a form of magical thinking, and it particularly as it applies. Oh my God! Look at his bicep.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's
Why is
fucking
my
Vegas fuck.
bicep?
Because he's a twink and he doesn't eat it.
Dude, like no, but like I seriously almost died of anorexia. Like of not of anorexia, but of weighing nothing. Like it wasn't because I was doing it on purpose, but you know what I mean. Like, and even my arm at my thinnest was not that thin. What the fuck, dude? How? How the fuck? Whoa, Mr. Skelly over here. What the shit, dude?
Time and energy that you're putting into this, I really think.
Oh, by the way, that's a really good sign that Dylan's not on estrogen, because estrogen causes you to gain. Well, it makes it really, really easy to gain. Have more hunger stuff. Estrogen is saying like, hey, you're gonna have a baby. You know. Wow. That is an actually very good sign that Dylan's not on hormones.
That you should find something else to put this energy into, maybe something that
No.
can be enjoyed by more people than just
No, bitch.
No, fucking A. Again, you're allowed to make fun of women all you want, Dylan. You get to be in movies or get to audition for movies. You get to be sponsored by Nike, and by Tampax, and by fucking Bud Light of all things. By making a mockery of women. And how dare someone make a mockery of...
We need Uncle Ruckus up in here.
I mean, the irony is so palpable.
Phobic people, because I don't know if that's the best crowd. I don't know if that's how you're gonna get on SNL or if you're gonna book a movie.
No, everyone wants to be on SNL. Not everyone is a fame whore like you
fucking
are.
Projection, that is.
It is pure projection.
That is projection like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know.
Movie. I don't know what your dreams and desires are, but my dreams are happening right now, and the world sees me for who I am.
Yeah, because your dreams are happening right now because you were a failed comedian or actor on TikTok. You were trying desperately to get attention by being on The Price is Right and other such things. I mean, I'm sure everyone's seen the clip now of Dylan Mulvaney on The Price is Right, where it's literally. It is 5 minutes of him screaming and rolling on the floor when he wins like $100 or something from a can of beans.
Yeah,
and because if you don't know what The Price is Right is, it's not like big wins, and just it literally like running around and literally rolling on the floor, screaming over like some minor win.
The Price is Right actually ironically describes his attitude towards fame.
Right, yeah, very, very true. Good call.
What are you? The price being hormonal intervention.
It's anything for fame. Anything for fame.
She's a girl. And I know that's just driving you absolutely crazy.
No, it's driving you crazy that she made fun of you.
That moment right
what
there
a tell.
Is like,
what a tell.
If I say
you love to see it.
You know what weapon Triple H was famous for using? Yeah, if you know wrestling, then you know what I'm referring to.
No, I don't.
He had a weapon called the Great Equalizer.
Okay. Yeah, I was never into.
Yes.
I'm a woman. I was never into.
God, Triple H. Those were the days. If you watch wrestling, then you know the weapon I'm referring to.
Well, wrestling is like fan fiction. Yeah, like women read fanfics about and romance novels and wrestling. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's kind of the same thing where it's like it's a fantasy thing aimed at a specific gender. And I don't say it's wrong.
No, it was just entertaining.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, but it's like full of it's theatrical and it's a thing that's aimed at men, and I totally get it. Just never appealed to I'm not a man.
Oh, it was funny. There was some good fucking moments in wrestling.
Do I have the thing of what actually was the outcome of? We did talk, I think, last week about
the good old game
about the creator clash. In here, the outcome.
When you steal the spotlight
I know for a
from the
fact
game,
that I had it. Oh, I think hang on. I have it in here somewhere.
Oh,
But,
I got one person in the chat who knows
hey,
what
let's
it
watch
is.
it.
But we're gonna have to get over it, okay?
No, you're gonna have to
I wish you no ill will.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. You said that you. Oh, I sure wouldn't wish for you to die, but well, if you did, it sounds like you wish ill will.
There's at least one wrestling fan who at least know what the fuck the weapon is.
Because we've come on to the topic of wrestling, I do want to, real quick. I didn't, I think, for this, but let me, because yeah,
wrestling isn't fake, by the way. Wrestling is scripted. If you take a chair shot to the face, it still hurts.
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't have this.
I was also an Undertaker and Austin person. I still know what weapons fucking Triple H used.
I just want to show a little bit. Oh, I'll probably have to get a
I was a big wrestling fan back there. Early 2000s wrestling. Oh god, good shit. Yeah, see, look, Rob, you do. Yeah, Undertaker was the greatest of all time. Fuck everyone else. I mean, I like Stone Cold Steve Austin, like The Rock and everything, but like, Undertaker was the shit.
Oh, it was the guy we were talking about who got his.
That
the poor dude who got his shit fucking wrecked. We were talking about like
Which one?
There was a guy who he got replaced last second. We talked about it last.
Oh, the guy that kicked that Chris Reagan fought.
Yeah, Chris Reagan. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm. Did you see the outcome of that fight? I think I did send it to you.
I saw him get rocked like a fucking rock and sock'em robot.
Yeah, I sent it to you, but like, let me see.
I also like Goldberg because Goldberg would fucking jackhammer Big Show, which was insane.
Oh yeah.
Macho Man, yeah.
I thought I had the clip, but
he's a fun person to do a voice impression of. It's fucking hard as hell though. No, Paul Bearer is not alive anymore, which is a real shame. But oh my god, Paul Bearer was the most underrated fucking character in the wrestling world. Like when he does like that high-pitched voice that he has, and then he walks on the stage. Like there was one fucking clip that always makes me laugh. It was when Kane came back, and he just walks out after the lights go off, and Joe just goes, "It's Paul Bearer," and he's just standing there like with his face pursed up to the sky, with his hands on his hips as fucking Kane walks out, and just the look on his face is to this day, it's one of the fucking funniest things. Just it fucking kills me. Every time I watch it, it's so fucking funny.
I don't know where to. I'm trying to find it now. But if you see this fucking photo.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna play the clip because it's funny.
I was trying to find the picture, the photo, or at least the video photo. At least the photo, if not the video, of Chris Reagan going against this guy. Like it was fucking insane. That Chris just got like just see them side by side. The other dude that they put against him, we talked about it last week, is again he's got a full ass foot on him. And just decimated. Oh man, I can't. What did you want to show? Let me finish this.
And I would love to see.
Balls for fuck's sake. There we go. Yeah, you can go.
Oh, how do I get this to go? Man, I'm trying to figure out like. Where do you want to play this or do you want to play your?
No, but finish your thing. It's like 5 seconds left.
But that's it. I'm gonna go order some room service now.
Okay, who cares? Yeah, okay, play your. I'm gonna try to find the. I didn't have it in the bit, but goddamn, I did send it to you the other day.
This makes me laugh because it's funny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like this bit right here. Oh, for fuck's sake, this fucking... Yeah.
What the hell is this? Stephanie, get over here. We got a power outage. We lost power. We lost
Just watch Paul Bearer walk out now.
What the hell is this?
Chair, what did you do?
I didn't do anything, Stephanie, I promise.
It's just the way he walks out. I need to walk up to this guy, watch now.
Oh,
damn. You have to understand, like, this is when Kane was like a fucking machine who would just walk into any like he was like the scariest fucking like next to the Undertaker. So when he walked into a place, he was just like fucking one man wrecking machine. Like look how big he is when he just stands up. He just walks over the fucking rope.
Kane wants X-Pac. Kane wants anybody in front of him. The Big Red Machine.
That was good fucking time.
Ready to run. It's ready to destroy. Oh no! Choke slam.
God, that's some good shit.
This is not what I was actually looking at. Like, I really...
Oh, God, Kane was like...
This is it. Just look at this. Look at this. Okay, real quick. I'll post some on my side. We're done. But I do have...
Kane
look at
was
this.
Fucking great.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, tell me when you
watching?
got your... this is Chris Reagan versus... This is the guy we talked about. William Haynes versus Chris Reagan. The Creator Clash. Look at this. Look at how much. Look at how much. He's got a fucking foot on him, dude. He's just destroying him, dude. He accidentally hits the ref, like you know, but dude.
The ref is a woman. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know, but still, like, it's not fair in any way. It's fucking gross that happened. Okay.
It's the Big Red Machine.
Dev's video is 12 minutes long, which I think is going to be the rest of it. Probably. I want to do one more thing.
Oh god, yes, I have seen the RKO out of nowhere series.
Okay.
Like, those are fucking hilarious.
All right. I want to cover a couple more things before we... Because once we start the Dev video, that's going to be stream. Matt Walsh was hacked.
Apparently.
Yeah, apparently he types out that... You know what you did? You're closeted homosexual, hide behind Jewish. He tweeted Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan's a pedo. I'm a gangster. I'm a sassy shooter. Like, I don't know. This person... So this appears to be a SIM card hacking.
Like, really cringe.
Yeah, it's like you didn't even do anything, like, based with it. Like, you just... It's cringe. So it appears that Matt Walsh was hacked. That's... this is the bill I mentioned. I was going to get through this real quick. Get in Dev's video. This is a new... Again, I mentioned this before. New legal bill, just showing it to you. It excludes detransition treatment. That to be covered by insurance. Insurance will cover your transition, but not your detransition.
No, so we'll fuck you up, but not unfuck you up.
This is in Oregon. Okay? I mentioned this as well.
Isn't there a reason why some of these people are trying to secede from Oregon to become part of, like, Red Idaho? I wonder why.
That Washington State will hide runaway children.
You're basically saying you want to mutilate children from their parents. Like, you
This is
fucking
kidnapping.
evil psychopath.
That's kidnapping. I want to play this real quick, because fuck. Look at how shameful this shit is getting. This person pretending to be Chris Farley.
And I'm starting to feel like a frickin' Republican lawmaker. Hello!
That's an awesome transition. So, as of
That's not an awesome transition. That is a fat man.
this week, there are now over 14 states that have passed bills restricting health care for trans kids.
No, it's not healthcare. You're trying to mutilate and sterilize them, and I'm tired of saying it's anything else but that.
Listen to that, Michael.
Yeah.
Restricting healthcare for kids. For some reason, there's something about the word trans that makes people...
Because it's not healthcare. It's not healthcare. I've been through what this is. We all know it.
I will forever say this and I'll stand by this. If you say the phrase trans kids, I legitimately believe you need a lobotomy.
There's something...
You'd be fucking wrong with you. Yes, like, I legitimately think you're a demon from hell. Like, legitimately, I think you're a threat to humanity. Like, I would literally fucking arrest you and throw you in a cell for the rest of your existence. You will get no trial. You will get no trial. I will completely diminish the very concept of human rights. I don't give a fuck about you.
Why are you so desperate to listen to children who don't know shit? Because kids don't know shit.
Yeah, his arms do seem kind of small for the torso size.
This was known... Oh, he's on a wire, if you can't tell, because he's about to be pulled up into the sky. You see the wires now?
What, a fucking crane?
Yeah, you see the two black wires under his armpits?
That's because they're so terrible they need to make a fucking getaway?
No, they're gonna, it's like a part of the skit, you know? But like, listen.
Do I have to? It's a lot of cringe.
No, what I'm saying is, no, listen to me. Is that...
Oh, sorry.
This transgender stuff, it is not good for kids.
No, it's an abomination.
We keep finding that it's not good for kids. You keep finding evidence, and you go like, well, yeah, well, but,
we need to get fucking Nuremberg trials up in here.
I really would like some Nuremberg trials for COVID and for this, and it will never happen. Maybe it will. Maybe I shouldn't be blackpilled. Maybe there will be Nuremberg trials.
That's like a part like the World Economic Forum I can kind of get behind. If only I can get to decide who you're gonna get rid of. Because I have a couple of choice people in there. If
there were ethical tribunals for what happened during COVID, this shit, yeah, I'd be on board with that. But that won't.
I think the French Revolution had some good ideas, don't you?
No, the French Revolution had no good ideas.
Really?
Democracy isn't. Well, I mean, yeah, they had a couple about liberty. Liberty is good. I like liberty.
I meant like more like a sharpened blade.
Oh, that one. Oh, that part. It's like, yeah, liberty is a good idea. No, democracy though is cringe.
Yeah, liberate your neck from your torso is not a bad idea.
If you don't care about trans kids' lives, it means you don't care.
A trans kid is like a vegan dog. Okay, we all know who's responsible.
About frickin' kids' lives.
Wow.
And the seal clapping, spacking retards.
They have to clap,
in the
clap. So.
I can tell you're really upset about that.
I am, and also my legs are going numb, and I might pass out.
So this person is SNL's newest addition, who is a non-binary person, supposedly. I don't know what the fuck that means.
They just look like a fat person.
Just a fat man. He's got tits.
Molly, how long were you hanging up there?
Longer than I would have liked. I tried to call down, but no one could hear me. You know, at one point, I heard a crew guy say, "Is she gonna die up there?" And then another guy was like, "You mean, are they going to die up there?"
Yeah, because you're so fat, you can qualify for 2 people.
Base.
And then they both walked away and didn't help. Which feels a lot like how trans people are being treated right now.
No.
Why are you trying to do political activism via comedy?
It's so cringe.
It doesn't fucking work, you stupid fat bitch.
No, it doesn't fucking work, and it's such cringe.
Yeah, it's
there's actually so much shit I want to go through. We're not gonna have time.
Okay, well, do you want to skip this because this is upsetting me.
This is cringe. Okay, all right, yeah, this is you get the idea, and also we'll get fucking claimed by SNL. So you get the idea.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Speaking of fat people, try this one on for size for a second. Plus size airline passenger demands free seats and bigger bathrooms to the FAA. Let's just laugh. Let's just laugh. Let's just laugh.
All right, put your seatbelt on if it'll fit. Nearly 15 million American children are obese.
That's a pretty baseline.
Wait, sorry. Can I go back to the beginning?
Do I have to listen to Jabba the Hutt?
That thing would be funny. Just gonna laugh at this big fat person for being like.
More
Are
than
you sure when the ladies on Fox at least they have nice legs?
That's roughly 13% of the population, and yet.
Wow, the fact that that's by your own choice. You chose to be fat. Stop being fat.
Many airlines still don't.
Wow, and she's massive. Look at how big she is. Holy shit. You need to buy 2 seats, probably 3, lady. You're fucking huge.
You know you're big when the portrait of a phone doesn't fit you when it's like over a foot away.
I know. Can't fucking see any kind of discernible body features. You're that big.
To accommodate plus-size passengers.
You're not just plus size. You're super plus. You're fucking enormous.
That's why I've started a petition calling on the FAA to require every airline to have a clear customer size policy in place for plus-size passengers. No one should have to endure the discomfort, embarrassment, and discrimination that often comes with being a plus-size passenger trying to navigate.
You're not plus size. You're the size of a planet.
Air travel. By signing this petition, you can help us demand that airlines take concrete steps to make air travel more inclusive and accommodating for all passengers. Whether you're plus size or not, everybody deserves to be treated with dignity and respect when they.
Then buy 2 seats. again, you're huge. You gotta probably buy 3. But buy 2 or 3 seats, bitch. Like, okay. I want to get through. So before we get into Dev's video.
The absolute fucking entitlement of you is what makes me hate you more than anything else. Is that I have to... Everything around me needs to change for your fat ass. Fuck you.
I'm gonna...
Lose some weight, you fat bitch.
I'm gonna go through...
Fucking tell me.
Real quick. We're gonna go through them real quick. So... Elon, by the way, they said this. Any parent who, or doctor who sterilizes a child before they're adult should go to prison for life.
I think anyone who does that to another human should be prison for life. I don't.
I agree with that.
I don't think it needs to be an 18 requirement.
Based South African analysis.
Who, me or him?
Both.
Okay.
The Lewis and Clark Lewis and Clark Graduate School, which is they're based out of Portland, now offers a gender diversity certificate program for pre-kindergarten teachers.
Okay, so I would like to see a university do the exact opposite of this. And I think just to scare the shit out of people, because it'll be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if we just do like the white supremacy program.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, you are only allowed to be European if you want to attend this.
They're never going to do that.
Why not?
I'm just saying they're never going to.
But you should, because it's funny.
Pathetical. It would be funny. Hats off for 2 says, come on, many people are having daughters. No, they just changed them to boys. I would say asso. Hef for 10 says, I'm fat, 280 pound, 6 foot, heart that will require 3rd surgery within a year. Oh my god. Well, I hope you're okay, man. I work out 4 days a week and do firefighter. There's no excuse to be that large. Yeah, that won't look. I understand, and I feel a lot of, empathy for people who are big and they're trying to work on it. Have you seen the channel Michelle McDaniel on YouTube? On YouTube, check her out, Michelle McDaniel. Like, she used to be real overweight because she had a food addiction, and she's now like super fit and in great shape. And you can totally get over it. And I think I love that stuff. I really love seeing those positive stories of people who've beaten it, right? But I can't tolerate fatties who are like, here's why everyone needs to bend to my literal girth. It's not good for you, girl. Stop it. Like, it's not good. I love seeing success with. And good luck, AF, on your weight loss, sincerely. I mean, you're going to be okay, I think, right? It sounds like you're doing work. I think it's going to be okay.
Lift heavy shit.
Lift heavy shit. I believe in you, dude. Kizza for 5 pounds says, no, you fat fuck should be charged triple if you want to apply. Stop being dead weight to the public. I know, it's really...
100%.
I mean, if you're taking up 3 seats, you should be charged for 3 seats. Insane.
Yeah, I don't know why that isn't just common sense.
I know. I'm going to be honest with you guys here. I'm going to go on a short little thing before we get into this. This might... If you don't want to hear really fucked up shit... sorry, talk about fucked up shit. Just for a moment. Trans therapists charged in sexually SAing autistic children in Indiana. Here they are.
Hell no, Kizza. You can do it of any... Freaking, it's not ethnic. Then it's not white supremacy. Then it's ethnic supremacy. No, no, the class that I want. You can be Spanish or German or French. I don't care as long as you're white. That's the point of it.
No, yeah, kids' white supremacy class can only be attended by those of English heritage, as whiteness pure envy of the greatest. Right. No.
England is not the envy of the world. I don't know what to tell you. That's
no,
just not the case.
I don't agree. There are lots of people who are white, and there's also lots of people cultures that are non-white who I also respect. And I find culture.
Engineering, the best engineering comes from Germany. The best farmlands come from the Dutch.
Right. That I don't think that's very very.
The best beer comes from Belgium.
I don't think it makes sense. But thank you.
The best horrifying literature comes from Eastern Europe.
But here's this person, Liamir Vincenus. Listen to this person's name, Liamir Vincenus Kennedy. Okay.
My God, you scream middle class, don't you?
No. Middle class. This is
Leo
their
Mayer?
chosen. This is their chosen name.
Oh, that's
'Cause
not like
they're
they're reading the
tranny.
classics too much.
No.
How about Italians? They produce beautiful women.
Leo Kennedy. This person. That's a fucking Resident Evil reference.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
This Resident Evil fucking LARPer.
I wouldn't know. I don't play these games. The
Who
one thing,
wants to be
those
very
games are
even,
on
but I
console.
can't be Leon. I have to be Leo Mirror. I have to be really even more special. Yeah, it does sound like a demon name, doesn't it? Sexually assaulted children. Trans therapist. Is anyone surprised? That's how they look. Outside of their curated cute photos, this is how they look. Licensed behavioral technician in Autism Therapy Center for Pediatric Patients. Molested 2 young children, preying on victims assigned to other staff to minimize suspicion. Found children at the center, treated by other therapists, and molested them so as to not be caught.
I'm not a normie, just like that was not a fucking game that I played. Have I no culture? No, I actually played better games than Resident Evil.
Former Planned Parenthood
I'm gonna
director.
piss off a whole bunch of fucking people saying that.
Former Planned Parenthood director commits unalive after police raid his home in CP case. Wow.
Yeah, it's almost like
Another leftist.
It's almost like overwhelmingly the people who are leftists and are pro-trans are also the ones who are also pro-pedophile. I wonder, how many times do we have to see this before we notice a pattern?
Well, let's look at the UN, shall we?
Oh, fuck the UN.
This is the UN 8 March Principles for Human Rights-Based Approach to Criminal Law prescribing associated conduct associated with sex, reproduction, drug use, HIV, homelessness, and poverty. I'm going to direct you down to
So basically, it's the
Principle
80s all
16.
over again.
I'm going to direct you down here to Principle 16, and I'd like you guys to just give me your opinion on the read of this part of the document. Actually, Spoon, could you please read this for me?
I can't because it's fucking tiny.
Hang on. This part's so fucking... Actually, I don't even think I have a cigarette. Give me
You
a
want me to
second.
read this
I'm gonna...
crap?
Yeah, I do, because I've read it, but I don't think you have. I want you to read this part so you can get
Do I
mad
have
at it.
to?
I'll be right back. Yeah, this part, Principle 16. Be right back.
Consensual sexual conduct. Already the first 4 words are making me like, no, I don't want to read this. Type of sexual activity, the sex, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or Orwellian fucking phrases, eat a dick. Other people involved or their marital status may not be criminalized in any circumstances. No, and fuck you. I'm not gonna... Bloody hell, why the hell am I hearing Gregorian chants all of a sudden? Oh yeah, because I've been listening to that on this side. Yes, I listen to Gregorian chants sometimes. Don't fucking ask why. Because it puts me in a lighter mood.
How are you reading it so far? I don't know how far you got.
I read
Is it not-
I read the first sentence and I'm like, no.
This is the United Nations, by the way, if people are you know,
The
forgetting
UN is
what
run by
we're talking
pedophiles.
about. The UN is talking about here. I've now watched them. Like this of course came out. They released it, by the way. And like, oh no, that's not what we meant. That's not what we meant. What the fuck did you mean? Like, well, not that. And they can't explain what the fuck they did mean by it. Of course not, because it's about how like. What? Continue to read it, right?
No. I'm not going to.
No.
No.
You want to read what the fuck the UN says about the shit?
No, I do not, because instantly the first sentence is making me know I already know what they're gonna say,
Yeah.
and no, wood
All right.
chipper immediately.
I agree. I was trying to smoke a cigarette, but all right. I guess so. Give me a second.
And yes, I do listen to Gregorian chants and
I
meditation.
also listen to Gregorian. Very
Yeah.
very nice sleeping music, right?
It's more like the music I listen to if I have fucked up thoughts in my head.
Oh, okay.
Because have you noticed the Gregorian chants are all full of like, I don't know, Templar soldiers?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there might be
it
a
sounded like a
reason
fart. Sorry, it
yeah,
was just my chair.
There might be a reason why I have kind of.
It actually really was. It sat down in the leather chair. Okay,
It's not black
so
bills. It just gives me a reason to go to war.
the UN says. Did you read the whole Yeah, you guys read
No, I read the opening statement. Like, I'm not reading the shit because it's making me pissed off.
Yeah, well, that's what it's about. It's basically trying to defend, like, you have consensual sex with a child, which doesn't exist. I'd like to point out also, before we get into our ending thing here.
The child is copyright. That's probably why I can't play it.
So, how much money is the U.S. government spending on these kinds of programs?
Oh
So that's the UN.
God, this is insane.
But how much money is the U.S. spending?
Literally almost $1 billion.
$900 million in 2023. There is no clear delineation on what exactly they're spending it on.
But they can send $100 billion to Ukraine.
But diversity, equity, inclusion stuff in the U.S. is receiving $900 million in 2023 from the U.S. government.
Governments are
Yay!
gay.
Oh, let's talk about the Cleopatra thing. I'm gonna get through this.
Ah, yes. Can I
so
just say,
cancel,
as an African, I find this offensive.
Right.
'Cause
So
I've been to Egypt.
Yeah. Oh, really? I'd love to go to Egypt. Holy
Yes,
shit.
I'm gonna sound like a spoiled kid, because I'm an only child. But my 18th birthday present was I got to go to Egypt.
That's awesome,
Most
dude.
people go get drunk. My parents decided, like, yeah, let's send a kid to Egypt for like a week.
To be fair, my godfather was supposed to take me to Europe with him as my 18th birthday present, but then he was like, I don't feel comfortable going to Europe alone with an 18-year-old girl, because he was just like, he felt it would be weird, because I guess he thought that I would like be flirting with boys and stuff, but my godfather knows me and knows that that wouldn't have been what I would have been doing. I would have been like wanting to just look at historical stuff. I can understand that why he would have thought. Once I got to be 18, he knew I was interested in boys.
And
you know,
also
I get it.
The idea that Egypt, that Cleopatra is black. Can I just say,
So,
I just want to point something here. Black
they
people,
make Cleopatra black.
Yes, but black people, if I were you, especially you Americans, I would not try and sort of romanticize Wakanda as a real place. Because for two reasons. A, you look fucking stupid, for one, because you don't know history. And B, are you really so committed to that we was Kangxi? Like, are you trying to tell me that your ancestors from thousands of years ago was able to do civilization, and yet you fucking morons can't even walk past a shop without looting it? Like, you look like you've gone backwards.
I know.
Like, this is really not a good look, because it basically makes you basically saying that your ancestors were better than you.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that's stupid about this.
And it's
so
fucking
Netflix,
centuries old.
Okay,
Like,
it would.
why?
Okay, here's the thing about this Netflix show, right? It would be one thing if this was a, like a drama. It's not. It's a documentary about Cleopatra. Cleopatra was a Ptolemaic Greek. She was a white woman, or she was a Greek woman, so she would have looked European comparatively to looking more African or
Afrocentric.
Middle Eastern, right? She was a Ptolemaic Greek. So they've cast a black woman as her, and the Change.org petition that was started by
actual Egyptians
to cast not a black person has been removed for being racist. Actual Egyptians started this petition to say, like, please cast someone who is not a sub-Saharan African, and cast a Mediterranean.
I mean, I don't think Egypt is technically
They
sub-Saharan Africa.
removed it. No, I'm saying, but they cast a sub-Saharan African or woman of sub-Saharan African descent. They removed it, or they removed the petition from Egyptians who were unhappy about it.
Also,
they don't care.
I find it really funny that Americans, you should finally realize that you're an imperialistic power.
Mm-hmm.
That you're basically. I saw a meme that said America defeated the USSR only to become a retarded gay version of it.
Yeah,
which is
very true.
Which is fucking true, because you're the one trying to pillage the world and try to install democracy and then destroy their culture. Like, America, you're basically a colonizing power without any of the cool shit of being the conqueror. Like, you spread
we spread
the
democracy.
F word.
Yeah. Tyler Preston says that Sam Cedar tried arguing that Cleopatra was a black woman in order to debunk Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Sam Cedar is a fucking retard.
Yeah, so he tried to just argue
Cedar.
a complete historical Kissa for £5.
He said on Patrick's show that the government can spend money better than the people who earned it. Like, shut the fuck
what a
up.
fucking lunatic. Kissa for £5 says, let's not forget all this gender studies / transgender BS are all connected to non-apologists. So we should all oppose this. Absolutely. Yeah, completely. And for another 5 says, here's another to cleanse everyone here. Eden should love this. All right, what is this, Kissa? If it's like a... Ooh. If it's really long, I won't play it, because I'm trying to not keep too late.
Why don't you just put on a separate browser before you put it on?
It's it's just an hour of Chad Roman Catholic. Alright, the very base. I will actually probably listen to this tonight, to be honest. Thank you. Everyone can enjoy that link as well that Kissa had to enjoy an hour of Chad Roman.
I like the way he's got fucking, oh, fucking hell, he's Swagger Soul's fucking helmet.
Well, this is another thing, too, is that, Lilo and Stitch... God damn it. Lilo and Stitch fans are really angry about the casting of Sydney Agudong, casting to play...
she's adorable.
She is very cute. But the left is very angry about this woman being cast to play, a Hawaiian character, in a movie because she's not brown enough, even though she's actually Hawaiian.
Don't you're the same fucking people that bitch about race swapping when it's a white person being swapped for a black person, but when it's
I know.
this,
She's
now you suddenly
legitimately
bitch.
Hawaiian. She's legitimately from Hawaii. She grew up in Hawaii. She is Hawaiian, and they're like, yeah, but she's too white. She's too pale skinned.
Why the
we
fuck do you
hate
try
her.
to appease these cunts?
Okay, so Carl, Carl is a friend of the channel. Single player Carl. Here's his response.
To play Nani and Lilo instead lighter than Nani. What is happening?
Karma. How many casting choices where you waved African figures in front of people's faces while they're playing characters that are effectively space Vikings, and you said, no, bro, it doesn't matter? How many seasons of the CW, and yet you hugged them in their face and said, bro, it doesn't matter, it's a different continuity? How many examples of race-washed characters and remakes? And it's, bro, it doesn't fucking matter. You all, literally at the exact same time you're angry about the Wizard game. No, everybody who doesn't like Chloe Bailey's a racist. Mermaids aren't real! I guess Hawaiians aren't real either. I guess we're all chuds now, huh?
There we
Not fucking wrong.
No, that's our friend Carl. He's right. Exactly, he's right. Like you pick and choose with this shit. Here's weird shit though. Disney welcomes children of all ages at gay and transgender pride night. Disney After Dark. Why is there a pride thing at
Why
night?
the hell are you calling it Disney After Dark?
It's so fucking weird,
Dude,
right?
when you say the phrase after dark, that implies that the
Implies
shit,
adult
the
stuff,
adults
yeah?
only.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying it's for all ages. What the fuck?
All ages. It's so weird.
I don't care. All of you fucking anyone who advocates for this fucking group, you Rainbow Coalition, you're all pedophiles. Every one of you. I don't give a fuck anymore. Fuck all of you. You are all children thumping fucking pedophiles.
Stop oil activists who disrupt the soccer game exposed as 25-year-old student who opposes having children on moral grounds. So anti-natalist activists. These pictures have been going all over the internet.
Oh yeah, okay.
He look at this dude.
Do you want to know who his father is?
Who?
Or what his father does?
What does his father do?
His father's a venture capitalist.
Of course he is. He jumps onto the fucking pool
And Agent
table and
Oranges
makes a big...
himself.
And Agent Oranges himself. Makes a big ass out of himself.
I wish it was Agent Orange. What, too based? That's kind of... I know that was extreme.
I said me too. I agree with you.
Oh, there we go. Well, very based.
And just out of what? Over what?
To be fair
Stop
to him...
oil.
Look, I like the way he's just like, oh,
He's
I'm not having children out of moral. No, it's because you can't get any pussy, you fucking
No,
bitch.
he probably can't. These are anti-capitalists. They follow the WEF fucking narrative.
They don't even know what gender is, for God's sakes. They definitely can't get a dick.
Exactly. And then there's more shit. This is
Or
all.
vagina,
It's so
for that
much.
matter.
It's so much antinatalism. It drives me fucking. Here's this one too.
See my upset and frustration with this.
I can see your upset and frustration. Obviously,
This guy's gonna explain listen to what this is about.
He's a barrister.
Climate shit. So the other, yes, he's a barrister. He's a lawyer. So the other guy is like, he did that at his tournament, his pool tournament, to be like, don't reproduce. Also, climate. Here's this guy.
These matters are frustrating for people, but we also need to bear in mind why people are doing what they're doing. And I know you said that people are crying because the world is going to end in 2 weeks. No one is saying that. But unless...
Oh, they're talking about the race becoming extinct.
Sorry?
They're talking about the whole human race becoming extinct.
Some people do, but the majority of climate protesters are saying what the scientists are telling us, which is that our society faces its most serious crisis that we have ever faced.
And how did disrupting the snooker tournament
Wow.
change a single...
And how could anyone fucking possibly believe that after COVID? The scientist.
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard to contain my rage. I'm trying so hard.
It's adorable.
Because I read scientific papers every single goddamn day. The scientists. Why don't you just read the studies instead of requiring someone else to tell you what to think, idiot? Go read the scientific literature. It's not difficult. Just I don't know.
I don't...
Take like 3 months to learn how to do it. It might take more than 6 months. 3 to 6 months. Come on.
It's not even that I don't believe the science, which I don't. It's that
I can read the study for you.
Hold
and
on,
tell
I'm
you
still
what the fuck it
talking. For
says.
God's sakes, calm the fuck down, Jesus
Sorry,
Christ, woman.
Sorry, Smith.
Right, for me, it's just I said it very simple before. It's like the idea that human beings can somehow stop the natural cycles of the Earth is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like this trailer for me is like, if you believe this, I actually think you're brain dead and retarded, and again lobotomy.
Thinking you can stop it. Yeah.
There are some people that if you just tell me that you believe this, I will just instantly think you're like a moron. Like that's one of them. Like if you actually think the world is going to end in 12 years time, like you're a fucking idiot. Like I'm sorry. Like I don't want to hear your opinion about anything because you're a fucking idiot. End of story.
Exactly. As Rob Walker points
Simple
out.
as that.
It's supposed to be able to have been at least 5 apocalypses by this.
Yes.
The Earth was supposed to have ended like 5 times over.
Have you
sorry, spasm is activated. I guess some of
have you seen that list of like environmental predictions, and it goes back to like 1967? Every one of them has gone false. And if you see a lot of them that they've predicted, it's the same ones that have been predicted like once every single fucking decade for the last 60 bloody years. None of them have ever come true. There's not been a single environmental predictions for the last 60 fucking years that have come true.
No.
Why the fuck would I believe? The thing is, whenever I see this shit, I want to ask these people, what is your scientific credibility? What is the accuracy of your predictions in the last, say, 5 decades? None.
Yeah.
Why the fuck am I going to listen to you then? You've never been right about anything.
Don't get hung up on that scientific credibility, because as El Gusto says, Destiny says it's dangerous for non-scientists to read primary sources when he was getting
shut up,
online nuance, bro. But no, hang on. But I'm a scientist. I know people can get mad about that, but I have a master's degree and I was a PhD student. So by every metric, I'm technically a scientist. I have published research. I have conducted scientific studies. I'm a scientist.
You pleb, you can't read the directions.
So what? So am I allowed?
Fuck
but
off.
I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons why I'm not allowed to cover it, even though I have a master's degree in it.
Pompous
even though I
cunt.
published research. I'm
You
sure
have
there's some
blue
reason why
hair.
I'm
I
not
don't
allowed
ever
to do
listen
it.
to you.
I'm just saying, like, that's some bullshit. I guarantee that there will be people who will be like, well, yeah, but he's not the
You're
great
not allowed to talk about
scientist.
scientific credibility when your hair looks like fucking candy floss, you pleb.
Meanwhile, by the way, I actually I've been trying to like re-bleach my hair because I'm trying to get like a perfect white. I'm trying to get it to be perfectly all
What the fuck
white.
are you, Storm from X-Men?
No, because that's what I want. I'm like Storm from X-Men, so I'm trying to get it perfectly white all over.
Can you float?
It's not. No, it just doesn't look right. So I'm getting.
How do you look in blue?
Great. I keep trying to do it. Like, I re-dyed it now twice, and bleached it, I should say, and it's a little bit fucked. Like, it's real straw paper. It's not the texture right now is not looking good. And
Also,
it's
people are
falling
saying
out,
that
but
this
damn it.
is slowly losing me. You guys have to understand this.
like Destiny.
Leftism is the absence of right. Right is about being true and correct. If you look at the left, their entire perception is to move as far away from reality as they possibly can and drag you with you, kicking or grab you with them, kicking and screaming. If you are on the left, you are further moving away from reality. That is just an observable fact. That's not to be like a partisan political opinion. That is just observable reality.
Yeah, very true.
So there's a reason why the more you're on the left, the more insane and lunatic you become, because you are actively ignoring reality.
Yeah.
And which is why if you're on the right, you'll seem more offensive to those people, because you are like, I want the absolute truth, and I don't give a fuck if it offends or is... Because reality is offensive. Reality is not equal. So, hey, look, if you go down the scientific route, you'll be like, wow, turns out some people are really stupid, some people are really smart, some cultures are better, some people are poorer, some cultures allow for better society, some cultures don't. And it may be through to a whole bunch of factors that involve science that people think is kind of messy and not exactly politically correct. And I like all that shit because I'm a white fucking South African. How the hell do you think I feel?
Yeah, I know, right, dude?
I will say a whole bunch of shit and like, wow, Spoon has really edgy opinions. Like, yeah, it's because it's true.
But they aren't based in fiction. They're based in reality.
Yeah, because the truth is actually quite fucking edgy.
I know. Real quick, Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, Ving Rhames coming back as Cobra Bubbles. Do you know who these people are? Sounds like wrestling stuff.
The witch? Say that again?
Hang on. Vig Rhames isn't coming back as Cobra Bubble. Is complete bullshit. He made a great black male role model that Chicago and Then Giza also said that for 5 says that Destiny is the same retarded who denies basic biology, history, economics, etc. and should shut up, stop being pathetic bitch. GF is a hoe. I like Destiny, so I'm not gonna. Oh, Vig Rhames is an actor. Bubbles is a character in Lilo and Stitch. Stitch! Now, I've been saying Stitch for so long, now I can't say Lilo and Stitch. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get the Lilo and Stitch. I haven't watched Lilo and Stitch because I was, 15, 14 when that movie came out. Sorry, guys, it's been a long time. And thank you for becoming a member, Lizard. Let's keep watching. Thank you, kid. Even though I didn't understand exactly what you were talking about. Sorry.
Opinion. I mean, you could argue that their behaviour is so awful that actually it switches people off to some of the arguments they might want to make.
Well, there's a difference between trying to persuade people of your arguments about what we need to do about the climate crisis, and I can do that for you right here, right now, versus getting attention for the fact that this crisis is happening. Because our society is sleepwalking at the moment. We are sleepwalking.
But we're irrelevant. We're irrelevant. I mean, we are less than 1% of global carbon emissions. We are. Why don't they go to China and do this, or do they know they get put in prison for a long time?
I'm really surprised that a patriot like you, Nigel, is saying that Britain is irrelevant.
In carbon emissions, we're irrelevant.
We are better than that. We stood alone in 1940 when all seemed against us, and yet we did the right thing.
What an insane comparison. What an insane comparison. Britain standing alone in 1940 against the Nazis is the same as them standing alone in this climate shit? What the fuck? I mean, can you even wrap your head around such a comparison? Dear God.
We always
Do you seriously draw a comparison?
Sorry?
Do you seriously draw a comparison?
Yes.
Let's say we cease all economic activity. We all go vegan. We give up all the fun things in life we like. We give up our cars. We live in caves. Makes no difference. Because still, 8 billion tonnes of coal is going to get burnt around the world this year. 8 billion tonnes.
Firstly, we don't have to go back to living in caves. There are lots of technologies that already exist.
It's interesting that he's like, well, we don't have to go back to living in caves. Implying that basically is like an option on the table, right?
That means we could have happy, fulfilled, comfortable lives while still ensuring we make the necessary transition.
I want to get an aeroplane. I want to go to the Grand National. I'm not prepared to. I tell you what, if China and India and Indonesia change, I might consider it.
Well,
exactly not. Exactly. China, India, Indonesia, if they can change, then they need to go at first. They're the ones who are the biggest polluters. Why is England supposed to change before India and China? They're far more polluters than England is. Why is England put on the fucking chopping block for this shit?
As Britain, who started the Industrial Revolution, we need to...
Oh my God. Fucking original sin bullshit.
Show the way. We need to lead by example, and we have done that throughout history. For instance, one of the big things coming at the moment about, for instance, the slave trade and the woke argument is, we are saying actually Britain ended that trade, and
yeah, but most people will ignore that argument. So it's cute you bring it out when it's useful to you, and you will forget it the second that it's not useful to you. That's fucking infuriating.
And we showed the world.
Spoon, are you awake?
Hmm.
You awake?
I'm gonna get food.
You're gonna get food?
I want to go get peanuts.
Okay, get peanuts. All right, I'll handle.
No, we're gonna go get peanuts now.
What was the right thing to do? And I believe.
Yeah. Or wait, do you need to get peanuts now?
No, I wanted to go get peanuts.
Oh, okay.
We must do the same thing over the climate crisis. We must show the way, make the transition, and hope that others follow
as a
us.
barrister, you think this behaviour is justifiable?
Sorry?
As a barrister, you know, as a man of law, you think this behaviour is acceptable?
Do you mean legally or morally there? I suppose it depends
I'm
on
asking
your couch in the
both. I'm
question.
asking both.
Yeah, good question, Nige.
Obviously, much of the behaviour is unlawful, and people are getting the punishments prescribed by law for that. But do I think that minor disruption to a sporting event is unjustified or bad when trying to bring attention to the greatest crisis that we've ever faced? I don't think it is.
What a fucking loser, dude. What a fucking loser. I want to say one more thing before we get into the dev video. Is that this YouTuber was like, he did this poll, which is which universe is the better one with humans, one without humans.
He's shocked to find out that 40% of his audience are like genocidal.
41% said one without humans. He said he keeps trying to redo a poll. He can't figure out why it's happening. Let me tell you why it's happening. I don't really watch Hank Green, but he's a huge YouTuber. He's a really old YouTuber. He's been around for years.
Because
here's why,
your
Hank.
audience are a death cult.
Here's why. It's a death cult. I've made a video about this, but I wanted to just show you guys who haven't seen these data. I'm going to down here to show you. You can see it like in all of these data. I mean, like, you could read the actual thing, but these particular heat maps are the best way of illustrating it. Image of the heat maps. So, do you notice a difference in these heat maps?
They're inverted.
Spoon? That they're inverted. Okay, so conservatives, as you can see, are most concerned with things that are all of your immediate family, all of your extended family, all of your close friends, all of your friends, all of your acquaintances, and then it's kind of starts to, at 6 here, the concern, which is the red part, the major area onus of concern, starts to drop out. But that's who conservatives are concerned. Immediate family, extended family, close friends, all friends, and acquaintances. Liberals. Their concern starts with all animals on Earth, including paramecia and amoeba. All animals in the universe, including alien life forms. All living things in the universe, including plants and trees. And then all natural things in the universe, such as rocks. Is this starting to make sense to you?
I have a
why
theory.
we don't agree on things? Yeah?
I think it's to do with wealth.
Really? This finding? Could you explicate?
Because if you have like if you look at all this stuff on the left, those are people who are concerned with families. So they're concerned with things that are around them.
Yeah, the conservatives. To be clear, the conservatives are concerned with family. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas the people on the right, like all those things in their
The
nearest
liberals
vicinity,
on this picture.
yeah, they think is fine. So their concern is with things that are basically not fine in their heads, and that's
they don't
why they
care about humans, though.
Yes.
They don't care about humans. They care about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they
broad
think,
ideas.
everything is fine in their vicinity because everything is what they can see around them is fine. The only shit that they see that's like fucked up is things that are way away from them. That's why they gravitate towards that kind of fucking shit. It's like, oh look, everything around me is great. I need to fix things that are far away.
I brought this up because I think this I did a video on this, but I think it explains so much shit. Is that like conservatives are worried about their friends, their family, their community, people that they know, and liberals don't give a single flying fuck about people that they know, but they really care about like some happening in another country or something that's happening to people that they are not involved with. Yeah, it's all part of their fantasy. It's really fucked up. I would like to watch Because I think we've gone through everything I wanted to cover now besides Dev's video. So let's move in.
Well, this is where Aiden gets mad.
Yeah, you're gonna watch me get. We talked about the tranny stuff already, but I'm not gonna get mad. I am gonna get a little bit mad because Dev's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had people messaging me talking about it.
It's okay because as usual, I put it into the watch together.
Okay.
As usual, Dev is arguing with his audience in this.
I almost think it's like a trend at this point.
Like I did, again, like I said, I originally didn't want to respond to this because I was like, I don't want to respond to Dev. I don't want to like pick on Dev because I like him as a person, but like all he keeps doing is like making videos he knows his audience will hate and then being like, wow, my audience hates it because they're all a bunch of Nazis. I need to get a new audience. And it's like, okay, look, Dev, you're making these videos for a reason. This video is fucking awful. And the reason I wanted to end with it is because we've gone through all the data, all the information, all of the actual stuff, the entire stream. Now let's listen to Dev pretending like he doesn't understand what's going on. Because this is... Dev, I know that you're not this dumb, and that's what makes me actually fucking... It's the fact that you're... I don't like when people pretend... What did Sitch call it? Performative ignorance? That's what this is. Dev, you're doing the same performative ignorance as the left. So, what do I like about Dev? He's a nice guy. He's been nice to me, sometimes. Anyway, here's the video.
Everyone's talking right now about Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light. Personally, I don't care about Dylan Mulvaney or Bud Light, so to me, this is basically a controversy. But a lot of people are very, very angry about it. What's it? It's this video.
Hi. Impressive carrying skills, right?
It's actually not even this video. He doesn't actually have the correct video. It's the video... I mean, this one was part of it, but there were two videos. The other video was the one where Dylan was in the bathtub drinking Bud Lights and dancing around. But could you press play? Because I've been... All right, go ahead. Take control.
I got some Bud Lights for us. So, I kept hearing about this thing called March Madness, and I thought we were all just having a hectic month, but it turns out it has something to do with sports. And I'm not sure exactly which sport, but either way, it's a cause to celebrate.
Like, this is
This month I
repugnant,
celebrated
right?
my day 365 of womanhood, and
Can you
Bud
pause
Light
for a
sent me
second?
possibly the best gift ever.
Spin. Like, the whole ad is repugnant to the main consumers of Bud Light. That Bud asked Dylan to do this ad because of March Madness, which is about football. And Dylan's like, I didn't even know what March Madness is. Ooh, you know, so fucking stupid. It's absolutely... Sorry, continue.
A can with my face on it. Check out my Instagram story to see how you can enjoy March Madness with Bud Light and maybe win some money too. Love ya! Cheers! Go team! Whatever team you love, I love too.
Oh my god. So disgusting.
Love ya.
Can't even take barely a sip of it, by the way.
Yes, Dylan Mulvaney has a partnership to promote the beer brand Bud Light, and a lot of conservatives are mad about it. Let me try to explain why. First, let's start with Dylan herself.
You're not gonna be able to explain
Dylan is a trans TikToker who initially went viral for deciding to post one TikTok video a day to document her entire transition from start to finish, a project she dubbed the Days of Girlhood. Dylan became a popular punching bag for right-wingers as videos from this project took off.
The fact that you call her...
Yeah,
is,
using
is,
she, her
is
pronouns.
Just, no, that is a man, Dev.
And
for
also,
fuck's sakes.
The thing is that the old TikToks surfaced where Dylan was like, I wasn't getting attention as a gay man. And Dylan has said that he started hormones like 2 years before this, which is not apparent. But then it became like, oh, this identity, it's all performative. It's a giant fucking performance. If Dylan has said that he started hormones a year before he started doing the Days of Girlhood, then the entire thing is even more performative, even if you believe that Dylan is trans. Like, Blair White's covered this. Dylan said that he started taking hormones a year before his Days of Girlhood shit, which would make this all performative and nonsense. Even if you believe that he is taking hormones, which I think most people think he's not, because he doesn't appear to be taking hormones, because he doesn't have any kind of manifestation of taking hormones. In addition to that, just this whole thing is fucking nonsense. Dylan Mulvaney is an attention seeker. attention whore. That's why people have a problem with it. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Off. And in order for you to understand exactly why, let's watch the first TikTok in the series.
Day 1 of being a girl, and I have already cried 3 times. I wrote a scathing email that I did not send. I ordered dresses online that I couldn't afford. And then when someone asked me how I was, I said, I'm fine, when I wasn't fine.
If anyone else did that, that would be considered extremely sexist.
It is extremely sexist. It's a mockery of women. And yet Dev is about to defend Dylan. I really can't comprehend how anybody could defend that. I do believe that transgender people exist. Although I did go
to be fair,
back
if this was a stand-up routine and they made that joke, it would be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny. But I went back and looked into some of the research on the fMRI data, and the fMRI data have not been conducted properly since about 2014. You go back and look at data that were conducted before 2014, before the transgender the sociality aspect of it, before it became popular, and you can find that there are differences in the activations of certain areas of the brain in people who are transgender. But now when you look at, this is the fascinating thing that someone like Dev would probably never bring up, and I hope he would, but I really, really hope that Dev would bring this up. But current research that is being done on transgender people, and there's not a whole lot because it's not popular, and by popular I mean like you're not going to get funding for this if you don't find the right finding. And let's be clear, but that's how scientific research works. More current research is not being able to find the same differences in reaction to stimuli that we found in 2014 in people who call themselves transgender. Now, you might say, oh, that's because some people might say there's no such thing as transgender. I would say instead, the actual implications of those findings is pretty clear. That trangenderism, that making being transgender into a popular thing, into a socially contagious thing, has made it so that people who are reporting to these studies saying that they're trans and they're not reporting, we're not finding the differences in brain activation that we found in 2014. And in fact, going back to 2006, 2003 was the first study conducted on this, 2003. We're not finding the same results that we found in 2003. That's because the trenders are not fucking trans. So they are not the same people. We found these differences in neurological structure activation in 2006, 2003, 2014, but we don't find them in 2020. Why is that? Now I'll tell you why it is. It's because people who consider themselves to be trans in 2018 and 2020 are trenders. That's why you don't find the same neurological differences. I'm someone who's out here saying, yes, transgender people do exist. They have a neurological problem, and I would like for them to get better and feel happy and feel fulfilled. But these people are not the same. They're not. And that's why they've tried to hide this research. They've been afraid of this research. They've been trying to get it shut down for a decade. But that's what the evidence describes. And if you would like me to make a video on it, I can try to do it. I don't know what else to do. It's a simple ass video. It's not difficult to make. But the 2018-2020 research contradicting the 2014, 2006, 2003 research, there's a reason why that's happening. It's because people who call themselves trans in 2018 and 2020 are not people who called themselves trans in 2014, let alone 2003. But continue.
How'd I do, ladies? Good? Girl power.
To be honest, Dylan doesn't pass very well here. She does just look like a man in a dress. That's pretty much to be expected, though.
Dev, every time you say she and her, you are crushing the souls of your audience. Because you sound like a cock. And a lunatic. Like, you look at this thing and say, this is a her, like, really? You look fucking deranged, my dude.
Dylan's a fucking clout goblin.
Yeah, come on. Jesus fucking Christ.
Since this is day 1 of her transition. That's not the only thing that painted a target on her back.
I'm gonna say that for every fucking time he does that.
The internet is full of non-passing trans people who don't receive nearly as much hate from the rightoids.
One of it's because they're performers, much like this thing is.
It's because she's annoying.
No, it's because Dylan is pushed into everything. That's why. People wouldn't care if Dylan wasn't given a billion sponsorship.
And he's annoying.
People wouldn't care. And annoying. And a mockery of women. womanhood. Actual
Very
womanhood.
annoying. The type of femininity that she presents,
He presents.
always found
And I'm
grating,
really
even
fucking
when it
sorry.
came from biological.
I'm really fucking. He's about to say this. No, let him go. Can you go back like 5 seconds? Go back to replay this because I want to respond to
Who
what
don't
Dev said.
receive nearly as much hate from the rightoids. It's because she's annoying.
Well,
No, keep going. No. I want to. It's the next part.
Very annoying. The type of femininity that she presents, I always found grating, even when it came from biological women.
That's because it's not real femininity. It's a mockery. It's a pantomime. This is woman face. That's why it irritates people, Dev. This is a pantomime of femininity. That's why it annoys women like myself. And I'm not a very feminine woman, okay? I'm just not. I don't. I mean, you know, I
have a
moisturize
perspective.
stuff. Yeah, but like I moisturize. I take care of my skin to a certain degree. I take care of my hair. I just told you like I was dealing with my hair shit earlier. But I'm not like a hyper feminine woman. I'm autistic.
I have a perspective. I haven't thought about this, but this is just
No.
like on face value. Femininity is form, masculinity is action.
Yeah.
That's my perspective.
sickly
Like, 'cause
sweet-
you can have someone that has a masculine mind. That's because they're more directed towards action. Whereas a feminine form is not something you can replicate. Like, you can look masculine as a girl, but you can't look feminine as a man.
No. Real quick, Adam the Spaghetti Fan was talking about that previous clip we watched and said, I can see the comparison 40. He's implying PR. Yeah, maybe. And Michael Fatu says, for having talked 1 hour on Gramsci, it's a bad take. I don't think Dev has read Gramsci. Even though I think he claims he has. Also, this is one thing I want to point out. I talked about Bill with it earlier. Is that Dev is apparently working on like a massive video. He's been on Adam and Stitch 2 weeks in a row to talk about his massive video on debunking that he's working on debunking Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
And the thing is, no, I don't think the video will ever come out. I hope it does, because you and I will respond to it, obviously.
No, he won't.
And we will probably have Curtis Yarvin on to respond to it, because he's very open.
If we can get him on.
However, I don't think Dev will ever make the video. I hope he does, but I don't think he'll make it. He didn't really make the trucker video.
I get the feeling the fact that he can't even get men and women right. I don't think he's quite intellectual enough to take on the complexities of Curtis's worldview.
No. Well,
no.
he's talked about it on Adam and Sitch, but it's not for like hour-long stream.
When
and
you
it's
start
not
off
been-
with saying it's propaganda, like, yeah.
And
No,
the thing
I'm
about
not taking
the
it
thing about
seriously.
that, yeah, the thing about that is like, okay, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but it's incorrect. You're not. And he's like, okay, all right, cite it as much as you can cite it, but you have to make a coherent video where you actually explain what your problems are with Irvin. Again, I like Dev, but I think that he's gone down a weird path, and I have to be honest, because I also like Lilith. But I think the reason why Dev feels the need to make videos like this is because his co-host is a trans woman. And it would be like if I made a bunch of videos about how South Africa is the best country on earth and it's the greatest country on earth, and nobody should ever critique South Africa ever.
If you did that, people would think you're trying to fuck me.
Exactly. That's what people think. That's why people think Dev's trying to fuck Lilith. I'm just trying to explain that.
I would ruthlessly mock you if
Please
you
do.
did that.
Casman 1992 says, please do another trans video you did 4 years ago, this time with working URLs. I know some of my URLs failed. I don't know what happened with that, but look, you can always still read. I always put the citations on the screen, so even if the URLs fail, you can always read the citation. I've been doing that my entire, so like, I always read the citations. I never miscite citations. Well, sometimes I'll misread them when I'm reading it, but I always have the citation on the read like I'm talking about, and know that I'm not talking out my ass. I think I'm. Does anybody else do that? By the way, like, I'm not trying to like up myself big ups, but I don't think many other people, if not anyone else, does that. Thank you, Casman. I don't really want to do another trans video because it's way more contentious now than it was 4 years ago. But I think that the things I just said about the fact that they stopped doing the research in 2014, the actual, and then they're like, oh, in 2018 now we can't find the same data. Why do you think that is? You think it's because all of a sudden trans people changed, or is it because it became a social contagion issue? And I don't know about Lilith at all, but Lilith is someone who believes that genocide is happening, which Lilith, no, it's not. And I've tried to say this before. It's like, if you think that trans genocide is happening, I would ask, well, what is a genocide? Sterilization is often considered. And if you want to say that, then yeah, I'd say trans genocide is happening. But whatever. Let's finish this video.
Overly materialistic, her midlife crisis will be becoming a Karen type of femininity. Oh, it's also because Dylan started the modern iteration of the whole trans women have periods trend too.
Dylan did not start that. Dylan is not in any way. Dylan, there were tons of people who were doing it before Dylan that I'm a tranny who has periods, trans man who has periods. No, so you're wrong about that, Dev. I'm sorry that you're factually incorrect. That is a fact.
Though she did it indirectly.
Day 75 of being a girl, and I've been carrying around tampons and pads for the past 2 months, but I've actually never opened one up. So let's do it. Woohoo! I thought the letters.
Have you seen this video, Spin?
Because you're a guy, a moron. Yeah, I have.
But it's sickening.
Small, medium, and large, based on the size of your Barbie pouch.
That alone makes me want to hate you.
Dev, how can you not understand how offensive this is to women? How can you not understand how offensive this is to the size of my Barbie? How can you
show? It's still funny.
Sincerely, Dev, I really want to ask this question, and I know you probably will get sent this because people do send our streams to him. How can you sincerely not understand how offensive what Dylan said just there, and this is like one of the least offensive things he said, is towards women? Oh, the size of my Barbie pouch? And then, I don't know if he includes in his video, yeah, I think he does, where Dylan takes out the tampon and looks at it like it's a fucking magical item.
But after a Google, I found out
it's clearly, it's a fetish, okay? It's sexual, it's a fetish.
Level of your flow, so they're super, regular, and light. I guess my question is, which one do I carry around? The super? Because maybe if you have a light flow, you can still use a super? I don't know.
Don't stop trying. Don't give. Don't give tampons to random women. It's so fucking gross. It's clearly your weird fetish. Stop. Stop it. It's so gross. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. If Dylan Mulvaney gave me tampon, I would throw it in the trash.
And headbutt him.
Here goes nothing. It's pink, it's kind of adorable, and it kind of looks like a butter churn.
It's kind of not adorable. It's an annoying thing that women have to go through. But to you, of course, it's adorable. It's not adorable. It's a annoying and very frustrating, often very extremely painful thing that women have to go through. But to you, it's magical.
Go like that? Ow. Where does the string go? You are getting...
Where does the string go? Where the fuck do you think? The string is so you can pull it out. Jesus Christ.
Getting sleepy. Now for the real magic, I've got a glass of water in the tampon. I almost put red food coloring in there, but I thought that might be too much. And we're gonna see how this works. Oh, it kind of looks like a butterfly. How long does it take to get to this?
Spoon, fucking help.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna help you. You're the one who wanted to put this on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, how long does it take to get to this? Listen. Oh my god. Okay. The reason you put that up your hoo-ha is so that you don't bleed, so that it collects the menstrual
I'm sorry,
stuff,
but hoo-ha is
know?
a fucking Joe cartoon of a phrase.
It's you know,
okay,
yes,
do you know what that is?
A hoo-ha?
No, Joe cartoon. I don't see who in my audience is old. Like, who knows what Joe cartoon is? If you know what Joe cartoon is, okay, so you're not as old as I am, then you know.
We're the same age, homie.
Shut your face, Owen. That's how you know you've been around the internet for a while. If you know what Joe cartoon is, then yeah,
He's heavens. But
That's
okay,
some old shit.
so the vagina is not a cup of water, and the reason you put that in there is to absorb the shedding of the uterine lining. It's not. It is. It looks like blood, and part of it is blood, right?
Eddie, you know
But
what
it's
Flash is, right?
Flash, is in
Yeah.
Flash cartoon.
Yes, you know, like the
Yeah.
old days of like
Yeah,
Shockwave.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is basically a cartoon from that era.
No, we're the same age. I know what you're talking about. I just haven't seen this particular one you're talking about. But what again, Dylan, I think Dylan is again pretending to be retarded, which I really is one of the things that I find
Let's ask the
performative.
chat. Should we make Aiden watch an episode or just like a short clip of Joe cartoon? I already have one in mind.
Let's finish the Des, but it's
I'm gonna
so
make you watch Goanna Humper.
Okay, that sounds fun. But this is so infuriating. 'Cause, like, again, this is the part where I said this is the part where I said I was allowed to get mad, right? I was allowed to get mad and do my I'm a woman, fuck off shit. Like, okay, you know, the tampon is designed to do that by being inside of the vagina.
His hands are so fucking disgusting.
Yes, he's got masculine hands, and he's
Yes.
because he's a man.
Yes.
And okay, it's designed to take on that stuff over the course of hours. And you put it into just a glass of water, and just him acting like, I hate this video. I hate all this stuff.
It looks like it would do the job. I feel like I'm in science class. Oh no. Okay, the pad didn't expand, so maybe this is for a light flow.
The pad doesn't.
It doesn't expand.
It doesn't expand. It just absorbs it. Oh my god, this is. I really.
Even I know this from watching fucking
You
adverts.
understand why this is a mockery. This is a mockery of women.
Because it's a retard?
Dev, I really hope you can understand why. I know that your best friend and your co-host on your stream is a transgender woman who has never experienced this. And so maybe, I don't know. I usually really liked Lilith. So I would assume that Lilith would not also.
And your one is a base in African. Thank God for that.
But this is a mockery of women. And the thing is, too, and I go on my rant. A little bit.
Yeah, Aiden, if you can control the read.
I fought my entire fucking life to make sure that women who have one of the most common conditions that exists on this fucking planet get treatment. Endometriosis. 1 in 3 to 4 women have the disease that I've had to fight. I'm not talking about like, oh, I had to make a post on social media. No, I had to go in and be an experimental person. I had to go be a lab rat. I had to go do it over and over again to make sure that other women would not have to experience
That's just how
the
she talks.
the pain that I experienced when I was a young girl.
Aiden, you're going around again to watch video.
And but this is now.
Yes, but there's nothing to do with that. Go. Just...
No, it does, because it's about periods. And what I had to go through was trying to get any kind of fucking attention towards the extreme pain that women often do experience when they have this particular disease that, again, about 1 in 4 women have.
Yeah, I get that. But
understand.
Yeah, I get that, but that.
I'm tired. I'm so fucking. This fucking man pretending that he has any fucking idea makes me. You don't know. How could anyone fucking know the rage that it builds in my fucking heart to see this man pretend I'm having period pain? As a woman who has personally been a lab rat.
He hasn't said that, by the way.
But it's not him, but other like him have. I have personally been a lab rat to make sure that other women won't have to go through the same pain that I did. And this,
yeah, but that has to do with actual women. This has
others
nothing to fucking
like
do with
him.
that.
But I'm having a period. Oh my god!
Yeah, so they're lopping morons. Why are you letting it affect you? That's not even really affecting women.
Because they are affecting women.
No, it's not.
They're injecting.
No,
they're
it's
injecting
not.
themselves.
No,
Yes, they
it's
are,
not.
Spoon. They're injecting themselves into women's sports. Are you joking? You're saying they're not injecting
No, the
themselves into
period
women's
thing,
sports?
for God's sakes, not this.
They're not saying that they get cramps. You want me to find some more videos for you? You can find like 1,000 in about a second.
No, and I don't give a fuck what the hell those stupid men think.
Injecting their stupid shit, but I have a period. No, you don't. It is infuriating. It's just it's so. And there need to be more women to speak out against this. There need to be more women to speak out against this. Is fucking disgusting, sickening. You are making a mockery of women, and I'm fucking tired of it. Anyway, let's watch the
Hello? I just don't know. Now that I think about it, I probably should have had a woman come teach me about these things. I was on the boys' side of sex ed, and now I would like to take the girls' class. But if you're on your period right now, I'm sending you love.
Yeah, I don't think that Dylan has ever actually said trans women have periods like some fucking crazies on Twitter have.
Hi.
Here we go. Thank you, Dev.
I am a transgendered woman. I go by she, her, they, them pronouns. And I can tell you right now, my period,
I can tell you, I would like to get a really strong magnet and attach you to a fucking fridge door.
This is why I was just complaining, because I knew it was going into this, right? I knew it was going into this. Of this man, oh, I get a really bad period. No, you have gas. You do not have a uterus. You don't have a womb. You don't have a cervix. You can never understand you physically cannot understand what it feels like. And you never will ever, even if they chop your dick off and invert it, you will never, ever, ever be able to understand what endometrial pain feels like. So shut the fuck up. And I'm tired of women not standing up to these men who are invading our spaces, trying to come into women's bathrooms, trying to come into women's health. I have tried my entire fucking life to get women with this particular disease being treated seriously. It's been my one major goal that I've always worked on since I was way before I did YouTube, was trying to make sure that women with this disease were treated seriously. And these kind of motherfuckers say, oh, my period. No, you don't have a period. Fuck off. You're a man. You've got gas. Fart. Jesus Christ. Mike Mysterio for 13.5 says, Dylan transplanting womanhood. Seriously, though, Aiden, these people are evil and or just, yeah, they need an. And Kizza for £5 says, who would pay to see me castrate Dylan with a plasma cutter? Make a poll on this. Dylan doesn't want to be castrated because he wants to keep being a gay man and pretending to be a woman and making fun of women and making a mockery of our existence.
experience every month.
Spoon, you said you were going to let me go full woman on this, so I'm going full woman.
When the fuck did I say that?
Kind of, didn't you? Like you're like.
No, I said this is where you will go angry. I didn't say I'm giving you permission to.
Okay, well I'm allowed to go.
You're putting a lot of words in my mouth this evening. I don't appreciate it.
Okay, all right. I think I'm allowed to go full woman on this because I'm the only woman this entire Dev, the woman he talks to is a transgender person, and I'm sorry, but
it's a man.
Like that's not. I'm so tired of having to deal with this as someone who has spent my entire fucking life being an advocate for this particular woman's issue. And I mean that, I've been a men's rights advocate. I'm still a men's rights advocate, but I have been physically in terms of using myself as a fucking guinea pig to make sure for Alagalic. I put myself into the violent study for Alagalic. Other women would not have to feel the pain that I feel. And these men make a mockery of it. I'm so done. Dutchman, member for 2 months. Hey, thank you, Dutchman. Think of Christ, Aiden. He will get what he deserves. I know. That's why I don't worry about it. Stone Pilled for $5 says, thank you, Aiden. Much love. Have a fantastic day. Hey, you too. Just breathe. And yeah, this is, there's a reason why this pisses me off, though. Because again, spent my whole life trying to get Spoon. Just to be clear, when I was first suffering, I was told to, just put a dirty rag in your panties. That'll make it from an Islamic, by the way, doctor. You're just being dramatic. It took me until I was 21 years old to be diagnosed with the worst form of that exists. It is a crippling disease. It took me from the time that I was 13 till I was 21 to be diagnosed with this disease. And it was, I had people tell me my entire life, like, just a cute little period. Meanwhile, I was vomiting, passing out, and having seizures. And they would tell me while I was seizing and convulsing, oh, it's just a period pain. That's what women go through. Meanwhile, do you understand why this makes me so fucking furious, right? Starting to make sense now? Yeah, starting to make a little sense now? And I fought my entire fucking to try and get this seriously by medical professionals, because 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 women suffer from, not to the degree that I have. The degree that I have, it's like 1 in, okay, but whatever. I fought my entire life to get this disease taken seriously. And these men are like, oh, I have gas. Ooh, my bum hurts. Maybe, which you probably are making up anyway. Fuck off. I've spent my entire life trying to fucking fight for some kind of recognition and get this disease treated. I've used myself as a guinea pig to get this disease treated. How fucking, absolutely, I'm Greta Thunberging it. Dare you. I'm so pissed. It's so insulting to me that I really don't even know how to deal with it. Anyway, fuck you. But go ahead, Deb. Go off. Tell me how this is fine.
Is very real, very valid, and very painful.
But her consistent obsession with periods basically kickstarted the whole discourse. Oh, and it's also because Dylan has a weird thing about the word girl, too. This was the first real backlash that Dylan received in the wake of her interview of Joe Biden, because during that initial spotlighting, she used trans girl and girl to refer to herself
I'm not
rather
drinking.
than trans
I
woman
am
or
drinking,
woman.
but
This is
hang
something
on,
she went
real
into
quick,
more deep.
Pause, please. Pause, please. The stuff that I had to go through, I'm not deleting this, by the way. The stuff that I had to go through growing up was really, really hard. It was really difficult. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Ever. The stuff that I had to go through regarding, because by the way, when you have endometriosis, it's not just like your period hurts, by the way. Like, I mean, it's awful. You're gonna pass out, you're unconscious, you're gonna throw up, you're gonna shit yourself. I'm not joking. That's the real stuff that happens when you have endometriosis. Because you lose all bodily control. That's just the reality of it, okay? The other stuff that happens is that it causes severe damage to your spinal column. So you're gonna have spinal pain all the time. You're gonna be in pain every day, forever. I was so incredibly lucky that I was put through Lupron Depot that caused me to go through menopause, and it fixed a lot of it. I also had to have a laparoscopy, which is when they go in and they take a little tiny little like a laser on a stick, and they burn off a bunch of the damaged cells because they were on my heart, my lungs, my spine, everywhere. And that's a very common disease from women. And when women complain about cramps, a lot of times they will have some form of endometriosis. So when you hear this stuff, you have to understand how incredibly infuriating it is. I'm sorry, Dark Phoenix. Just, let's go. Sorry.
Day 8 of the Days of Girlhood project.
Day 8 of being a girl, and I've gotten some messages that are saying that I need to be calling myself a woman and not a girl. And I didn't even know that some women were offended by being called girls, so that's really good to know. But for me, the word girl feels great because I never got to be one growing up. And
you sound like a fucking weirdo pedophile.
To make mistakes and growing and changing and evolving, whereas the word woman feels very strong and confident and powerful, and that still intimidates me a little bit. So I'm gonna keep calling myself a girl. Hope that's okay. Love ya.
No, it's not okay, Dylan. You're like,
and some of her newer
Dylan, when Dylan said that he was like 26. Come on now, dude. Oh, this also, like this, I'm Eloise, which, you know, this hotel room, by the way, costs like several $100s a night to stay in. I'm sure it was funded and paid for by the hotel so he could make his little fucking TikTok.
All about her dressing up like an actual child. This is going beyond trans stuff and is pretty clearly moving into weird fetish material. Basically, even before the Bud Light controversy, Dylan had already made a name for herself, not just for transitioning publicly and documenting it, which to her credit, yeah, she looks more feminine on day 365 than on day 1, but also for her annoying personality, her weird obsession with periods, and her even weirder obsession with becoming a little girl. So, for those of us who live on the internet, Dylan Mulvaney crossing over with Bud Light wasn't unexpected, just strange, considering that Bud is viewed as a stereotypically masculine beer brand. But for the normies, oh boy, this was a wake-up call. I even saw on my normie Facebook a guy I knew from high school who's still back in my hometown, announcing that he was dumping out all of his Bud Light and not buying any more of it. That was actually surprising. It's very rare that the internet bleeds over into my normie life. But you can find lots of people online complaining about how they're boycotting Bud now, how they're dumping out their beer, they're telling their friends, etc. One guy posted this image, "They're the queer of beer," with what is clearly a futanari fetish image on the front of the bottle. Somebody went out and found that and put that on the bottle with Photoshop.
Yeah, it's called a meme, Dev. I'm sure you would recognize it as a meme or any other circumstance, but now you and Dev, again, I'm anything against Dev, but like this is sorry, Spoon, do you not feel like Dev is pretending to be intentional, like he's pretending to be retarded? Spoon? Did he fall asleep? Not. He went away for a second. Anyway, I feel like Dev is pretending retarded, which is really stupid.
This isn't just mockery anymore. I think at least a couple of these people are thirsty for more than just beer. Kid Rock decided to shoot a video of himself destroying his stash of Bud Light.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible. Bud Light and fuck Anheuser-Busch.
Okay, I do want to say something like, buying their beer to destroy it, real dumb. Real dumb. Anyone who's done that, that's whatever.
Have a terrific day.
What's funny about this is that Kid Rock had no problem with either Bud Light or trans people years ago, though I think that this was a drag queen. But the point is, in the 2000s, none of this culture war stuff was on anybody's radar. We were all doing the live and let live thing, and we were all better off for it. Nowadays, you've got alternative beer companies swooping in to take advantage of the outrage.
Hey, hang on. Okay, wait. Spoon, you brought this up earlier. The video that he's talking about here is actually like making fun of men in dresses. Spoon? Oh my god, if he's I have to go pee. All right. I realize I think Spoon maybe has passed, but I realize he's bathroom. I'll be back real quick. I don't know the exact thing that Spoon was talking about, but apparently he described it earlier that there was the advertisement that Deb is talking about was that like it was men in dresses and it was made fun of as being a joke. I'll be right back. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Ooh, I really have to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
All right, go.
America's been drinking beer from a company that doesn't even know which restroom to use.
I mean, that's just kind of recent, but all right.
That's why I created Conservative Dad's Ultra Right 100% woke-free beer.
It's a lot of beers, actually. I don't need you need a market just for that, but all right.
As conservatives, we're constantly getting hit in the face, left and right, by the woke mind virus. But the last place we want it is in our beer. If you know which bathroom to use, you know what beer you should be drinking. Stop giving money to woke corporations that hate our values.
See now, while he threw the ball, he should have just hit it instead of the can.
Oh, you woke up. Wait. Hang on, Spoon.
What?
What was the ad you said that was about, like, you said there was an ad where there were a bunch of, like, women in men in dresses.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll play that real quickly after Dev's video to show, like, where Dev is bullshitting. Thank you for waking up, by the way.
No, it's not a bullshit ad. It's just like, I think he's just downplaying it.
No.
They're basically just mocking the fact that they can dress up as women to get the beer at a cheaper
No.
price.
You missed it, because, like, earlier Dev was saying that there was an ad where Budweiser had a bunch of transgender or
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Let me go find that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking find it.
Let's play this though. Because, by the way, I want to point out, like, I don't like this either. This ultra right. We talked about this though before. We didn't like this, but you know, it was Bud.
Yeah, the drag queens is not political. That's the fucking point.
Yeah, but if it was,
it's funny.
Oh, here we go. I got it. I found the ad. So, I will play it. It's only 30 seconds. We'll play it after this, so we can show like how pro-trans the Budweiser ad from 1993 that he's describing was. Because there's a reason. Like when I describe things in a video that I make, I then show it. I think there's a reason why Dev didn't show the video of how pro-trans Budweiser was in the 1980s.
Yeah, because it was a joke.
Yeah.
And to the rest of you woke corporations, stay the away from our kids.
See, that's a political statement.
Again, I don't really like this ultra right beer thing. Like, I think it is a grip. Just make good fucking beer and leave the politics out of it. No one would have cared about any of this if Budweiser had just kept making their piss water. No one else would have cared. It's not that complicated. Jesus Christ. Sorry, man, continue? Yeah.
Buy yours online in 42 states at ultrarightbeer.com.
Tastes like freedom.
Man, a sucker really is born every minute.
Oh,
I'm all for chasing that bag. I'm a capitalist. There are people.
Hang on. I don't think you are a capitalist, actually, Dev. But like, I mean, you say you are. Like, so I'll take you at your word. But okay, so I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time.
You can also peddle stupid ideas for.
I'm having a hard time understanding this. So it's wrong for people to boycott Bud, but you're a capitalist. But it's wrong for people to boycott Bud Light because they're transphobic. But you're a capitalist. But it's okay for this guy to make his ultra right. I'm really having a hard time circling that square. That doesn't make sense to me. It's transphobic if people say they don't want to buy Bud Light because they don't want to buy it after Dylan Mulvaney's ad. But can you make sense of this, Spoon? I don't get it. Maybe I'm too retarded.
Because there isn't any.
Yeah.
People out there selling pre-gay Bud Light on eBay, and good on them. Don't hate the player, hate the game. But seriously, guys, this is ridiculous. This was dumb as fuck when the leftoids tried to do it over Hogwarts Legacy, and it's dumb as fuck for the rightoids to do it now.
That's not the same.
Totally. These are not comparable situations. The left boycotted Hogwarts Legacy because the woman who created Harry Potter made very reasonable statements, such as I have made, which is that transgender people cannot know what it's like to be a woman ever. I'm sorry. You can't. You can never know what it's like to be a woman. And even though they protested the game and boycotted it, which by the way, they went ahead and bought. We saw that. They went ahead and bought it. It was the most successful, like in the last couple of years, one of the most successful games. Because the woman who created the IP, that is the entire basis of large parts of their identity, because they've only ever read one book or one book series, which is Harry Potter. So, sorry, it's not comparable. Playing a video game is not comparable to drinking a beer. These are two different things. Like a beer is a substance that you consume on a regular basis that you have to keep buying more of to keep consuming it. It's very different from buying a video game you make a one-time purchase of. These are very, very different things, Dev. And the fact that you're conflating them is illustrative that I think you don't understand maybe a lot of this. I don't think that Dev is this stupid. I think he's being, again, I think this is performative.
I think he's pandering to a co-host.
It's performative stupidity, which
is worse.
Yeah.
Now, oh, do you think it's different because Bud is supposed to be a straight beer company and making Dylan Mulvaney the face of the beer is gayifying it? Bud Light's been doing gay-themed advertisements since 1999. Hell, they've been advertising to a bunch of different demographics this whole time, as you would when you're trying to sell a product with mass appeal. In fact, just a couple weeks after the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing, Bud Light
very
released
curious. Pause. Dev makes no mention of the VP of marketing saying how she wants to divest the brand of their
of course, that doesn't fit his narrative.
Yeah, doesn't fit his narrative. So he hasn't looked into that.
And if you look at his comments, people were bringing that up, being like, why didn't you bring that up? I don't know if it's because that didn't fit Dev's narrative or it's because he just didn't look into it. I don't know which one is, I'm not going to be solipsistic. I don't know which one is correct. However, the reality is the same. You didn't look into the actual thing that's happening for Dev. You didn't look into it. You chose to go through a narrative and not look at the actual information as to why people are upset about this. And that's on you. It's not on anyone else. And it's definitely not in your audience. You can call them all a bunch of Nazis if you want and say that you want to get rid of your audience. I don't understand why anyone would do that. But, you know, I mean, do what you want to, man. Do what you want to.
New ad campaign, one which is clearly more targeted towards patriotic rural Americans. It could be that this is in response to the Dylan ad campaign, and a lot of people on Twitter sure thought
yes,
so,
it is.
saying that they won't be bought back so easily. But it's also entirely possible that a company this big has multiple ad campaigns running aimed at multiple demographics.
No,
the CEO did comment on the whole shitstorm, though.
Pause, please pause. No. The ad, that ad, even though they probably had been working on it for a while, was released intentionally at that period in time. Again, it's so. But I've worked in marketing entirely. Come on now, they were losing a huge amount of money. I know you can say, "Oh, their stock prices didn't drop." Yeah, because BlackRock and Vanguard put them back up. There's no. Why else would they have released that ad? When they released it to try and be like, "Oh, please keep drinking Budweiser." And their non-apology, I think he does call it an apology. It's not an apology. He nowhere in the CEO and nowhere in that document apologizes whatsoever. Go ahead.
Stating that we never intended to be part of a discussion that divides people. We are in the business of bringing people together over a beer. The only reason I saw this letter is because Tim Pool replied to it shrieking, "They must apologize, this is not enough." Apologize for what? Having a trans woman do a sponsorship spot for what is basically piss water? Which, to be honest, was only...
Why can't you press the fucking thing?
I was smoking a cigarette. I can't apologize for it. They're not apologizing. They didn't apologize for it. It's not for having a trans woman. It is not. That's not the point. It's not just a trans person. It's Dylan Mulvaney, who I believe, and most people believe, is not a trans. It's not because it's a trans person in their ad. It's because it's Dylan fucking Mulvaney. And I'm sorry, Dev, but I don't buy into this you pretending to be retarded shit. Pretending that you don't understand what the actual issue is. Come on now. You can't be this stupid. You really can't be this stupid, Dev. And acting like it's just, oh, this is a trans person, and not pretending that the real issue is not that it's a trans woman, but that it's Dylan Mulvaney. You're being intentionally obtuse, and it's infuriating.
Ever posted on her personal Instagram account, so people had to go looking for it.
Are you talking about
outraged? Yeah, Dylan's annoying and weird. I don't like her, and I don't like her content. But are you guys really stooping to the point that you're going to go after people's sponsors? You're going to deprive them of their income because you don't like their politics?
Wow. Is that what's happening, though? Are people going after Dylan Mulvaney? Actually, what I've seen is people going after Budweiser. They're not going after Dylan. They're going after Budweiser. But that's going against that saying someone should be deplatformed. By the way, Dylan's fine. Dylan's sponsored by Nike. Dylan's sponsored by Tampax. Dylan's gonna be fine. Dylan's a multimillionaire by this point.
I've noticed no one has tried to have a go at Dylan or Nike.
Yeah. So
why do you think
so
that
why
is?
is it? So why is it that, oh no, how horrible would it be if Dylan loses one sponsor while Dylan's a multimillionaire? Look, Dylan's got all of his Nike sponsorships. People made fun of it, but this is not going after someone
because he has what, all the athletic ability of a cancer ward.
Yeah, but this is not like, no, I have not seen actually anybody saying like dump Dylan. They're saying like Anheuser-Busch, stop.
You.
Don't do this anymore. They're saying to not sponsor Dylan again. I guess you could say is going after his sponsor. But that's very different. It's very different from saying to cancel somebody. I really do think it's different. I believe this is in bad. I'm sorry, Dev. I think this is really a really bad faith argument. I don't think it's an accurate way of depicting what's happening.
Or you think their fetishes are weird? Or you find them annoying? Or hell, just because they're trans? To the point that you're gonna call in fucking bomb threats?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't believe that's really real.
Throw that up on the screen for literally 1 second. Because, like, why did we hear about that for, like, a day? And then it died.
Because there wasn't any proof.
Maybe there was proof, but it might not have been the people who did it that they would want to have done, right? If it was some conservative guy who had a bunch of like Nazi flags in his house, it would be all over the news. But it's been hidden, which to me seems indicate it probably wasn't some right-wing Nazi, right? It was probably some left-winger who wanted to drum up more, it's like, what you doing, Rabbi? Painting a swastika on the side of the fucking synagogue, right?
This is exactly what the left...
I'm not saying that's 100% the truth. I have no proof of that, but it's... when you look at the news cycle every single day, like Spoon and I do, and you see a story come up like, oh, look, like, there was a bomb threat, and they knew who did it, and you don't hear anything else about who did it, I think it's probably pretty telling, isn't it? I don't know for sure, but kind of telling if they don't want you to know who fucking made the bomb threat. Kind of cute.
Leftoids do to conservatives. And if it's not acceptable there, how is it acceptable here? Now, I could be...
No, bomb threats are not acceptable anywhere. Death threats are not acceptable anywhere. No one is saying bomb and death threats are acceptable, Dev. The fact that you're conflating these is incredibly disingenuous. I really am disappointed in you, my dude, by thinking that these things are the same. This is... There's a reason why people in your comments and your chat, and I see every time that Dev goes live now, he just sits there and fights with his chat. And it's like, well, this is why. This is not... I mean, you're allowed to have your opinion. But sometimes your opinions are wrong. And I don't know what to do, dude. I don't know how to help you. I like you, my dude, but this ain't it, Chief.
Wrong, but as far as I know, Dylan's never called for the deplatforming or unpersoning of any conservative content creator. I understand.
Yeah, just advocate that one might die.
Oh, we did watch that video earlier where she's like, oh, I would really hate for you to die. Now, that was not a direct call for deplatforming. But it was... No, I'm saying her, the woman who was mocking Dylan.
Oh.
That was not a direct call for her to be deplatformed. However, it was pretty fucking weird, wasn't it? We all watched it. We all saw it. It was a little goddamn weird. Where Dylan was like, I don't want you to die. But if you did... Little weird. I would agree that's not a direct call for deplatforming. Also, though, what I would say, Deb, is that you don't actually know about deplatforming questions behind them. Because a lot of people call for deplatforming behind the scenes. They don't do it in public. They just go and file fucking, complaints on YouTube, or on other spaces. So you don't actually know that now, do you? That Dylan hasn't called for deplatforming. You don't know that, do you?
I understand the point of the consumer boycott. Gamergate contained a boycott, but that was because the people involved were actually corrupt.
Oh my god! In Gamergate, it was fine for us to boycott, but don't boycott Bud Light. They're not corrupt. Okay. Again, we're back into the just some guy thing of it's okay to boycott this thing, but if you boycott this other thing that tells you you're a piece of shit and to go fuck yourself, that's no good. You're not allowed to do that one. You're only allowed to boycott the things that I say you're allowed to boycott. Dev, like, you've lost the plot, my dude. I'm sorry. I think you've lost the plot.
Is it corruption for Bud Light to hire a trans TikToker to promote their beer to that demographic? No, not any more than it's corruption for Bud Light to promote their beer to any other demographic.
Dev, please bring up the fact that the VP said that they wanted to divest themselves of the frat boys who are their main audience. Why are you not bringing that up? Oh, because it would ruin your argument.
With any other public face. Seriously, the people who are on board with this lame shit are acting exactly like every triggered snowflake who wanted Uncle Ben or Aunt Jemima washed away because of racism. They're acting like every screeching leftoid who demand—
Wow. This is the same thing that just some guy said to me. It's the same shit. It's the same thing. You're only allowed to be mad at and boycott the things that I think you're allowed to boycott. It's really astonishing. Just some guy and Dev are of the same mind. You're only allowed to boycott the thing that I say you're allowed to boycott. Am I Lucifer the Deadman? Am I being weird about it? I think that I'm sorry, but like that's the opinion I get from it is that he's saying you can only boycott the things that I think it's okay to boycott. I'm playing his opinion because I'm interested in his opinion. I just think he's incorrect.
Demanded that sponsors drop PewDiePie for the gamer words, or really, anybody who's ever lost a sponsorship deal or monetization or whatever over their politics. I oppose the left when they do it, and I oppose the right when they do it. Nobody should be doing this.
Well, I do agree with that. I don't want people to lose their sponsorships because of their politics, but the problem is that that's not really what's happening here, is it? It's not what's happened here. It's that Bud Light gave a probably, like, I think people have guessed it's like a $300,000 sponsorship to Dylan Mulvaney to drink a Bud Light on camera. And I'm not sure I've never even heard anyone say like, okay, just saying don't sponsor Dylan again isn't saying like to destroy Dylan. It's saying Bud Light, this particular company, you shouldn't sponsor this person. It's not saying Dylan should not get any money. It's saying this company should not sponsor him. Sorry. I mean, like, I don't think that they're the same thing. I really don't think they're the same thing, and I really am struggling to understand how they are outside of some extreme stretches. Real quick, Cold Warmack says 5. The mixture of integrating yourself via pain you'll never experience and acting so goddamn careless and casual about it is disgusting. Yeah, exactly. And Stonefield for 5 says, Dev is pathologically centrist. His opinions will always be left plus right divided by 2, regardless of how senseless the output is. That's the thing that I have an issue with Dev, is that he appears to calculate his political opinion by like what is the current centrist position. And that's why Sargon seems to have no more, like, I've seen Sargon call him out on Twitter for saying the exact same thing, or by saying the very similar thing of being like, Dev, you just figure out whatever you think is today, which is always floating in the, like, milieu. It has no real meaning. It's just whatever it is today, which have no real opinion. That's what Sargon said to him on Twitter. I think that's largely true, and I hope Dev can figure out that that's the problem of is that it is not anchored in any real political state. It is always. I didn't mean to. Did I strawman you, Lucifer? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to strawman you. But I think that Dev can't really figure out, like, there are definitive places where political opinions exist, and you can't just always float between all of them by saying you're a centrist. It will always make you look of shameless show. Ardent Party has showed his Rumble channel. Oh, and go check out Ardent Party. Yeah, here I'll check out Ardent Party. Pin this? Why can't I pin your? Okay, I can't pin your super chat, but thank you. I will now post it and go check out Ardent Party for the last couple of minutes because Spoon's like basically asleep.
I've been saying now that the right wing is just as hypersensitive, just as triggered, and just as repressive as the left wing is. And though they don't have the opportunity to show it yet, they eventually will. It took us a while to get here, but we're finally arriving here. Listen.
Yeah, what do you have to say, Spoon? Spoon, what's your opinion?
No, this is the stupidest argument. This is like, okay, this is like saying, look, when you go to war, you and the enemy both fight with weaponry. The method is the same. Why you fight is what fucking matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why the hell do you not fucking get that? Oh, look, the left is there, therefore the right doesn't know because they're immoral. Shut the fuck up, Dev. What a stupid argument.
I do think it's not a very, but,
No, that's just straight up retarded. Fuck off. I don't give a fuck.
Listen to Matt Walsh on this.
We are sick and tired of this. We are sick and tired of watching as our culture is claimed piece by piece by madness and degeneracy. We are not okay with it. We are furious about it, in fact. And we aren't following your lead in the fight against it because you people aren't interested in fighting against it.
He's right, by the way. You don't
here's
stop
the thing.
him by capitulating
Yeah.
to it, you fucking idiots.
Matt, well, I said this earlier. I'm so fucking tired of tranny shit. I'm so tired of
Yes. I don't want to see it. I don't want to. I don't want to see it on TV. I don't want to see it in adverts. I don't want to see it in law. I want these
anywhere.
people to fuck off.
And the thing that I really
Their existence is a
hope-
disease in our culture.
The thing I really hope that Dev and other people like him glean from that is that I used to be really pro-trans.
Yeah, because you're a
Not
libertarian,
anymore.
live and let live.
Yeah, live and let live. Not anymore.
But then you realize live and let live requires other people to also live and let live. And when they don't, they just turn
And
out to
they
take
won't-
advantage of your good nature.
And they won't let us live and let live. So I'm sorry. I'm like, look, if you want to, as I said earlier in the stream, if you want to just do what you want to do, I have no problem with it. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. It's that I have to play pretend with you. It's like, I don't want to play pretend with you. Like, no, you have to. I'm going to force you to play pretend with you. With
I
me.
prefer
No,
Pinochet.
I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. You can't force me to do shit. It is tyrannical and it's nonsense. I will not play pretend with you. I don't care. I used to be really pro-trans. Like okay, yeah, do what you want. If that's how you feel, I'm more than happy. As I'm also like pro-gay. In terms of like be gay, be a lesbian, I don't care. But this is
And now
this
you're
has
like,
gone
yeah, no.
way too fucking far. This is absolutely insanity, and I do not. You forced me into this position. People like you have forced me into this position where I have to go. No, I think we need to put a whole bunch of, restrictions on this. Because it's going way too far. You
I
can't
like the way
talk to
that you.
kids.
I like the way that you were like slowly thinking of how to frame it for like
Yeah,
a
you-
couple
look,
of seconds.
you
like,
can't- you
don't want
can't
to say
talk
put him
to
in a camp.
kids.
Don't put them in a
No,
camp.
because I don't want to put it. No, because you can't talk to kids about this. You can't go near kids about this. You need to stop. No, children cannot be involved in this whatsoever. Shut up. No more children. And
this
you need
is-
to let people. You need to let people know who are going through this shit what exactly is going to happen to their body. It's not just a magical wonderland. It's really fucking awful. Oftentimes, what happens.
This is
And it's permanent. You can't go back. You can't go back. Yeah, I know Blair, and Blair. I don't think Blair and I aren't like really good friends, but like if I needed to ask Blair for help, I guarantee I could get Blair to pick up the phone. You know what I mean? But like, this is not real trans stuff. This is this insanity of I want to have attention and popularity and power. That's all this is about. It's about power and money and fame. All it's about. Let's finish this.
We're not around and wait for you to execute your master plan to win back the culture. You have no such plan. You're satisfied to let the culture crumble and decay as long as you can have a hand in ruling over the rubble. And that's how we got to this point in the first place, where
That's a
transgenderism
good
is the
point.
sort of thing.
Hang on,
that
it's a really
even-
good point. Hang on, pause. As long as you can get to rule over the rubble.
Yep.
That's what they're about. Ruling over the rubble.
Why do you think there's such a backlash against this particular thing? 'Cause it's not the first stupid thing that they've infected. Why do you think it's this? Why is it this? I have my own reason for that. I
Yeah,
think.
like it's not because they're hateful. It's because you keep targeting kids. Stop targeting kids. If you didn't target kids in the first place, no one would have given a shit about what weird shit you were doing. It's when you started targeting kids. That's when conservatives started to fucking pay attention. They didn't give a fuck until you started doing that. That's that simple. How can you not figure this out? Are you that fucking stupid? Stop targeting kids.
It needs to promote.
He sounds like the trans activist talking about Hogwarts. It's the same rhetoric.
No,
Hell, you
it's
know-
not.
I don't care. Okay,
it's
no,
not,
hold on, stop.
though.
I don't
No.
care if the rhetoric is the same. A gun is a gun. It doesn't matter for you. What matters if you use it for defensive purposes or attacking purposes. The weapon can be the same. The rhetoric can be the same. Again, what matters is why you fucking fight.
But I still think that it's completely illogical. It is not the same thing.
I don't care even if
Hogwarts-
it is. I don't
The
even care.
Hogwarts thing is a completely different issue. The Hogwarts thing is that transgender people got angry because they hate J.K. Rowling. And by the way, I'd like to point out that I've said it before because I've played Hogwarts Legacy.
They made
the
it
transgender
political.
the transgender character is literally perfect beyond belief. Like she's the is the most amazing character. Like your character must constantly worship. You have no capacity within the game to disagree with that character.
It's not even the same thing. The one is we're pissed off because you are transphobic. The one is trying to get politics into the thing, and the other one is the audience saying, "Don't fucking put politics in." It's not the same fucking thing. It's literally the opposite.
Exactly.
What is wrong with you?
Kizza for £5 says Aiden, the VP of Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch, is a eggless, ran-through woman who can't accept accountability. They're just regarded process. Yeah. And he also said for another £5 says centrists are pathetic cowards who stand for nothing and those by those superior to them with conviction. Boy, know your fucking place. Dude, like, I don't agree with that, Kizza. I know where you're coming from, but I really am getting tired of this centrism LARP, because it is a LARP. Because, like, there's no such thing as... We all know there's not... It's
and
a LARP.
licensed centrism just means you're too much of a pussy to stand and take a side.
Because centrism is always... There's no
The ideology
normative
of the
place of...
capitulation.
There's no normative place of centrism. Centrism is always relative. So you believe in a relative ideology, and any relativist ideology is always going to be fucking retarded. Lucifer the Doberman for 22 Canadian, hey, thank you, says, no matter how much we disagree, both of you are a positive to society. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for all your hard work,
What do you mean,
retards.
him and Dev?
I mean, Lucifer the Doberman, I know that we disagree probably on a lot of things, but yeah, this is a terrible video, Dev. It's a terrible video.
There's some things...
Let's finish it up.
I'd said this in the previous video that I did. What the fuck is with society's pathetic, like, desperation to see the middle ground in everything? Like, what?
Yeah.
Why the
Why is
fuck?
it always gonna be middle?
Why can you not take absolutist positions? Like, some things are
Exactly.
absolute. Like, stop being so fucking cowardly, you pussies.
Yeah, it's a
Fuck's
pussy
sake.
position. Take an absolute position. Okay.
My absolute position is
sounds like-
ban this entire ideology.
Yeah. Let's finish this.
Just because, like, there is no fucking middle ground to this. Like, there isn't. It's men and women, and everything else is politics. Fuck off. End of story. I will not bow. I will not use your pronouns. I will not capitulate to your ideology in any fucking way. Piss off. End of fucking story. Because I've seen what happens when people, like, give it an inch. It takes a fucking mile, and then sooner or later they have a fucking pink dildo shoved up their fucking colon, tickling their fucking tonsils.
Yeah, I was gonna play ContraPoints' video, but like, I'll give you a TLDR. Is that ContraPoints is basically like Busch is pretending to use trans issues to gain popularity, and I'm sorry, but it's a lot of people who are doing that. It's a lot of people who are doing that, Dev. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people who are using trans issues to try and like gain pop. I don't know if it's Dev's. Like, there's a lot of people who are doing. Being like, oh, because it's the current thing. Right, so let's just finish this, and I have one last video. It's a very short one, and I think it's one we'll all enjoy. All enjoy the video.
Which one?
The win. That's
It's
all
a
that matters.
Budweiser ad.
You call it selling out your principles. I call it fucking winning. And that...
Yeah, okay, Dev, this is so dumb because he's just saying he will sell out his principles in order to win.
Yeah.
The right is not selling out its principles. It's growing a fucking spine and throwing a punch, you
exactly.
dumbass.
We're not selling out
They're
any
not
of our
selling out any
principles.
principles.
What the fuck? Why are you... He's trying to relate us to Busch.
Yes, that's just a pathetic cheap shot.
This is a complete misunderstanding.
That's a low blow.
We're not selling out any...
And a massively dishonest one.
It's not only dishonest, it's incorrect. We're not selling out any principles.
You're basically
Dev,
you're basically calling the conservative sellouts because they're no longer a doormat. Like, really, Dev?
That's
like,
it.
Fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
That's
Wow. How dare you not capitulate?
Yes.
You're just as bad as Busch. We're just like, no, we're not capitulating to our principles. How dare you? How dare you not capitulate to my principles anymore? I'm sorry, dude. No, we're done. We're fucking done. We're done capitulating to your principles. We've been doing it for 30 fucking years, and we're 40 years.
More than that, it's like over a century
60.
now.
Yeah, we keep capitulating to you, and you always ask for more, and then you shame us and talk shit about us and call us Nazis and shit like that. No, I'm fucking done capitulating to you. I'm done. Super Bear for 20. Wow, thank you, man. Says, people who assured us this would remain contained to the bedroom, feminist YouTube cringe, so it wasn't a big deal. We're all were to tell that you're not allowed to notice you are right and to do anything. You're just as bad, bro. Yeah, exactly. We said this, they said at the time that, like, oh, just some bedroom feminist cringe, it won't do anything. And now it's in schools. And now it's everywhere. And now it's completely infested all of society. And now we're just as bad. Well, the entire time we've been screaming about this happening for years. And it doesn't, no, but we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you, Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, Aiden, my niece, will be targeted by these people. I know, I'm so worried about her. I'll never let these people within 50 feet of her make them fear me as a king should. Yeah, you got to be worried about young kids. It's one of the reasons why I've been very worried about having kids with Bill, because, like, we're fine here in Guernsey, but it's scary because, like, these people are going to try to indoctrinate your kids. If I'm able to have a child, I'm not going to let them have any kind of fucking access to, like, an iPad stuff, which is going to suck. Like, maybe some games, but it can only be, like, a certain game where they can't have access, like, because otherwise you're going to get exposed to this pedophile.
That's my principle. To win as a socialist.
That's why the two sides are so similar. Different goals, but the same fundamental.
No, they're not, Dad.
That's the stupidest
You have to
thing.
drop this.
My goal of self-defense and murder both has the same weapon. It's a gun, so this is the stupidest argument. I hate this. Like, it's
Dev
just
is still,
dumb.
he's obsessed with this argument. The left and the right are the same thing.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. They're really not. And the fact that you still can't figure that out, I don't get it, dude. I have to believe that you're honestly being dishonest.
Or stupid.
No, it's not being stupid. All I do is look at data. I don't look at anything else other than research. And that's how I come to my conclusions about things. I don't know how you come to your conclusions, Deb, but this is weird.
We're a co-host.
Fundamental immorality. Me personally, I don't care about this issue. Dylan Mulvaney is annoying and cringy, while Bud Light is just a shitty beer. For me, I don't like how far the culture war has taken us, to the point that everything has to be a fucking discourse. But that's what radicals do.
Yeah, do you know what happens? Dale, let me explain to you how war works.
Interestingly, Dev would complain
about
this.
I'm talking it, for God's sakes.
Read.
Fuck's sake. Bloody hell, I haven't got a sentence that interrupted me.
Sorry.
Calm down, Jesus Christ. War kind of works if one side's invading and you don't stop them. Do you know what happens? The invasion continues. Do you understand how war works? It's not a war then. If it's not a war, it's just an invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can speak now.
Yeah, very true. Oh no, Dev has this belief that he's just kind of more intelligent than everybody else, and I think it comes out of this belief like, if you're in the middle, you're always smarter than everybody, and that people like myself who don't.
Adam is such
the thing is that I'm not joking. Dev, and I think probably to a degree Adam as well, all think I'm an idiot and think that I'm really stupid because what I do is just read research. Like, look, my opinions on data don't come out of magical fairyland. They come out of me reading. And I'm not. They'll be like, I read data too. No, you read like a New York Times article. I don't know. It's very different. Okay, it's very different.
I just find it funny because you're doing the exact same thing.
But that's the thing. Like, I read a New York Times article, so that's how I know it's true. Okay.
I know, but it is
Here's the
funny.
thing. Let me tell you this shit. Just to be honest and clear about this. I read, on average, 30 research papers a week. Okay? Like, I'm not saying it to, like, dunk on anybody in particular. But when people are like, oh, tee-hee, I know a whole bunch more than you. Homie, no you don't. My hobby is to read research. That's what I enjoy doing in my free time. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody, but there's certainly not anybody. Okay, listen, I'm gonna be. You know what? I'm gonna make a fucking definitive statement. Tell me if I'm wrong. Is there anybody in this fucking sphere besides like maybe Dr. Peterson, another academic, who reads more fucking research than I do?
How the fuck am I supposed to answer that?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking, like, saying, like, make a prescription.
There's no
You know.
fucking way I can answer that, because that's an absurdly difficult question to answer. I don't have the data for that, quite literally.
Yeah, true, to be honest. Okay. But no, most people don't fucking read what I do. I read everything all the time. I read literature every single fucking day, every single fucking week. So I have to deal with people who are like, well, I read a book once 3 years ago. I'm like, oh my god, I need to go.
Calm the fuck down, woman.
It's like, oh, I've read 3 books this week. I'm not saying that makes me better, but I'm saying like it's a little bit of a difference in I don't know what to call it.
You need to calm down.
Seriousness, right? Like in terms of my seriousness about academia is very different from the people who will then like I think Dev would like call me like probably like an idiot, I guess. I guarantee Deb would call me and say I don't know. But let's end the stream because I don't know anything. Because Deb, of course, is the ultimate intellectual.
Funny.
Let's watch this one. Here you go. Bud Light. Very, very pro-trans. By the way, I believe this is the ad that Dev was saying was a pro-trans ad.
Pro-gay ad.
A pro-gay, pro-trans ad. Here it is. Here's the pro-gay, pro-trans ad that Bud Light released.
Bud Light, please. Tonight's ladies' night, and there's a special on Bud Light. Oh, really?
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
That's obviously a parody.
What a great pro.
No one's thinking that, oh my god, they're promoting cross-dressing. Like, no, that's just a fucking joke.
The entire joke is that they're not
women, yes, and they're just doing it to get the cheaper beer. Like, duh.
But I believe this is the ad that Dev was citing as a pro-trans ad from 93. Supreme Emperor Kizza for 5 pounds says Dev is effing retarded, to say the left and the right are same. Basic economics destroys this retarded statement. He should know better. Yeah, but he doesn't. Anywho.
No, we're gonna watch this now because this is funny.
Oh, okay.
And because you don't know what the fuck this is.
I know I don't know what this is.
And you have weird humor.
I've never seen that. I've actually never seen that. Old new
I'm Steve Irwin, and
I have seen
behind
this,
me
yeah.
is an absolutely beautiful, humongous goanna. It's got razor-sharp teeth. It could rip a man to shreds with one bite of its bacteria-infected mouth. Let's get a little closer, shall we? I suspect there's something very unusual about this enormous goanna. Come on. I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but from where I'm standing, this goanna
I did read that comment.
Enormous pecker. He must be very popular with the lady goannas. Crikey! It's got to be 20 feet long. My God, what I'd give to be that huge. Let's see what happens if I jump up and touch it. Right. Take it from me, don't try this at home. Goannas, by their very nature, get very agitated if you grab their pecker like I just did. He might be agitated, but I'm invigorated.
Real quick, I did forget this. Kizza for 5 pounds says, Aiden, my niece will be targeted by this.
You already read that.
People. I know, again though. Okay, sorry. Alright.
I'm gonna hump the crap out of this goanna. You betcha. Oh, I just love these big goannas. Crikey! This is great. Look at me. I'm humping goanna. Goanna humper. That's me. Right. This is great. Crikey! I'm gonna get satisfaction if I have to hump it all day. Yes! Goannas! Goannas, yes! Oh, boy!
It's just made in 2002. It's a very old thing.
You gotta give these big fellas plenty of room. If a goanna ever feels threatened, it'll defend itself with one swipe of its gigantic tail. I can't feel my legs. I've got no feeling in my legs.
It's peak 2002 energy.
I can't feel my fucking legs. Right. Oh my god. I don't got any legs. My legs. Somebody find my fucking legs.
Look, it's very LGBTQ here at the end. Anywho, shall we end the stream there?
No, I want to hear what he says at the end.
Okay. My legs. Tell us how many legs you got, boy. That's right.
No-legged dog.
Stay tuned for next week's show, where you'll get to see me interact with a Venezuelan spider monkey. Come on now, you can do it. Show us your pecker. Spider monkey. Show it to me.
Okay, you can now see the things that make Spoon laugh versus the thing that make.
When he says, I can't feel my fucking legs.
Okay,
like,
hang on. Am I allowed? Okay, you're allowed to show something that made you laugh really, really hard. Okay. All right. It's fine. But can I play the thing that makes me laugh so hard? I will legitimately cry. Chat, do you want to watch something that will make me actually cry laughing to the point where I won't be able to breathe? No, I'm gonna play it because I think that I think chat would enjoy watching me. I think chat would enjoy watching a really quick video here of
this. This is the thing with me and myself and Aiden is we have a completely different sense of humor.
Yes, I know.
Like,
but here's the thing.
180.
I think that fire sign will do it, but this one will actually make me laugh so hard I will not be able to breathe. I've watched it about 100 times, and it will make me laugh so hard that at the end I will not be able to breathe. Here we go.
What does this color make you think of? A warm summer's day? The light of a sun? A smiling child? What does it make you think of now? Maybe the way the sunbeams are bouncing off of a still river. Maybe it's making you think of the surface of a sunflower. How does this make you feel now? I can't say it. I can't say it. I seriously am trying so hard. Okay. What? How do you feel now? How does the image make you feel now? Any different? Starting to realize that it's not a sunflower anymore, are you? Now you're getting scared.
Oh my god.
Okay. I have a hint. It's not a sunflower. What could it be?
What could it be?
Boy, this sure is something. I just don't know what it is yet. Have any guesses? It could be anything. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
I can't. I can't. There
That's
he is.
it. That's it. I feel like we've made a lot of it.
Okay, I can't.
I have no idea why you find that funny.
It's it's so funny. I literally.
Why?
I literally cried. Like I broke out into tears as to how funny that is. You don't understand it?
No. Like
It's
not even remotely.
it's a subversion of expectations. It's
no,
subversion
it's just,
of expectations.
no, it's just not funny.
No, I can explain it to you via research and data.
Okay, if you have to explain to me why your joke is funny, it's not funny. Like that's literally a definition of comedy.
It's the funniest.
It's not. Funny things don't need to be explained.
Oh, people don't understand this. Is this apparently autistic humor? Maybe it is. It's so funny. It literally hurts that it actually like sometimes I have a hard time breathing when I watch that video. Never drank enough to find that funny woman humor.
Yeah, it's woman humor.
Says Carla. How is it woman humor? It's a man who made a joke.
If you have to explain a joke, it's not funny.
You can't explain it. It's the experience.
That's why it's not funny.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. Comedy does not need to be explained. If you need to explain why the joke is funny, it's not a joke.
No,
it's not funny.
You cannot explain that. It's experiential.
Okay, so you're just kind of weird.
No, there's no, it's experiential. There is no way of explaining that. It's just
okay,
funny.
so you're basically just an autist with a weird sense of humor.
I've shown my other senses of humor.
Yeah, but like that's not funny.
That's hilarious. You're out of your mind.
Because something like no one else finds it funny. Like,
Yeah,
no,
they
this
do.
is
Some
you.
people
No,
find
they
it.
don't.
Yeah, some people find. Yes, they. Oh, don't lie.
In
People
this
find
chat,
it
they
funny.
don't.
Yeah, they do. Yes,
no,
they do.
fucking
Stop
don't.
lying.
Really?
Stop lying.
Ask the
Yeah.
chat right now if they found that funny.
Some people have said they found it funny. It's so
I haven't
funny
seen
it
one
literally
person in
hurts
the
me.
chat. Your reaction to it is funnier than the actual thing. Because if people will say like, "I'm not laughing," like, yeah, because that's not funny.
All right, you know what?
There's not a lot of things that make me laugh.
Okay.
I'm very hard to make laugh, but if
All right.
What, Ziggy? What do you want?
Wait. Okay, I'm not gonna play all of this, obviously, as long as fuck. But like, do you find at least this funny?
The answer's gonna be no. No.
Only play.
No.
I know you hate that. You
no.
hate this.
Yes.
You hate this.
Yes, because this isn't funny at fucking all.
This is okay. So Spoon doesn't think that the Totally Tubular collab from Oni Plays is funny,
No, because it's not funny.
which is insane. Okay, have you seen the Motifa stuff?
No.
All right, I'm gonna show you some Motifa thing. We can stop. It's long as fuck. We're not gonna do the whole thing. I'm gonna
The
bring it up.
monarchist humor is just public beheadings.
We're gonna skip to when Motifa actually gets into her real powers.
That he is.
No, that's not Motifa.
But he climb up.
This is not Motifa yet.
She bought a pair
Here
of
she
moon
is.
shoes.
Yeah, this isn't funny either.
This is what moon shoes.
How is it not funny? You haven't seen it.
all started with those damn
You've
moon
shared this
shoes.
with me like 5 times before.
She can't.
Yeah.
stop.
Okay. So he doesn't find anything
Not my
funny
fault I
actually
jumped in.
funny.
Because you're not showing me anything that's actually funny.
He doesn't find anything funny actually.
No, just the things that you don't find funny.
Anywho, I think we should end the stream. Don't you think?
Yes, But
right.
Ziggy, you can just leave if like that's what you feel. Like I'm not making you here.
All right.
I think that's one of your simps in the chat.
I simp? How dare you?
Yeah, well, when someone
Anywho.
says they won't give the stream money because I'm here, like it just makes you want to say,
Oh,
fuck you.
they're being silly. Anywho,
Yeah, fuck off,
we
man.
we'll see you guys next week. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah,
ridiculous.
Motifa's gonna punch a tank. Motifa.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like this is not shit that I find funny.
Spoon is find objective.
Yes, I find who do I find funny? I find Andrew Schultz funny.
Well, Spoon's not funny. So now that we know that Spoon's not funny, let's end the stream. I'll talk to you next. I'm joking. I love ya. Let's love ya. I love going out in my hiking shoes and my hiking heels. Love you, Spoon. Talk to you next week. Okay. Not like that. Don't be weird. I'm making a fucking joke.